Hi, welcome to the Arlington County Board meeting. We're so glad you joined us. Before the meeting gets started, here are a couple of things you can expect. The Arlington County Board meets monthly with the exception of August. Meetings are typically held in 2 sessions, Saturday regular meeting and a Tuesday recess meeting. These meetings are where the board makes decisions, hears updates, and receives public input on community issues. Today's recess meeting includes 3 parts: business and reports, regular agenda, and removed consent agenda. Recess meetings typically include board member reports, county manager reports, public recognitions, and appointments to advisory groups. The board then enters a closed session, which is not open to the public, and it is limited to matters permitted by the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. Regular agenda includes staff presentations, public hearings, and a full discussion from the county board before a vote. If you are signed up to speak, please note your speaking category. Individuals may speak for 2 or 3 minutes, and representatives of civic organizations may speak for 2, 3 minutes, or 5 minutes. After the regular hearing section, the board will consider items removed from the regular consent agenda. The same speaking rules apply. Individuals may speak for 2 or 3 minutes, and those organizational representatives have up to 5 minutes. Remain seated until your name is called. The clerk will call the current and next speaker. When called, come to the podium and use the button on the right to adjust the height. You can also adjust the microphone. A timer will be visible on the podium. Please stay within your allotted time so that everyone has an equal opportunity to be heard. For virtual speakers, keep your camera and microphone off until your name is called.
When acknowledged, turn on your camera and unmute. Your timer will appear in the Teams meeting and will begin once you are recognized. If you need a reasonable accommodation, please speak to county staff outside the boardroom or the clerk at the dais.
If you have any questions, staff are happy to assist you. Thank you for being here and sharing your voice with the county board. Have a great meeting.
Good afternoon. We will go ahead and get started. Welcome to the June 17th, 2026 County Board recessed meeting. I trust you can see all of us are here. Thank you for joining us. We'll begin with our appointments and then awards, recognitions, and reports, followed by closed session and a break for dinner, resuming no earlier than 6:30 p.m. with our scheduled hearing items. We'll begin with appointments for this month. I move the following appointments: Arlington Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, Traloon Shorter for a term ending June 30th, 2028. To the Ballston Bid, Shannon Flanagan Watson for a term ending June 30th, 2028. To the Commission on the Arts, Alyssa Tope, and for a term ending May 31st, 2029. Adam Green as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2027. To the Commission on Aging, appoint Tanya Graham for a term ending June 30th, 2029. To the Commission on the Status of Women, designate Carolyn Gary Romano as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2027. To the Community Criminal Justice Board, appoint to the Arlington Community Services Board Chair James Dooley, that's incoming for at least a few more minutes. To designate Laura Malakoff as chair to the Community Development Citizens Advisory Committee for a term ending June 30th, 2027. To the Community Services Board, appoint Cherry Takamoto, Daniel Adams for terms ending June 30th, 2029. And as I mentioned, we covered James Dooley for the chair term that will end June 30th, 2027. To the Disability Advisory Commission, appoint Elizabeth Pro for a term ending June 30th, 2028. To the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, Robert Benson for a term ending June 30th, 2029. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, Robbie Mook for a term ending June 30th, 2028. To the Health Systems Agency of Northern Virginia, appoint Anna Alvarez to a provider seat for a term ending June 30th, 2029. To the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, appoint Alexandra Foster for a term ending June 30th, 2030. To the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, JFAC, appoint John Mingus as chair for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Allison Babb as vice chair for a term ending on December 31st, 2026. To the Langston Boulevard Alliance, appoint both Laura Londa and Casey Laxton for terms ending June 30th, 2029. To the Parks and Recreation Commission, appoint Luis Rodriguez for a term ending June 30th, 2028. To the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, designate Catherine Lewis as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2027. To the Roslyn Bid, reappoint Shannon Flanagan Watson, James Durr, and Robert Moss for terms ending June 30th, 2028 in each case. Designate Elizabeth Stell as chair of the Sports Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2027. Designate Ajdin Muratovic as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2027. That's to the Transportation Commission. And lastly, reappoint Prescott Burden to the Technology Advisory Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2029. A second on this motion is not required. So all those,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before you get to your motion, I think we may have had a administrative oversight. There is a appointment that is missing as it relates to the Economic Development Commission, Mr.
Yes.
Keith Willis.
Yes.
It's not on the screen, and I think it has been shared with the board.
Yes. So the question is the initial term of that. And so while Mr. Kushner works on seeing if we can find the term for that, did you have a different or additional? We'll come back to that. We won't leave
Thanks.
this motion without that addition.
Thank you.
And Ms. Coffey, were you ready to vote, or did you have additional
I was ready
to vote?
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, if I may, that would be Keith Willis, appointed to the Economic Development for a term ending June 30th of 2029 for his first of 3 allowable terms.
Got it. Thank you. So we will add that. It's on the record, Keith Willis for a term ending June 30th, 2029, if I heard you correctly. With that added to the motion, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Spain, for catching that. Appreciate it. This brings us to our recognitions. Resources for federal workers. If we could pull up the slide on immigrants and refugees. Those who have not been here before, I just want to make sure that we share these resources for anyone in the room or anyone who knows of someone impacted as a federal worker or who is impacted by as an immigrant family or an immigrant themselves that need resources to make sure that they can do what is necessary. I believe out front we have copies of a page in case you want this, but that's for everyone involved. We will now turn to recognitions. We have a couple. We will first turn to Ms. Cunningham for a recognition of Wendy Crawford, who is our Community Services Board Chair. I think each of us have probably taken a turn working with Ms. Crawford. Extraordinary life of service. I'm not trying to steal Susan's comments. I am trying to filibuster enough so she's all set. Ms. Cunningham.
Okay, great. I think we have a slide to share. So Wendy Crawford has poured in every ounce of energy and enthusiasm and optimism and leadership that you could possibly pour into a very, very important commission in the Community Services Board over the last 8 years, including 4 years as chair. And I think we're lucky that we have some sort of term limit recommendations so that you get a break. Because otherwise we all could just keep going until we turn into dust. So thank you for your service. You have done an incredible job of assembling a really crack and amazing community services board that represents all of us and the many, many different needs across our community. You've been thoughtful about training and identifying new leadership so that you leave big shoes, but folks who will jump right into them and serve us well. And I suspect you will be on a speed dial as needed to get through the first year or so. So just a huge, huge thank you to you and to all of our CSB folks who serve tirelessly to make sure that we get it mostly right and help us understand when we don't. So come on up for a picture. We'll get you an official document.
Thank you very much. Please come on up. Everyone give Wendy Crawford a hand. Yeah. Once the picture is all over, if you want to say something, you have the chance.
David wants to see less of us.
You're towering over the podium.
So thank you very much for those kind words, Susan. I would just want to say that these transition moments are really not about one single person, but they are opportunities for us to reflect back to each other and express appreciation and show connection. And so I just want to highlight a couple of really quick things. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be the chair. I learned so much and had so many fabulous, humbling experiences to work with such a fine group of people and to work more closely with each of you. And I just want to also thank Mark Schwartz for reading my letters so good-naturedly. And then I really wanted to highlight for you all the amazing staff that you have in your Department of Human Services, because none of the CSB work works without our staff liaisons. So I wanted to highlight the liaisons to each of our 4 subcommittees in addition to our full board. So Maimuna Duckenfield and LaVoice Reed, who support developmental disabilities, Suzanne Somerville, who supports our Substance Use Disorder Committee, Jamie Premdas, who supports the Child and Youth Committee, and Ollie Russell, who supports our Mental Health Committee. These folks not only attend their meetings, but deal with all the in-between meeting stuff, getting ready, providing answers to questions, and they always do so professionally and so kindly, and we appreciate them. I have to thank Deborah Warren and Ollie, again, because they also attend, in addition to those others, our executive committee. So we have another group meeting that is where a lot of the heavy policy work stuff gets ironed out before we go to the board. And Deborah and Ollie can give us so many hours of their time there. And then personally, I want to thank Deborah because she's fun to work with. She's extraordinarily knowledgeable, and she's been very patient with me and accepting of me and empowering me to think with her about the things that need to be done. So thank you to Deborah. And lastly, he's not here, but I have to say thank you to the person who volunteers with you when you volunteer, so my husband, because the hours that you give to service come from somewhere, and usually it's your family's time. So I would express thanks to him. So thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I'll still be involved very deeply in the CSB. So thank you.
Please give her a hand. Thank you. Now we will just mention your commitment to the cause is evident in your understanding that we're here for a moment. We steward the public trust for those we try to serve. So thanks very much. Deeply grateful for the work. Next, we will turn to a recognition that certainly has been the center of our community, but has not yet been touched upon in this board meeting. And so, colleagues, with the permission of the family, I'd like to recognize the profound loss of Corporal Barry James Faust, who passed away after his battling 911-related cancer. On the morning of September 11th, 2011, Corporal Faust was on patrol when American Airlines Flight 77 struck the Pentagon. He immediately reported instant information over the radio, beginning the county's response to the terrorist attack at the Pentagon. He worked tirelessly and diligently at the site for the following week, collecting evidence and the remains of victims. He was diagnosed with cancer related to the recovery efforts in June of 2025. Corporal Faust was a brave and outstanding public servant who was dedicated to serving and protecting our community. May we honor him by following his example in our commitment and service to each other. Also, with permission, I would like to read the highlights of the proclamation provided to Corporal Faust's family out loud and into the public record. In light of how the service that all members of the county board went to, and in light of the service involved here, I ask your grace as I read the whole thing. Whereas Corporal Barry James Faust, officer number 0778 of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, was a respected law enforcement officer and one of the first to respond to the scene of attack on the Pentagon on September 11, 2001. And whereas Corporal Faust died in the line of duty on May 22nd, 2026 from 9/11 related cancer. And whereas a native of Troy, Pennsylvania, Corporal Faust graduated from Penn State University with a degree in criminal justice. And whereas in 1986, Corporal Justice joined the Arlington County Police Department, where he served and protected the community as a patrol officer, crime scene agent, and motor officer. And whereas Corporal Faust received numerous letters of commendation, awards, and accolades throughout his career recognizing his outstanding service. And whereas Corporal Faust was admired for his dependability, work ethic, positive attitude, and his commitment to his fellow officers. And whereas Corporal Faust will be fondly remembered and greatly missed by his wife, Karen, his daughter, Natalie, and her husband, Coy, his granddaughter, Eleanor, and numerous other family members, friends, and law enforcement colleagues. Now, therefore, the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, does hereby note with great sadness the loss of Corporal Barry James Faust, a distinguished law enforcement officer in Arlington County, and calls upon the residents and employees of the county to observe this occasion by recognizing Corporal Faust's significant contributions to the Arlington County community. Signed by me, Chair, for this year. I think in this case, we simply will, all I'll ask is his life, as described in the service, was consistent with every accolade and everything you would really want. So I'll just, it's not a moment for applause for his life, it's a moment just that if it's okay with the chief, I'll just share with you the proclamation, and we'll continue after a moment of silence while I walk out and share this with the chief, and we all consider that we're connected to each other. Thank you to the officers here for standing and sharing this person with our the whole community, in addition to the ACPD community, and as the chief says, the ACPD family. So we're grateful that you took time from your day today to join us in trying to pay some token of tribute to an extraordinary person. There are no easy ways to transition. You guys are welcome to stay. We also want you to keep keeping our whole community safe, and we're grateful. So thank you so much. Next, we will turn, and I think there would be, we're just trying to honor correctly and thus hesitant to applaud in this case because of what an extraordinary person. A moment of silence seems the right way forward. So we will now turn to Mr. Spain and a recognition of Domestic Workers Day. And if you're set, there you are. Mr. Spain, to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and actually to my colleagues here on the county board, because I believe, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, that this may be the first time we're taking forward this proclamation. It is a proclamation on Domestic Workers Day. And note that we are going to present a proclamation to two groups, one, the National Domestic Workers Alliance and the Dreamers Mothers in Action. They will receive proclamations. You know, on June 16th, Domestic Workers Day is a time to recognize the people whose work helps keep households, families, and communities running. Domestic workers include nannies, house cleaners, caregivers, and other care workers. Their work often happens behind the scenes, but it supports daily life in very essential ways. And as you may know, for many families, domestic workers make it possible to work, care for loved ones, manage a household, and meet the needs of children, older adults, and people who need support. I'm going to read part of the proclamation here. Whereas domestic workers include nannies, house cleaners, caregivers, other care workers provide essential services and support families, households, and communities, making it possible for many people to work, study, and thrive. Whereas June 16th, 2011, the International Labor Organization adopted Convention 189, formally recognizing domestic work as work and affirming the rights of domestic workers to fair wages, safe working conditions, and treatment with respect and dignity. And whereas Domestic Workers Day provides an opportunity to honor the contributions of domestic workers, amplify their voices, and renew the commitment of equity, justice, and protection for all workers. Now, therefore, the County Board of Arlington County, Virginia, does hereby proclaim June 16th as Domestic Workers Day in Arlington County and urges all residents, employers, organizations, and institutions to recognize the invaluable contributions of domestic workers, support their rights, and work toward a future where all work is valued and all workers are treated with dignity and respect. Signed under the seal of Arlington County, Matt DeFerranti, Chair of the County Board, and this is a proclamation which unanimously every member on the County Board agreed upon. And I will also say, as a Southerner who grew up in one of the first women I saw in my life was my grandmother by the name of Ruth Davis. She was a hotel worker in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, working for Hilton. And she used to come home every day in her little orange, red, and pink suit. And life was not easy, but she worked hard making those beds, cleaning those rooms. And, you know, for us to do this today, it's a point of reflection for so many of us. And I thank the groups for being here. So I think we're going to have a few folks come up. Let's give them a round of applause. So we're going to have 2 minutes. We're going to come up and take a photo. And then I think Ms. Janeth, who is also a proud worker, is going to speak, and you're Arlington resident. You're going to have some remarks for like 2 minutes, right? Janeth? See, yeah. So both organizations.
Photos first and then Jenny.
Okay.
Yes. Primero vamos a tomar la foto y luego vas a... Sí, gracias. If you all can make your way over here.
Thank you.
Okay, so can y'all move a little bit this way so we can be centered with our board? Right over here.
Over this way. And Tuck, you may have to, JD, you may have to slide behind.
Slide behind? Okay.
You're a little tired.
Just make sure I got Susan. Sorry.
Sorry, let me get one before you guys move. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You shake your head.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because they had requested. Yeah, I didn't know. Well, they could request it today. It'll be Jeanette, but they're also asking if they could also speak.
Okay, 1 minute each.
1 minute each, okay. All right.
Is she speaking in Spanish or?
So she's going to speak in Spanish, and then somebody's going to translate in
Tell her
English.
1 minute, and then you have 1 minute,
gracias.
okay?
She's gonna do it in Spanish.
Y'all can step there together, 1 minute each.
Okay, para acá. ¿Vas a hablar español and then there's a translator? Okay, great. So,
Un párrafo y traduce, un párrafo y traduce para que le dé tiempo.
Y solo tienes 1 minuto.
1 minuto, entonces, sí, en eso da como en 1 minuto y 1 minuto para la traducción. Son
No, 1 minuto para
Todo.
cada persona en total. Entonces, Janet,
Son 30
1.
segundos.
Sí.
Thank you so much.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Janet Pirir, orgullosa de portar mi traje típico y también orgullosa de ser trabajadora del hogar. El 16 de junio dije y me despedí y dije, me voy con la esperanza. Y creo que se acordarán de mis palabras, el señor Takis y el señor Julians, de que les dije que me iba con la esperanza de que esto iba a ser realidad. Y hoy gracias, porque vengo en voz de más de 2 millones de trabajadoras del hogar. Y hoy quiero agradecerles especialmente, soy residente de Arlington y, no sé, pero me emociona y digo gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is JP, and I am here wearing my traditional dress. I'm very proud of where I'm from, and I'm also proud to be a domestic worker. I think that Mr. Takis and Mr. Julian will remember when I met with you all that I had the hope that this would become a reality, and so I thank you. I'm here on behalf of more than 2 million domestic workers here to just thank you. I am a resident here in Arlington.
Thank you.
Hoy quiero agradecerle a todos ustedes por esa proclama del día de hoy y sé que vamos a tener como trabajadoras del hogar un ambiente digno, un salario digno. Y créanme, y se los dije el 16 de junio, que yo soy limpiadora de hogares y yo me voy muy satisfecha al ver la diferencia de cómo yo dejo sus hogares a muchas de las personas acá. Gracias en nombre de la Alianza Nacional de Trabajadoras del Hogar. Buenas tardes.
And I want to thank all of you for this proclamation so that we as domestic workers can have dignified work and dignified pay. This June 16th, is a day to recognize domestic workers. I am a domestic worker as a house cleaner, and I feel so proud of how I'm able to leave the homes clean and ready for you all. So thank you all on behalf of NDWA.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Hilda y quiero expresar mi más sincero agradecimiento a la Junta de Supervisores del Condado de Arlington por este proclama en marco del Día Internacional de las Trabajadoras del Hogar. Que una institución de gobierno reconozca nuestra labor es un paso muy importante para visibilizar el trabajo que hacemos todos los días. Para mí y para muchas de nuestras compañeras, no siempre ha sido valorado como merecemos, así que recibir este reconocimiento significa mucho. Detrás de cada hogar que cuidamos hay esfuerzo, dedicación y mucho amor por lo que hacemos. Este reconocimiento no es solo para mí, sino para todas las trabajadoras del hogar, que día a día sostienen con mucho amor las familias sin el reconocimiento que merecen. Gracias a la Junta de Supervisores del Condado de Arlington por seguir visibilizando nuestro trabajo y gracias a DIMIA por acompañarnos y organizándonos, recordándonos que no estamos solas. Sigamos adelante exigiendo el respeto que como trabajadoras nos corresponde. Muchas gracias a todos.
I will try to summarize it real fast. Hello, my name is Hilda. I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to the Arlington County Supervisors Board for this proclamation in recognition of International Domestic Workers Day. Having a government institution officially recognizing our work, it is a very important step making invisible the contributions we make every day. For me, I am sure for many of my fellows and members of the MIA, this work has not always been valued. That's why receiving this recognition means so much to us. Behind every home we care for, there's hard work and dedication. Behind any family, a child, an elderly person, there's a lot of value to it. This recognition is not only for me, but all domestic workers who are support of many families through their labor every day, often without the recognition they deserve. Thank you again to the Arlington County Board for continuing to shine light of our work. And thank you to the MIA for standing with us, recognizing our work, and reminding us that we're not alone. We will continue moving forward, advocating for respect, dignity for all the work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Es verdad, no estás solo, estamos juntos con ustedes. And perhaps my Spanish isn't perfect, so for those whose Spanish may not be your language, who might be here, you're not alone. We're with you. The end of that slide about valuing work and your work and dignity and respect is something that every member of this board shares in that view. So thank you so much, and I'm glad you got a picture. And you don't have to applaud me again. You can stay, but you do not have to stay if you do not wish to. But thank you very much for coming. Okay. Thank you so much. We have just a couple more proclamations that we'll wrap up this section with. I want to recognize a few key proclamations that we've done in the past few days. Yesterday we kicked off, and it's hard to believe yesterday we kicked off an early celebration of Juneteenth at Jenny Dean Park, organized by the Arlington Black Employees Council. Juneteenth, also known as Emancipation Day, Freedom Day, or Jubilee Day, marks the end of slavery in the United States and commemorates June 19th, 1865, when the last enslaved African Americans in Galveston, Texas, were informed of their liberation. I'm aware that many of us will be participating in Juneteenth celebrations later this week. Tomorrow there's quite a few, and I think there's some on Saturday as well. The third annual Juneteenth Community Day event hosted at Wakefield on Friday. Vice Chair Coffey and Board Member Spain will be there to read the proclamation. I will try to be there, not sure yet. I'll be listening if so. And the land acknowledgement tomorrow will also be read as well. June is Pride Month. We celebrated right here in the Bosman Government Center's Plaza earlier this month, honoring the resilience, contributions, and history of the LGBTQIA+ community. I want to thank, it was a great event. It was 15 degrees hotter than the day before, but it was still a great event. I also want to thank Board Member Karen Tonis for representing the board and reading our proclamation at Equality Arlington last Saturday, and the National Landing Bids Pride Month earlier this week. Last, we want to belatedly celebrate Virginia Emergency Management Professionals Week, which was last week. The emergency managers of Arlington County and the Commonwealth of Virginia work tirelessly behind the scenes and can make such a huge difference to build a safer, stronger, and more resilient community in the face of natural disasters, terrorism, pandemics, civil unrest, and other threats and hazards. We have come to know all again today just how critical this role is as we have been working on things behind the scenes. While we could not have staff here today, please know that we see your dedication to our community, and we are eternally grateful for the work that you do. We will make sure that the relevant proclamations get scanned and sent over to staff. Now we will turn to board member reports, and Ms. Coffey for the legislative package feedback form overview.
Great. We are well in advance of the General Assembly session that will begin in January 2027. However, it is really in the off season that the development of legislative priorities occurs. And so we are pretty sure the first time ever actually looking for public feedback on legislative priorities. The board has always developed in consultation with staff a legislative agenda each year. Usually in the fall period, we're trying to move it both forward a little bit and make sure that we get a good amount of public feedback. We are inviting the public to take a 3 to 5 minute public engagement feedback form. There's a QR code currently on the screen, but you can also find it on our website and all of our social media pages that will allow you to weigh in both on the existing legislative agenda and topics that we have in terms of what is your priority for us, and then contribute your own ideas. I do want to say that as much as we are inviting feedback, just because you share your idea does not mean it will be included in the legislative agenda, but myself and the legislative affairs team will read everything that you submit. So we have over 200 residents that have weighed in so far. We look forward to reviewing the feedback, and we invite you to share this with all of your networks. It's some of the most important work that we do. So that's my update.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. Now we will turn, and I appreciate that. Please do weigh in. Presentation of the County Auditor's 2027 Work Plan, and this, just keeping in mind, colleagues, time is a little bit of the essence. We're going to try and, we want to ask the questions we need to ask, but we're trying to get into closed by 4:45 if possible, which is a little earlier than we've discussed. So the County Auditor's 2027 Work Plan, and we have our County Auditor. I think you guys can both speak and introduce and then let him go to it, but I don't know whether it's Ms. Coffey or Mrs. Cunningham who's going to kind of send it over in due course to Mr. Scott.
Yeah, I'm happy to kick it off. This will be our third time with Mr. Scott coming to us to present a work plan. We are very happy with the cadence of reporting back. We're going to do this annually. And so with that, I think I'll just, unless Ms. Cunningham has something to add, send it on over to Mr. Scott.
I think we have the meat coming to us, so we'll leave it to Mr. Scott to share.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairperson Coffey and County Board Member Ms. Cunningham. On behalf of the Office of County Auditor, we are here to present the audit work plan for fiscal year 2027. Just before I begin, would like to just highlight a couple of notable items with this particular work plan. This work plan is presented as a risk-based work plan, which is slightly different from what we have done in the past, where the work plan was developed based on a list of ideas and topics that were noted and brought to the county auditor's attention. This is a risk-based plan. We also are noting that this plan has a fiscal year 2027 element listed in it, as well as a long-range view that will where we have audits listed out for 2028 and 2029, but those are not in stone. Those are listed as kind of parking lot ideas. The plan does remain fluid. We plan to share this with the audit committee at the June 25th audit committee meeting next week, where we will solicit some of their input and feedback with regards to the audits that are listed on the plan. Moving on to slide 2, just real quickly, a little bit about the background of this particular fiscal year audit plan. This plan does reflect a multi-year planning approach designed to provide feedback or information into our county services that our residents and business community relies upon. Moving on into slide 4 to discuss the work plan development process. This work plan was developed using a comprehensive risk assessment approach, where we did speak with various stakeholder groups, which I'll cover here in just a few minutes. We also included those stakeholder engagement discussions to solicit input not only on potential areas, but also wanted to hear about potential risk areas. We then moved into a risk assessment process where we went through our various notes to understand what are some of the risks that we see facing the county. Moving into the last phase, where we then did an analysis of the various risks identified and came up with a list of audit priorities. Moving on to slide 5. There's a bit more information in terms of describing each of those 3 particular areas. 2 things that I want to call out under the stakeholder area was namely with the audit committee. We did do a deeper dive this particular plan and spending time individually with various audit committee members. We do have 4 residents that are also included on the audit committee. So we had individual meetings with each of the residents participating on the audit committee. The other area I would like to expand upon is the external business and community stakeholders. That was a new area for us this year to solicit input from the business community. We had a great meeting with the Arlington County Chamber of Commerce, where they also provided some insights to us to help us shape the various plans based on risk and other areas that there could be an audit focus on. Then moving into that risk assessment discussion, again, as I just covered, we did hit upon different emerging risk, evolving risk topics. We inquired about different financial and sustainability and resiliency topics, internal controls, strategic initiatives, and other organizational changes. Then, as I said, we did move into the last phase of developing some of the audit priorities. Moving into the next slide, slide 6. This is once we did, I'll hold here for a second so that, thank you. So once we reviewed all of our notes and we identified some common themes and common discussions among the various stakeholder groups, we were able to identify 6 particular risks that were common among the discussion. So each of those 6 risks are identified here. I'm not going to go into each one into various detail, but each one of these risk categories will be addressed within our audit plan. So as I shortly will cover some of the audits that will be on the fiscal year 2027 plan, we did attach 2 risks. We were able to identify a primary risk and a secondary risk as we identified the topics or the areas that would be a focus for 2027. Moving on to slide 7. The work plan strategy. Again, this is a strategy where using a risk-based approach, and when we talk about this risk-based approach, what we hope that the outcomes of the audits will be recommendations that will help the county better manage risk. It is not to say that it will eliminate the risk, because we don't want to be we'll always have risk, because we have to be cost effective in how we are mitigating our risk and managing our risk. So what I'd like to say is for us to know risk, so KNOW risk versus no risk. So this will help us to be in a better position to manage the particular risk that we see that the county is facing. Moving on to slide 9, this begins the area of the work plan, listing out the various audits. So for each audit, what we've identified is the topic that will be covered, and then the next column provides the objective, the risk, when we plan to schedule it, and who do we see as the primary client of focus for that particular audit. The first audit that is listed here with flood resiliency program recommendations, flood resiliency plan recommendations, that was a carryover from fiscal year 2026. That was outlined in that particular plan. We were able to, as you can see, as I discussed, for each audit, we've identified risk that were for that particular audit, but with the flood resiliency, that audit was not based on our risk discussions, but we did go back and take a look at to see of the 6 particular risks, where do we see some overlap between the audit objective and the risk categories. For each of these audits that are included here, again, we will have the audit objectives are tied to the risk. And as we review this also with the audit committee next week, we will also like to get more insights onto these particular risks and other things that we need to consider as we continue to explore these particular areas. The next audit on here with effectiveness over service charge revenue. The primary focus of this audit is to look at where around the county, where we have a decentralized invoicing and revenue collection. So it's to take a look at where departments are billing and collecting, making sure that they're doing that effectively and safeguarding revenue integrity. Moving on to slide 10. We have 2 other audits that are listed here, one being around the committed affordable unit program. This will be looking at the effectiveness and efficiency of the county's administration of committed affordable units. This will do everything from looking at from the application intake, how effectively we are communicating with participants and eligibility, participation, and service delivery. The next audit under constituent service request portal, this is essentially what you see on the county website around report a problem. This will look at issues with reporting and case management systems, making sure they're effectively supporting the intake, tracking, resolution, and monitoring and reporting of community reported issues. And on to slide 11. This is the other audit for, this will be evaluating DPR's programming and fee setting decision and processes are informed by accurate and complete data and performance trends and effective coordination of county resources to support efficient operations and sustainable service delivery. Again, the primary risk here that we've identified is around data quality and strategic priorities. And I believe that sets out the list of audits from a performance audit perspective within the plan. Moving on to slide 12, what you will see here, it's just an inventory of audits that have been completed over the years. I'm proud to say we're down to, is when I first came on, there were a host of audits that had been previously completed. A focus was to go back to those previously completed audits to making sure that recommendations were implemented. We have one final audit, and that is in the fire department overtime from that group that we will get closed out in fiscal year 2027. And then the other audits around from housing grants and on down the list here, those are audits that were completed by myself and my colleague Shirley Brothwell. So we will be performing follow-up audits to making sure to do verification around the recommendations that were made and to conclude that the recommendations were fully implemented. And just closing out here on slide 18, there is a roadmap of the audits of how we tend to schedule these. Again, this is, we got to look at this plan. It's a fluid document. As we go through the audits, you can see the carryover work that is coming from fiscal year 2026. We've got a number of audits that are underway that we will be finishing up in the earlier part of fiscal year 2027 as we and then start moving into the newer audits. So you will see how things are scheduled throughout the year. And lastly, on slide 15, we have the long-range plan where we've identified the various audits for 28 and 29. I would like to say that we did speak with our colleagues over at the DMF internal audit team. They have a number of audits that they're working on. So we did, in terms of scheduling, it was important for us to get their input because we didn't want to identify audits that would create an audit burden or audit fatigue for one particular department. So this plan for looking forward also, as well as 27, reflects that input. So in closing out here, again, as I said, this is a fluid plan, and we're going to meet with the audit committee next week and as advisory members to the Office of County Auditor. Again, we will value their input and guidance that they can share with us as we begin to shape the audits for fiscal year 2027. So I thank you for your attention, and I welcome the board's questions, comments, and discussion.
Wonderful. Thank you. I know that myself and Ms. Cunningham have had ample discussion with you and your deputy auditor, Shirley Brothwell, about the development of this, but I think I would just open it up to any questions or comments from my colleagues at this point. Mr. Spain.
Madam Vice Chair and Susan Cunningham, colleague Cunningham, I would just say to Wayne and Shirley, we've had extensive conversations in your role, and I think you're doing magnificent work. And I have the utmost confidence that our liaisons, both Vice Chair and Board Member Cunningham, have been keeping us informed about the work, and not only just in the past, but in the future, more specifically the work plan, as we look forward to doing great things here in Arlington and keeping ourselves honest, right? So that's all I have. Just salutations, congratulations. Keep doing great work, and thank you for the updates.
Thank you.
Great. Mrs. Cunningham.
No, I'll go last. You had a question?
So when you do really good work, sometimes you don't get lots of questions. And so I I really appreciate the work. It's still ahead of me the time when I might contribute. I'll just fess up that next year I'm interested in being liaison. You take people who are doing great work and you serve as liaison, and it's easy. But it's also the case that the two both of you, Ms. Coffey and Ms. Cunningham, have done great work. I am mindful that there are key moments when it's very important for the board to align as we try to move forward the work that you're doing. And I hope you will keep bringing us into the loop with that. And then I also think that conversations where the two of you offer sort of your associated advice broadly on policy, I hope we can continue with that. So thank you for the work.
Mr. Condonis.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And Mr. Auditor, thank you so much for all the work. We all understand and know how much work is behind that. I would like to, I'm going to tell you that your work stimulates a lot of questions. Therefore, we have extensive discussions also in public, because this is something that our audit committee does regularly. So this is not work that is kind of suspended in a place that it's not visible. It's now more visible than ever. And most importantly, I think that it is incumbent upon us to convey the value of this work for the community as a whole, not only for this board. And you contribute with your plan for next year a element that I really want to highlight and appreciate a lot. You link the value or the deliverables of individual audits with a taxonomy of risks. And I really appreciate that, because it makes it methodologically, makes your work and our understanding methodologically more consistent and productive. It allows us actually to ask the right questions and not just to poke into where we find discomfort. So thank you for contributing this methodic work, emphasis on methodic.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And also sharing my appreciation. I particularly want to lift up that we set as a goal last year to make time to go out into the community and begin to have that inform the audit plan. So kudos to getting to that. And I know it will grow over time, but I know folks who have had an opportunity, whether from CivFed or their business community or someone who was part of a site plan long ago, have really appreciated that outreach. And I think that helps us do our job better as well. Likewise, the risk analysis, I think that's exactly the right way to look at it, is to prioritize by risk and know that you're still going to have some risk, but you're mitigating and prioritizing. And then finally, the thoughtfulness with which you have grappled with staff bandwidth, which we know across our entire organization is very constrained right now, as well as within your organization, since you're still only 2/3 of the full staffing that we expect to get to. I think that is very thoughtful. And I would just tag for all of us that this is a plan, and we will accept it or adopt it, whatever we do, but it's also, it can change over time to reflect both bandwidth challenges that may occur or sudden changes in programs and pandemics and other things that can occur at any time. So thank you, look forward to it, and I think we're ready for a motion.
Yeah, absolutely. And the last thing I'll end on is, we've been through a number of iterations and I think evolutions of the independent audit function. And I really deeply appreciate how you continue to really level up on the planning and thoughtfulness and intentionality. This is such a value to us as a board and really the organization as a whole. And we really, stand behind you in moving this work forward. And I think that is really important. And with that, I will move that the county board approve the fiscal year 27 audit work plan as presented.
Second.
Seconded by
Susan.
Seconded by Ms. Cunningham, as we'll give a little time adjustment as the liaison.
Rewriting history.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you to you, and perhaps not pining for the spotlight, but thank you to Ms. Brothwell as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Sure. Now we will turn next to Ms. Cunningham and Mr. Spain for the board structure and performance update. I don't know who's going first, but over to you two.
We're gonna,
Got some slides, I think, to
Yeah.
jump us in.
okay. Ms. Cunningham, you want me to start?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Why don't we go to the next one? I think we're excited to be halfway through the year. If you remember, late last year, we were grappling for how and when and if we were going to begin to hold this conversation. And there have been some updates. As we had said in December, we tried to have most of the first half of the year free for the board to make sure we were doing our work on the budget, but to get the ball rolling on procuring an outside partner, on doing the legal analysis, and then preparing for what will come next. And so with all of that, I think I might hand it to the clerk to share. I think the biggest update has been around that external research partner. We did endeavor to go out very aggressively and get a commitment, because many of the folks that would be involved or interested are on academic year calendars. We got very solid feedback that the summer was not an appropriate time to get the best work from our partners. And so that is the nature of the shift in timelines, but we do have good news to share and some updates and more coming in July. So, Mr. Clerk, I think I'll head to you.
Yeah, not much else to add to that point other than, yes, we did extend the timeline for submissions through last Friday. That was the cutoff. We've received a couple of proposals. We're in the process of reviewing them, and we anticipate coming back before this body in July is the anticipated timeline for adoption of an MOU. Kick off work late summer and reports back to this board preliminarily on October 30th with the final report in time for the end of the year.
Terrific, thank you. And that was no small lift from our clerk during budget season, so thank you, and thank you to the procurement team for pushing through that.
You want me to go ahead and
Go
jump
ahead,
in on the
jump
second
in.
half? Yeah, because I know we're going to pivot to perhaps the attorney.
Yep.
But before we get there, just let me kind of lean. It's been, let's just say, with budget and now in CIP, all the things that we were told we're going to be here before us that make this endeavor a bit challenging were in many parts true. Let me just say, we have, quite honestly, public facing had to move the timeline, as you've heard, a little bit to the right for a number of reasons. And that's okay, right? Because I often say there's a wrong way to do the... There's a wrong way to do the right thing. But we are doing this in a way, I believe, that's not, again, presumptive, but is also methodical. And one where we are having constant deliberation about not only what this means, but the serious nature behind it. Hence is why you've heard, there was an extension, right? Not to be repetitive, though, of the partners and more to follow with that. There's been some conversations that we've had with the elections department. There's conversations we've had with school board members who are liaisons. And so we're at this juncture now where we're about to get into, I think, especially after next month when the county attorney who's going to speak next talk more about what he's been up to, and he's been working hard, he and his team. But I'm looking forward, and I think the public also is looking forward to this. Again, this is not being rushed, but this is being done in a way that we're not just putting it on the sideline either, right? As a collective, giving everything that we have to be working on. So thank you again, Ms. Cunningham, for working alongside me as a partner in this on behalf of the board, and thanks to our colleagues on the board for being, receptive to this movement. But there's a long way to go, all right? And so with that being said, Madam Ms. Cunningham, I guess we'll turn it over to the county attorney to provide some updates, but the big show is coming next month. I know you want to have everyone anticipating that, right?
Building.
We actually,
Yeah.
county attorney?
Perfect.
So just at a high level, the legal research is completed, and I'll be back next month with the results of that. But we've done a comprehensive review of the Code of Virginia for any references to the county manager plan, Arlington County specifically, not just within Chapter 7 of 15.2. We've done a comprehensive review of all the other forms of government in Virginia, looking at what is our ability to change from one county form to another, the trade-offs that come with doing so, what is the possibility of becoming a city, and what would that look like? and then a comprehensive review of the case law that Arlington County has been involved in around its form of government. So you'll get to hear about the town of Clarendon, the time the county board sued the county manager to try to force him to sign a document he didn't think he had the authority to sign. And then just a review of some of the prior discussions and results of attempts to change the county's form of government in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. And before I turn it over, because this is probably, I think this is our last slide, Mr. I would just ask that, you know, those that may be following this is to really, you know, show a level of, you know, patience, and understand that, you know, as we reflect upon October, November, December of last year, that's a space, quite honestly, that, you know, we think as a community, we don't want to find ourselves in again as, you know, about this issue. That said, we, again, as leaders, I believe, need to be forward-leaning and innovative in this approach, and also thoughtful that there's perspectives, right, in this endeavor. So keeping an open mind and moving forward, we're going to let, you know, make data-driven decisions, and ultimately we'll see where this goes. But over to you, Ms. Cunningham, and thank you, Mr. County Attorney, for all the hard work you put in this, and we look forward to next month.
And I skipped over the part that we're actually going to deliver today, which is the resident satisfaction survey discussion. So we're over-delivering on that, but that will be up soon. And I think it is really important, as we laid it out, this process of understanding legal options and risks, understanding the resident satisfaction and concerns and kind of where it hits and the priorities that we have. And then getting outside of ourselves a little bit to get a perspective beyond Arlington, so that we can help grapple with and understand and discuss our history and kind of how we got here. So looking forward to it, and appreciate all the work that others have done in the last couple of months. Look forward to us doing a little bit more in the coming months.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham and Mr. Spain. We will accept that, look forward to next month, and move forward. Our next and final, we have a short presentation, as we have gathering a fairly full house. And Mr. Schwartz, subject to your, you can figure out and help us know whether which should come first in your portion of the manager's report. But first we'll go to Mr. Spain for a report on homelessness through the COG and the point in time count. Mr. Spain.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And I will do this in maybe 2 to 3 minutes, because this report is a little bit over a month, but as the county board representative to the COG on one of the subcommittees, many folks have been following this. There was actually an article last month, but and we can move to the next slide. We've had our 2026 point in time report come out. And as you'll see here, and also thank you, Mr. County Manager, because I know you've been to a couple of these. This package, this report is actually on the COG's website, a lot of pages, so feel free to go and look at it. But the takeaway here, just from a graphics space, if you look at this, we have seen, you know, overall in the region, about 1% increase in homelessness in 2026. And that's a significant slowdown if you think about compared to recent years, and somewhat of a return to pre-pandemic growth trends. So the kind of like the takeaway is, even though any increase, whether it's 1%, 2%, 5% may be concerning, the data is suggesting in many ways that, you know, that our regional investment, especially in housing, homelessness services, is actually kind of helping with some of the stabilization. Can we move to the next slide, please? And, you know, here you go, Arlington County, percent of change in 2025, 2026, 1%, right? Again, we want 0, but that's where we are. And let's go to the next slide. No, let's go back for a second. But it is notable, if you pay attention here, there are areas within the region, right, where you'll see, again, I don't need to call them out, where you see some increases, right? And there's a lot that's correlated to perhaps why you may see 14% or 25%, or even a decrease perhaps in a place like Montgomery County. So every jurisdiction has its challenges, but we're moving full speed ahead to mitigate many things. Move forward to the next slide, please. So the takeaway here, one of the things we all need to think about is that HUD has recently released this continuum of care funding notice, which reduces resources available for permanent supportive housing. That's serious, right? And, you know, if we have reduced federal support, it could risk a lot of our returns to homelessness and make it more difficult for local jurisdictions to move individuals and families into permanent housing. So there is a regional collaboration, y'all, still matters. No single jurisdiction at the end of the day can address homelessness in and of itself. I do want to lift up our chair, you know, Mr. Chair, for the 7 years you've been here. I know one of your signature issues has been homelessness, and I just want to applaud you publicly for the work you've been doing in that area. But bottom line up front, homelessness is one of the most significant signature human services challenges facing our region. You can drive out of here in 2100 Clarendon Boulevard and you can see folks on the streets. And it makes you think about how is it in a place like Arlington that we have folks who are homeless. But it happens. So we need to continue in this effort, even though federal funding is uncertain. But there's regional collaboration, and we have a regional compact to end homelessness that I'm working on as a member to the chair of COG, and we'll continue to report out on this. You all deserve to know what's going on. I want to thank our DHS team as well, Mr. County Manager, and everyone there for doing a yeoman's work in all this area. But this is a snapshot again, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I just wanted to share. I thought it was critically important to do so at this moment in time.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Appreciate the update, and I had not been aware of the June 1st HUD NOFA, so just sent a note, hoping that we can get a little context, and I'll share it with all colleagues. Very much appreciate the work. There is capital questions inherent in the CIP. We have significant investment in our main shelter, our homeless service center, across the courthouse. And then there are other areas where capital investments needed in addition to the human investment. Our Department of Human Services works relentlessly, and we have been able to get many people to come in for services, but not everybody. So thanks very much. We'll now turn to the manager's report, and I see a fair number of blue shirts. I will leave it to the manager whether to make them happy or do the resident satisfaction.
Make them happy. I mean, that's you know, we'll see what we can do. That's a different thing.
In terms of order, go ahead.
Where's our blue shirt?
All right. So I'm excited to, it's 7 years in the making, but I'm excited to call attention to a significant milestone for the Department of Environmental Services, which used to be known as the Department of Public Works before we added a few minor responsibilities like transportation and transit. For the very first time, DES is now recognized by the American Public Works Association as an officially accredited member agency, result of a 7-year certification process, documenting DES's commitment to best practices in managing the county's public works, services, and infrastructure. Insert applause. So APWA has some pretty rigorous standards, and with us today is Jeffrey P. Brown, who is the Region 3 Director for APWA, and he's going to explain what this all means. And I think we'll have him come up and make some comments right here.
Mr. Brown, you can, on the right, there's a little lever that you can use to just lift it a bit if you want to.
That lever is maintained by the Department of Environmental Services.
There you go. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, it is an honor and a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon to celebrate this huge accomplishment. I have the pleasure of serving as the Region 3 Director on the APWA National Board. Region 3 represents North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, and did a Mid-Atlantic chapter, which is Virginia, West Virginia, DC, and Maryland. So as Mr. Manager said about the, far as, just kind of give you an overview of what accreditation is. And I got some statements here I'm going to read because I wouldn't do it justice if I didn't read it. So I've reached that point in my life where I have to have readers. So let's get going. So the accreditation is the mark of professionalism, indicating a public works agency has made the commitment to continuous improvement in the delivery of public works operations and services in the community it serves. Accreditation recognizes an agency's policies, procedures, and practices which have been evaluated against nationally recognized management practices determined to be appropriate for that specific agency. A team of evaluators consisting of experienced public works professionals from Texas, Florida, and North Carolina reviewed 415, let me say that one more time, 415 practices. I've been on the board for 4 years, and I've had a pleasure of doing several accreditation presentations. This is the most I've seen any organization have to go through as far as the number of practices based on what their areas of purview are. So 415 practices to confirm the department's compliance with internationally recognized management practices applicable to the agency's operations and responsibilities. I am proud to report that the department achieved 99% in full compliance with all applicable practices. Following the evaluations team's recommendation, the Accreditation Council for APWA granted full accreditation to Arlington County, Virginia Department of Environmental Services. Now, insert applause one more time. And at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Manuel to say a few words before we have the actual presentation.
All right, thank you, Jeffrey. Well, thank you, Jeffrey, and thanks again for you coming up from North Carolina to be here with us today in person. It's really nice. And please pass on a thanks to the team that came and did our accreditation, Jeanette Clam, who grew up close to where I grew up, and made a big connection with her also, and the team is just amazing. They had a really tall order going through 415 different areas of practice in the time that they were allotted. So there's members of our staff who helped that along, but we really appreciate how professional they were and how efficient they were going through everything. All right, so thanks for being here to celebrate our accreditation. You know, being one of the county's largest department comes with a lot of responsibility, from protecting the infrastructure, from safe drinking water, to maintaining our roads, to transportation capital projects, to sustaining the environment, upgrading public facilities. You know, our department is very committed to excellence in all the work that we do. We work to maintain that natural environment and the infrastructure that keeps everything going. So for us, achieving APWA accreditation is in complete alignment with our mission to make Arlington vibrant, accessible, and sustainable. You don't achieve that vibrancy and sustainability unless you're in a constant state of benchmarking, innovating, and implementing positive change. And to keep pace, we train, we document, we improve workflows, and we harness the use of operational technology to get things done, and at the same time, communicate transparently back to our customers. We are very committed to that professional integrity, accountability, and transparency that the APWA process is all about. It ensures that public resources are managed to the highest standards. And, you know, we have great people, but, you know, sometimes things happen and they have to move on, or something happens in their life, they got to move on. And having everything documented and standardized, it leaves that knowledge base there for the future. We hold ourselves to those rigorous industry benchmarks, and we continue to deliver services that are resilient, innovative, and forward-looking. I do want to take a moment because one of the things that APWA does is they highlight best practices, and we had a really high number of best practices, 5 of them, that received special accommodation during the extensive review process. And so those are some of the people that we invited here today. I'm sure there were other best practices, but, you know, they kind of ran out of time. So here with us today, we have the lockout, tagout equipment placards, and I think cue up some slides there. We'll kind of go along with this. This policy provides detailed steps for the shutdown, lock, and test sequence procedures to safely perform repairs and maintenance on industrial equipment. And representing the Facilities Management Bureau for this policy, and go ahead and like stand up or wave your hand, whatever you're comfortable with when I call out your name. Sahai Lightfoot, a Senior Management Analyst. Sahai. We got a lot of names, so we should probably hold applause to the end, but at least we stand up and wave. Rolanda Diaz, the Section Chief, Facilities Management, and Alberto Abaside, a Facilities Project Specialist. The next one was our Equipment Replacement Policy in our Equipment Bureau, and that is a policy that tracks the criteria for replacement of parts and equipment in the county's vehicle fleet. They work all those detailed trade-offs for electrification decisions and which model is best going to meet the needs and the technology and our evolving requirements of all the departments and schools. Representing them is Matthew Davila, our business manager from the Equipment Bureau. Matthew. And then this is a fan favorite, the food scraps collection and free mulch programs. The composting programs managed by the Solid Waste Bureau promote environmental sustainability, and an added benefit of composting food scraps into nutrient-rich mulch, which is then made available to Arlington residents. To date, we've collected over 275,000 pounds of food scraps since the program began in July of '24. So representing the Solid Waste Bureau today, we have Doug Kreidemeyer, environmental. He's our environmental sustainability planner, and Christian Blackwell, the acting deputy operation manager. Christian. And from the recent snow creep, y'all remember that wasn't that long ago, even though it's a nice warm summer day. We've got to remember that. Our snow and ice control plan was commended as a comprehensive and detailed procedure that serves as an outstanding tool for future succession planning in the Water Sewer Streets Bureau. And with us today, we have Jeremy Hassan, the Bureau Chief. Jeremy. Zach Bradley, Operating Engineer. Tina Peters, Administrative Section Manager. Nikki Brown, Contract Specialist. And Renita Johnson, Trades Manager Leader for the Water Sewer Control Center. I just want to say, in particular, those latter three ladies, it takes an enormous amount of effort to keep the administration going, to keep everything straight when you got a bunch of emergency contractors, and then servicing our own crews, getting them fed, getting them hotel rooms, and keeping the system rolling and going to quickly restore our community to safe operations. Next, the school pedestrian crossings. That's a policy integration by the Transportation Engineering and Operations Bureau within Arlington County's Vision Zero Transportation Safety Program, proving that Arlington is forward-thinking and proactive when it comes to school zone safety and pedestrian crossings within those school zones. So from T&O today, we have Christine Baker, our Vision Zero Program Manager. Andrea Wilkinson, our Customer Care and C3 Officer, who was just talking to a customer. And Julia Jackson, T&O Warehouse Administration Manager. Because there's stuff we got to keep on hand because people knock it down. I want to give a special recognition today to Sahai Lightfoot and Breeza Strong. Breeza is our management intern at the Facilities Management Bureau. They really led the accreditation effort and guiding the process. And last but certainly not least, outstanding leadership by Adam Kowali, our Facilities Management Bureau Chief. His leadership and unwavering support it was a long journey. Adam raised his hand to lead us through it and to herd the cats that is sometimes DES, because as you know, we have many conflicting demands every day, and getting to the other quadrant of important activities that aren't as quite as urgent as what you think that thing is in front of you. Adam did a masterful job at getting those things out of people systematically to ensure our team stayed focused, aligned, and committed to excellence. So I can't say how proud I am of the 500-plus DES employees who dedicated countless hours to reviewing, creating, updating, and submitting all the documentation. There's like a huge amount of information you have to upload that then gets reviewed, and then they come down and visit to validate our practices, programs, and services. This is an accomplishment not just for DS, but of all of Arlington County, and we appreciate the support of the manager and the board for all the resources you provide that enable us to do that. And now, to kind of make it official, Jeffrey has something for us to mark this a great achievement.
Greg, why don't you come down?
Everybody come on up.
The whole team.
Come on up.
If you're wearing a blue shirt, you got to come on up.
It's a dead giveaway. While the team makes its way down, I'll just say to the board, thank you for your support.
Sure. Yeah.
We're going to come down and take a picture.
Okay.
Okay.
Put it back down for now. Yeah, I'm out there fixing those pipes.
We're gonna roll it back. Yep. Thank you. Watch out here. All right, one. It's gonna take a bun.
You had 50 or 70%.
It helps. Thank you for all your work.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much for coming up.
I know you're very proud of your staff.
Yes, we are.
We like them.
Hey, we have good barbecue too.
Where?
Up here.
That's fight words.
DES colleagues, as you filter out, just a big thank you for your leadership. We're mindful both that they're the people that you manage who help make everything happen, and then there's each of you who help manage it. So we're very grateful for all the work. So thank you so much. And I will have to go on record as agreeing that, Mr. Brown, you have the right area for your accent in terms of North Carolina, South Carolina. You got it right. So anything that you wanted to add, Mr. Emanuel, thank you and congratulations to the whole team. Yep, great. And thank you again, Mr. Brown. And thank you, DES colleagues. We are grateful for you. Mr.
Okay,
Manager.
so next up on my report, I have two more items. Next one is a fairly significant one. It's the resident satisfaction survey. So since 2004, we've had 7 resident satisfaction surveys. And shockingly, I've been here for 6 of them as director of DMF, deputy county manager, and the county manager. And the surveys were all conducted. We've had 3 different contractors do them, and each time we've refined them. It's continued to be a work in progress to help come up with some guidance in meeting community expectations. So over those years, I'm really proud to say that the rates of satisfaction have been and remain high despite, there are a few things that happened during that time, like, Great Recession, economic collapse, global pandemic, inflation, foreign wars, government shutdowns, and that's just to name a few. But our ratings in public services and quality of life remain significantly higher than what goes on across the nation, and I'm really proud of that. So this year we had 1,613 residents participate. That's 300 more than 4 years ago. The survey was conducted in English and Spanish. You're going to hear a lot more about this, but our parks and recreation, fire and emergency medical services, and libraries were all rated as high points in our service delivery. and residents from across the spectrum described parks and libraries and those community programs as being central to Arlington's identity and quality of life. Comparative data reflects a positive rebound. We saw 4 years ago, we were coming out of COVID, and we've seen a rebound in service areas such as the Department of Human Services and police, and as well as our customer service. And since we're doing a lot more of that in person. So some areas of improvement, which there are always areas. We see need for greater transparency in growth and development, decision-making, that's around density and zoning and housing costs, traffic management, enforcement of our codes and ordinances, and trust in government has been decreasing. That's also part of a pattern you see across the nation for all forms of government. So my closing thoughts before I turn it over to Erica. High ratings do not mean we give ourselves a pass and rest on our laurels. We always have more to do to improve in our community. These ratings reflect on all of us, the board, me, staff, our community, and there's a whole bunch of information here. And I know people will pour through it, and a lot of extensive written comments at the end, which people can take a look at. And I'm going to be meeting with department directors, as we do every 4 years, to go over the material here. Now, without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Erica, who will get into the content.
Great, thank you, Mark. As you all know, this was my first year leading the resident satisfaction survey effort for the county, and I made a conscious effort not to stray from our past survey instruments or our established process, because throughout this process, Sarah Tracy, the Director of Public Engagement, and I have wanted to evaluate everything, every aspect of this work, and develop an after-action plan that we can use for further future surveys there. For example, the survey instrument we have used historically includes more than 30 questions. That may have been reasonable when this was the only large survey we conducted in our community, but our engagement practices have evolved and expanded in recent years, as you all know. And this survey this year alone was conducted during a time when we just concluded the FY 2027 budget engagement, while we were engaging on the large initiatives like the comprehensive plan, the child and youth well-being plan, and while several specific projects were also, quote unquote, out in the street for engagement from some of our departments. We are interested in exploring how we can incorporate resident satisfaction into those engagement opportunities that we already offer to our community, and how we can capitalize on the intentional work that we are doing around equitable engagement to bring additional voices into our satisfaction survey results. We're starting our after actions right away with evaluating how communities around the country measure resident satisfaction. And I look forward to working with the county manager, our departments, and you all on the board on the next chapter of the Arlington County Resident Satisfaction Survey. With that, I'm pleased to introduce Milena Zilo of Zilo International, who conducted this year's survey. She's joining us virtually from Colorado to walk you through the findings, after which I will share with you some of the cross-tabulations of some of the data, and we'll have time for questions. So with that, I will turn it over to Milena.
With my apologies, we are having a minor technical issue. If you'll give me just 2 minutes here, I can get us back online. I want to make sure we have video and audio here.
Oh yeah, she just texted me, you lost video. I don't know if I'll text her and let her know that we're.
So is that the sort of Jeopardy jingle that we should play now? Or?
I know, we need to, don't give me the Jeopardy numbers, the Jeopardy theme song.
Is there,
give me anxiety.
Is it, and in lieu of that, in lieu of me singing the Jeopardy jingle, let's keep us on task here. Is there any additional context that the two of you, or you really, we need to go to hear the report first? Is there any additional context you might have or that you wanted to share? And if not, that's
I think Milena will go over some of the context as well, but certainly if there's anything afterwards, I can add on to that, or if you have any questions around any of that. But I do think we have a lot of opportunity. You know, who we were in 2004 when we started this resident satisfaction survey is very different than who we are now in terms of how we engage and who we try to reach and the way we try to bring people into their county government and make it feel accessible. And so I think it is, we are ripe for a new conversation on how we measure resident satisfaction. how we're best taking advantage of all of the things that we are doing and all the ways that we are communicating and connecting
Sounds
with our
good.
community.
Perhaps it's true of Mr. Schwartz as well as myself, as well as some of our less young at heart residents. I don't know exactly the age of some colleagues, Ms. Coffey. I don't need to hear the shock of how old I am, but in any event, certainly things have changed since 2004, and we'll pause there, let everybody hold, and we'll hope we can get online soon. And thank you, Mr. Kushner.
And I think we are back online.
Great. And there's Melina, I see her.
Hi.
There we go.
Alrighty, we're back on. I will be sharing the presentation and hopefully no challenges. We tested it earlier, so. There we go. All right. Well, good afternoon. My name is Milena Zilo, founder and CEO of Zilo International Group. Thank you for the opportunity to present the findings from the 2026 Arlington County Resident Satisfaction Survey. Today's presentation is organized into 5 sections. We will begin with the survey purpose and methodology, followed by a review of respondent demographics. We will then focus on 3 key findings that emerged from the data: review trend comparison to prior survey cycles, summarize the overall results, and conclude with questions and discussion. Before reviewing the results, it is important to understand the purpose and objectives of the survey efforts. The Arlington County Resident Survey was designed to gather resident feedback regarding county services, programs, community conditions, and quality of life. The survey also serves as an important benchmarking tool by allowing Arlington County to compare results over time and measure. The survey findings will be summarized through 3 primary takeaways. The first major finding is that the residents continue to report high level of satisfaction with Arlington County core services and overall quality of life. Among all services areas evaluated, some of the strongest performance ratings were observed in the county library system at 89% satisfaction, fire and emergency medical services at 89% satisfaction, parks and recreation and sport programs and facilities at 84% satisfaction. And as you can see across the board, the findings were very positive. The findings demonstrate that the residents continue to value many of the services that directly affect daily quality of life. While overall satisfaction was very strong, opportunities for improvement exist in the management of traffic flow, maintenance of county streets, and enforcement of county codes and ordinances. Residents also reported positive overall perception of Arlington County. 82% indicated satisfaction with the quality of services provided by the county. 79% reported a positive overall image of Arlington County, and 78% expressed satisfaction with the quality of life in Arlington. These findings indicate a strong overall confidence in the county's ability to provide services and maintain a desirable community environment. Areas for improvement include the resident perception of how well the county is managing growth, the transparency of the county's decision-making progress, which reflects opportunities for greater public engagement in county decisions. The survey also asked questions about county governance. 71% of respondents are familiar with Arlington County's form of government and county board structure. Additionally, 64% reported that they trust information provided by Arlington County. The findings are generally positive, particularly at a time when public trust in government and public institution is near historic lows nationally. However, they also highlight opportunities for continued improvement in transparency, strengthening the trust, and increasing awareness and maintaining confidence in county government. The second major takeaway is that residents had positive experiences when interacting directly with county services and staff. More than half of the respondents, 57%, reported contacting Arlington County during the previous year. This finding is significant because it indicates many residents have direct experience interacting with county service and staff, providing a very meaningful basis for evaluating customer service performance. Among residents who interacted with the county, 70% reported satisfaction with service received by phone, 69% reported satisfaction with service received in person at county offices or facilities. These findings indicate that personal interaction with county staffs are viewed positively and contribute significantly to the overall perception of county service quality. The third major takeaway is that resident perception improved across many services areas compared to the previous survey cycle. This trend represents one of the most encouraging findings from the survey. Compared to the 2022 survey, resident perception rebounded across several key areas, reversing declines observed during the previous survey cycle and reflecting renewed confidence in county services and programs. Most notably, satisfaction with county human services increased by 13%, satisfaction with county arts and cultural program increased by 9%, satisfaction with county communication effort increased by 9%. These improvements suggest that investments and initiatives implemented since the previous survey cycle are being recognized by residents. Additionally, improvements were observed in broader perception of the county. Overall satisfaction with county services increased by 4% compared to 2022. Perception of public schools improved by 7%, but one area where results declined was the overall quality of life, which decreased by 7% in comparison to the 2022. The decline reflects broader concerns related to affordability, growth, housing cost, taxes, traffic, and other external factors affecting residents' day-to-day experiences. The Parks and Recreation system also demonstrated positive momentum. Satisfaction with special events increased by 9%, community and nature centers increased by 6%, and recreation programs increased by 6%. This findings show that parks, recreation programs, community centers, and special events continue to play an important role in resident satisfaction and overall quality of life. To conclude, I'd like to highlight the major themes that emerge across the survey findings. Overall, the survey results represent a very positive picture of resident perception of Arlington County. First, residents expressed strong appreciation for the county's core strengths, including the library system, fire and emergency medical services, parks and recreation. These findings earned consistently high remarks from residents. Feedback reflects the value of the county's longstanding commitment to quality service delivery. Second, more than half of residents who participated in the survey contacted the county in the past year with a question, service request, or complaint. Those residents reported the highest satisfaction when integrating directly with county staff in person, at county office or facilities, and by phone. Third, satisfaction has rebounded meaningfully across several service areas since 2022. The improvement reflects the efforts of county leadership and staff, and the positive momentum provides a strong foundation for continued progress. At this time, I'd like to open it up for questions. I'd be happy to answer any and discuss the findings in greater detail.
Thank you very much for the report. I think it's now to us for questions, or did you want to frame? Ms. Moore?
So I just wanted to share quickly some of the cross tabulations that the board was interested in, and I know others are interested in, and then I will turn it over to questions for you. So give me just a second to share my screen.
And I'll stop sharing.
All right, when that comes up, I got to move us out of the way so I can get down. All right, so we took some of the key questions and we did cross tabs by several of the demographic items. So the first being our quality of life, which we did see a slight dip in from 2022. So wanting to look, and as you'll see, really the satisfaction remains high, whether somebody is a renter or an owner, which I think bodes well for just the overall services and the life that people can build here in Arlington. In quality of life based on their years, their tenure, how long they've lived here. Again, not much difference here. You will see a slight increase in the dissatisfaction for folks that have lived here for 20 years or longer. By race and ethnicity, again, we still see high levels of satisfaction, but it is notable that we do see more dissatisfaction amongst our Black or African American participants and our Hispanic or Latino participants. The next question we looked at was that overall quality of services. So that's the one that was 82%. So when it's looking at everything in its totality. And again, you see not much of a difference between renters and owners in terms of how they view our services overall, which is great to see. And again, not a lot of difference in tenure. We do see, again, just a slight uptick in dissatisfaction for folks that are longer here in the county. I do find it interesting that the folks that there's a lot less dissatisfaction when you're down here to the 0 and 2 years, right, new to the county, and a lot of things that we offer perhaps are new to folks. So for race and ethnicity, again, much like on the quality of life, you do see a slight uptick in the dissatisfaction amongst the Black and African American respondents and the Hispanic and Latino respondents as well. So transparency and decision-making, we know that this is a real opportunity for us to dig in and have those conversations and look deeper. Again, I think the thing that strikes me here is the neutral amongst the renters. This tells me that perhaps they might be less engaged with our processes overall, right? Which is something that we want to work on to make sure that they are aware and know how they can participate in their local government. Again, this one is probably the one I find the most interesting, is that as you go up in tenure, your dissatisfaction with the transparency in the decision-making process also goes up. I will leave it to minds smarter than mine to determine what that might tell us, but I did find that to be a bit striking and very consistent right across the board. It just creeps up as you go into longer times. Again, this I think is very telling. It's obviously a lot less across the board in terms of satisfaction, but you will see across all demographics a much higher percentage of dissatisfaction for the transparency efforts. Certainly very notable in our Black or African American participants. But also in our Hispanic and Latino and in our white, we see a lot higher numbers than. And then our efforts to improve equity, again, looking at this as renters and owners, we have a lot of neutral again, which tells me there's opportunity in a couple of ways. One being that perhaps they're not aware of our equity efforts, but also perhaps we are succeeding in some areas and falling short in others. And so an evaluation of that might be a worthwhile endeavor. Again, not a lot of difference here depending on tenure. Race and ethnicity, again, you do see more dissatisfaction with this from our Black and African American participants and our Hispanic or Latino participants. And then finally, trust in county information. Again, we see a lot of satisfaction, not too much of a difference between our renters and our owners. Years in Arlington, again, a little bit of increase for folks that have lived here for 20 plus years. And then again, I think one of the things that's most striking to me is both of the numbers obviously see a large percentage in the Hispanic Latino, and then in equal numbers of dissatisfied and very strongly disagree that they trust the information that's provided by us. So work and opportunities to do there. So thank you for letting me share that. And now, Melina, we'll let them turn it over to questions. All right.
Thank you both. Thank you, Ms. Zillow, and thank you, Ms. Moore, for the work. Colleagues, I was hoping to be out of here. Actually, we have a little more time than I thought. I was hoping to be all wrapped up close to 5 o'clock, and we have a Clarendon Live Entertainment Group presentation, and we have all of us, our budding sociologists, who have lots of views. And so I'll just sort of share that, and I have picked out 2 or 3 comments, but I'm going to go to Mr. Spain first.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And I can read between the lines, and I will tell you, thank you first, Erica and the entire team and the contractor for your work on providing this data. We probably could spend 5 hours unpacking all of this right now. But I believe a lot of this information is going to be shared with the public, and we as a county board, of course, are going to perform our due diligence and reviewing a lot of this information. I think my question would be, kind of generally speaking, and I want to thank you for the brief I had with the team, is when I look at participation through an equity lens and understanding who's missing, who's not participating, and trying to understand why. I would love to hear, even from the contractor, where do they see that in other perhaps places that they've involved themselves? But also, is there a way for us to incentivize participation in a survey? Not sure, but what we really need to do is, who's participating in the survey are the same folks in many ways. And for me, I can't take that snapshot and apply it to 240,000 people in Arlington, because I know there's a number of folks that are untapped for a number of reasons. Statistically speaking, yeah, there is some truth to all of this, but can we talk a little bit about what is the art of the possible, perhaps in another iteration, if we had an opportunity for surveying analysis to get at Hispanics and African Americans and perhaps others to really, figure out what's going on. And I will lastly say, and I will have no other questions about this, this report was also going on at the same time that we had a lot of conversation going on in the community about gymnastics and about libraries. So I'm not surprised about the numbers I see here, because and actually the money we were putting into the police department and the fire. So look, I think there's some correlation there. Any thoughts on that? And Mr. Chair, that's all I have for the report.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Yes, a few thoughts. I think exactly what you're getting at is exactly what we have been trying to analyze throughout this entire process, because I think we do a lot of really intentional, equitable engagement work, and that takes time and that takes resources that perhaps a one-off survey just doesn't provide us those opportunities. And so I think in integrating some of the satisfaction work into that equitable engagement will ultimately, and then doing sort of a data mining, I'm going to get way outside of my lane in terms of the data analysis, but of that would give us a little bit more of a representative sample, because I think the important thing is, we do this as our only statistically valid survey, and statistically valid is different than representative sample. We say in our scope of work, our goal is to attempt to get to a representative sample, but knowing that that is a very difficult, often sometimes, to get there. And so it is statistically valid, but you are right, it is not a representative sample. I think we hit pretty close on some of the numbers, but I think, there's always work to do. And I know the contractor has noted that in her report as well. Your question about incentives, we do have in our equitable engagement guide, we worked very closely with DMF and CAO on what would be legally possible for that. And so we do have a few carve-outs of things, but again, that needs to be a much larger conversation, because I think even with, and this is where I'm going to get out of my lane, Milena, and I'll let you curve me back on, but I think any of these, even if we had, targeted lists that we could reach people based on their race and ethnicity at their homes, it's all still voluntary, right? And without that incentive, and that's why getting a true representative sample is just a challenge generally, but I'd be interested to hear what Milena experiences with with other clients and across the country. So I will turn it over to her.
Ms. Sillo.
Yeah. Absolutely. So happy to chime in, and working with Erica and Sarah, our team was very aware of some of the challenges, particularly everything that was happening in Washington during the time. There was a lot of fear from some of the minority groups to participate in how the data would be used, and that definitely contributed to a low participation for some of the groups. A large attempt was made to send the mailing to everyone under the threshold of $75,000 income, yearly income, as well as the renters. Unfortunately, we did not hit those numbers for several reasons, as we mentioned. We did reach out to nonprofits, organizations in the community, and despite all those attempts, including being on site for 20 days, we still were not able to get some of those minorities and our underrepresented groups to participate. It is very much a voluntary survey. It was very comprehensive in regards to the length of it, and some of these groups simply chose not to participate.
Thank you, Mr. Spain, and both of you for your responses. I think that may cover some of the other questions that we have. We'll turn next to Vice Chair Coffey.
Yeah, I'll lead off not with a question, but a comment, which is I think the primary takeaway from this should be that Arlington is doing really, really well, and we're a really great place to live. And someone said to me once that Arlington is like a whole county filled with class presidents. And I think that's pretty accurate. And one of the things that comes along with that is a desire to focus on fixing the things that are left as problems. But I do think we deserve a little bit of celebration of the fact that people are very happy to live in Arlington, and we've done a pretty good job across the board. It's not perfect. There are not zero things for us to work on. Lord knows we all get the emails and we know that, but I do think that deserves to be said out loud and acknowledged, because it takes a lot of work by every person in this room, behind the scenes, listening, to get us there. And so I just am grateful to see that that hard work reflected by our community in these survey results. I think one of my questions is really around transparency, and what of this survey will be made available to our residents to look at? Because the last go round, there's a executive summary, and then there's a PDF with, I think, around 1,200 pages of crosstabs, which, if you have the time for it, is very interesting, but is perhaps not the most useful to the average resident. And so I'm curious what we're doing to make this accessible to the public.
Yes, so we will be publishing the presentation that was given today as a summary. We'll be giving, so it will be a true summary. And then the full report will be there. So if people do want to dive in or they want to go and just look at certain questions for certain departments or things that they really care about, they can do that. We are also going to be posting the master spreadsheet of all the raw data. So if somebody would like to download that and play around with it and sort it and filter it, they are welcome to do that. We will also be pushing out a news release that directs people to that and sort of gives some of the highlights so people can at least see what the key takeaways were and the opportunities for improvement were. And that will all be on our website in the next little bit.
Yeah. Great, thank you. And then my last is just a comment on the participation and recruitment, because I think this is something that I talked with Ms. Moore about in the pre-brief, and I made a comment as far as, we mailed directly to renters and we really tried, and she was explaining all that to me, and I said, well, I should probably check my mail this month. And that was about a week ago, and I still have not checked my mail. So just to give a little bit of a highlight of some of the challenges, even the most engaged younger renters are not always looking in the places that we're able to reach them, I think is part of the mismatch and the problem. And so I feel so deeply passionate about this, but have not yet figured out a solution. And I think we've had many conversations about how to tap more into it. And so, hoping to continue that work, but I just want to reflect that even as a member of that cohort that we're trying to reach, I'm stuck in terms of ideas.
I think it's also important we remind ourselves, and we've been talking about this, that all renters are not the same.
That is also true.
Right? So it is not one way to reach renters, because there are so many different subsets that make up our renter community. And so really thinking through, sort of persona creation and how do they engage and how do they get their information and how can we use that to figure out a way to make inroads. And so those are things that Sarah and her team and I are talking through and trying to figure out as the next phase of this type of engagement.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try and use the timer if someone can set for 3 minutes for both my questions and the answer. And one of my questions I've emailed. I'll just make 3 thoughts. First, I am concerned as Mr. Spain referred to, as underrepresentation by our Black and Latino communities, and I appreciate your thoughts on that. It's not simple. It seems perhaps more stark that 72% of respondents are homeowners when 60% of our people are renters. And due respect, I'm not going to force Ms. Coffey to speak for all renters, just as I don't want to speak for all homeowners. But I just want to note that is a big thing. And I also am of the view that we should serve renters, but if we can't break our backs trying to get folks to pick up their mail from their P.O. box, or from their box downstairs in their lobby. And there's some people who just, when you're renting, don't want to do anything. They want to do other things besides, dial in to Tuesday night commission meeting of the JFAC committee, like I like to do, or whatever. So that's one on the 72%. I just want to highlight that. I think it's super important. I sent an email that I hope Ms. Zillow and perhaps you, Ms. Moore, can help with. 89%, I was not a class president. I was a B+ student, not an A student. But I am an Arlingtonian who ain't satisfied with a B+. I'm not. And that doesn't mean I'm not happy to live in Arlington, but what I'm asking is 89% actually an A+ compared to other localities, or a B+? And you don't have to answer this, but I just want to raise that question because, on our fiscal sustainability, 3,100 counties, 53 of them or 54 of them have AAA bond rating. That makes us top 2%. And so I just love that feedback eventually as to where we are. And if you have a succinct, the last thing I'll say is on the crosstabs, we're in this, it's good to see the income. I'm really pleased. I'll say it again, 50% of our residents make over $150,000 for their household. but still 15% make under $50,000 for their household. And keeping those two thoughts in our mind is like essential, I feel. So I don't have much time left. Ms. Moore, if you have quick thoughts on the 89%, I'd love them, but it can also be via email.
I'm actually going to see if Milena has anything she could share about other localities and sort of how this compares with other work she's done.
Oh, I would say the numbers are phenomenal. This is very encouraging to see. And if I can actually share the presentation one more time, I do want to highlight the fact that the level of very dissatisfied, it remains under 5%, and across the board for a lot of the services, even the dissatisfied, it remains so low altogether at, combined at less than 10%. These numbers are absolutely something that the county, the leadership, staff, the residents should be very proud. I saw firsthand how much the community and the residents cared about the county that they lived in, how passionate they were. So I would say, even though there was room for improvement, and in my book, this is an A, there's always work to be done. It is a community where individuals have very high expectations of their leaders. They have very high expectations in regards to the community they live in and what they want to see. But overall, the results are very strong. They beat the national records by a landslide, I'd say.
Great. Well, that's helpful. It aligns more with sort of the framing that I think Ms. Coffey mentioned. And so maybe Ms. Moore and Ms. Zillow, over time, you can help flesh out from a numbers and a qualitative perspective some of the thoughts to situate it. I'm well over the 3 minutes. Over to you, Ms. Cunningham.
And if I can only mention one thing regarding the numbers, 12% of individuals chose not to answer the question regarding race. The survey was also only taken by one member of the family. What I saw firsthand in Arlington was that it's a community where there's interracial families as well too. So it was also a section where many people decided not to respond and left blank. So demographics is definitely an area that absolutely I think we should work harder. But I would say the data is very valid across the board with how people felt regarding the services that the county provides. So I would not, I don't want to misrepresent the fact that there was absolutely an opportunity for everyone to participate, and many simply chose not to complete the demographics portion of it.
Thank you. That's important to add, and I appreciate that. Ms. Cunningham.
I have, first of all, thank you. It's a huge amount of work and a lot of expertise to make this available. I know we have lots of data geeks in Arlington as well, and so which is awesome. So when the Excel file is posted, I expect there'll be lots of interesting analysis done by others, which is great. I do have a question though about the statistical validity. So I understand like the overall validity is there, but as you double click into different demographic groups, how quickly do we lose validity? Because it does seem like it's a small number to endeavor to understand the breadth of our community.
Milena, I will defer to you as the one who did the analysis.
Yeah, absolutely. So the numbers are similar to historical data. They are lower in regards to the Hispanic and African American population. Again, the survey was conducted during a time when there was a lot of things happening politically, and many of these groups simply felt targeted in some ways and chose not to participate, as it was very much their right. But in regards to the responses being significant, statistically significant, that's very much, the numbers don't lie. You have over 1,600 residents who participated in the survey. It's very much statistically valid. I stand strongly behind that data.
So, but for instance, if you're looking at Latino community members or Black community members or Black renters, you know, if you start to do crosstabs, how quickly do you lose the statistical validity, or how wide do the error bars become?
So those are two completely different questions. In regards to being statistically valid, it remains. In regards to being statistically representative, that is something different. And the goal of the survey, obviously, it's being statistically valid. We couldn't, we tried everything. I can provide even more data in regards to the minority groups and the associations that we try to reach at. The in-person definitely targets significant communities with higher representation of those groups. And due to many reasons, including the length of the survey, including mistrust in government and how that information could be used, there was mistrust. People from my team reported even when we were calling, and there's also federal and state laws that prevented us from targeted specifically minority groups. So that has changed over the last couple of years. So unfortunately, we couldn't send emails only, you know, to specific groups. So that became a hurdle. But as I mentioned earlier, we did reach out to community organizations that service those groups. Many attempts were made to have them participate, but unfortunately, it is a voluntary survey. People have the right not to participate.
Okay, great. And then a couple of other quick questions. I'm curious in the open comment fields, what the trends, you know, if anyone's done that analysis yet. I started to, you know, piece through it, but it's not the very scientific approach to it.
Yeah, we're continuing to look through the data, and I know Sarah's even been looking for the additional crosstabs and things like that. So we're continuing to parse through that.
Great, great. We'll be interested when that is ready. And then finally, you said 57% had contacted Arlington County, 50% of respondents. Is that similar for previous years, or does that reflect a difference in previous years?
There we go. It's pretty on par. I don't know it's an exact percentage match, but it's pretty close that we see sort of a little bit over that 50% mark that have actually contacted the county in the past.
Okay.
And I think one of the things with this is we typically just ask how they did it, and this time we're actually trying to gauge their satisfaction with those interactions, which I think is an important step forward.
Great. And then just a comment for us as a board, I think without having gone through all of it in detail, it does look like the feeling of safety really varies by income, by demographics. And I think that that's a really, of course, it may be related to some of the federal actions, but it's a really, really important element for us because that is the most fundamental goal of being human with each other and being a local government is keeping people safe. And that's not just being safe, but feeling safe. So more for that to come.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we are running out of time and we cannot have a wholesome conversation on this. Only two things on that. Number one, for us, the political personnel here, to have opinions of what kind of grade this is one thing. I would be very cautious there, but I think that this is an excellent return from our general population for the work that staff does and that the general administration of the county delivers. This is a good report. No question. I agree with my colleague, Vice Chair Coffey, on the overall thing. That doesn't mean that we pat ourselves on the back on this side of the dice. It is appropriate for us to look at details, look at the skewed, origins of the evaluation. I have to tell you that for me, the issue of income is terribly insightful when over 60% of the respondents are households that make more than $150,000. This is something to behold. One thing that I use normally to have an opinion or to form a first opinion on that is to say, is there something that's surprisingly against the grain of what I experience every day, in the bus or on the street? And there is only one. That the absolute majority of our respondents here get their information, primary information, from the Arlington County website. I mean, the entire universe is telling us that websites are passé and nobody's reading them, etc., except for this personnel here who we have dedicated some time in making the website better, and AVA is an amazing tool for popularizing information. But how come the social media input is very underrepresented as a source of information about what Arlington County does? So that needs to be explained.
So I'm not going to climb into the brains of everyone in terms of how they view social media versus the county website. But I do think, websites being the official record of information for the county, I think it stands, it's evergreen, people know to go there. I think social media, people may be avoiding it altogether, so they don't want to go there. It may not feel as permanent, right? Like there's a lot of information about programs and services and things on our website that perhaps don't make it to our social media feed because we're talking about things that are happening in the moment, right? And there's sort of evergreen content and program information there that people want to go to. So I think it's great that people come to our county website and want to use it. And I think it's probably a testament to governments in general and local governments in general, is that sort of pillar of where the information goes. It's certainly better than when you had to come in person to get all your information from your local government. So I don't want to climb into the minds of people, but it definitely made me pleased to see that our website is still seen as a place to go for information about the county.
Yeah, thank you. Point taken, because I really personally underestimated the level of penetration or importance, and I stand corrected because our constituents say so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Thank you, Ms. Moore, and thank you, Ms. Sillo. We will certainly be following up. Very grateful for all the work. We'll now turn back to the manager for his last piece, which is the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group.
And so, Mr. Chair, members of the board, when I spoke to you last month, we had hoped to come to you with some thoughts about how to deal with live entertainment in Clarendon, and I said I would come back this month with a more detailed plan. So I'm going to ask Aaron Miller and Shannon Flanagan-Watson to join me. We've heard a lot from residents and businesses and public safety teams about the challenges we have there. So we have a collaborative work group that we've been putting together that include a lot of our departments, and we're focused on two parallel tracks. One is sort of the near-term steps we can take under our current authority, okay? Those are steps we can take there. And then there's going to be a longer-term effort that is going to require ordinance changes and may actually involve some budgetary decisions by the board. And we're going to try to balance that. So I'm going to turn it over to Aaron and Shannon to walk you through the broad overlines of that. But I know there's a lot, this is to tee it up, there's a lot of conversation to come. So
Mr. Miller, Ms. Flanagan-Watson.
Good afternoon, members of the board, and thank you for having us today to discuss, as the manager mentioned. We're returning to you with a high-level overview of some of the live entertainment and nightlife policy decisions that we've been discussing over the last few months. Earlier today, we provided a document to you via email that has a little bit more about this. We recognize that we have a limited amount of time during the manager's report, and so I'll try to add a little bit of context to that, and also for those watching or who will be watching, a little bit of background for us. If I could have the next slide, please. So as we mentioned across these two tracks of short-term and long-term, some of the things that we're going to be doing focus on these immediate actionable steps that can be implemented within the next 12 months. And that'll help us improve oversight of live entertainment venues, not just in Clarendon, but also we think across the county with growing additional expansion of nightlife and live entertainment in Crystal City, for example, and Ballston and other parts of the county. We think this is a good time to be able to look at these things. One of the primary actions is to adopt objective criteria for off-cycle permit review. We previously talked about this, and this involves creating clear, uniform triggers such as repeated violations or noncompliance that allows the county board to review a venue's permit before its scheduled evaluation. Embedding these criteria directly into the permit conditions ensures both legal defensibility and also equal enforcement across all establishments. You may see that, I'm not going to promise, but you may see that as early as next month when you have some of these up for consideration. The county attorney's office is currently reviewing the language in consultation with our partners in CPHD, and we feel fairly confident we're going to be able to start that process now. Another key step is to standardize the live entertainment hours of operation. You've heard us doing this across the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group in particular. We found that that's been fairly successful to help implement those consistent closing times. We want to look to be able to do that countywide. That would aim to create fairness among businesses, eliminate competitive imbalances, and also provide clarity for enforcement agencies. Additionally, to continue the type of nighttime enforcement that we've been talking about that's very critical, and also to be able to conduct some of those peak hour enforcement activities in other areas, not just in Clarendon. So that includes increasing inspections across the county during those peak hours, establishing centralized tracking systems for violations and fines based on sort of the disparate locations in which some of that information lives. That type of system helps support additional data-driven decision-making like you've seen us bring to you, and help us to enable quicker identification of any problematic areas or operators. Finally, again, as the manager mentioned, these actions are designed to operate within current existing legal authority, meaning they do not require any state level legislative changes and may require only minimal actions by the board that the county attorney is helping us to work through. They respond directly to community concerns, to the board priorities, as we have heard not only from the dais, but in our conversations with you. And we think that they offer a practical and efficient path to improving the public safety compliance and overall management of nightlife activity countywide, not just in one neighborhood. If we go to the next slide, please. Our longer term strategies are something you've heard us talk about before, and some that we've identified across the Commonwealth that offer some interesting opportunities. These are very structural and policy driven changes that we think will strengthen our regulatory framework for managing live entertainment venues over time. A central component is the consideration of an administrative live entertainment permit. This has been done in some other localities in the Commonwealth, and what it does is grant the county manager designated authority the ability to suspend or revoke permits quickly in response to safety or compliance issues. Now, this would represent a significant shift from our current system and would require zoning ordinance amendments and some clearly defined legal standards to ensure fairness and accountability. Also, there are certain actions that the county board cannot delegate, and so therefore would still be required to conduct some business and could not delegate some authorities to the manager or designate. Another critical element of this, as we've seen, is to help establish sustainable funding mechanisms, whether that be dedicated fees, special service districts. We've seen that in a number of other localities across the Commonwealth. And we saw some more additional expanded authority come out of this last legislative session, allowing other communities to do that. The purpose of this would really be to support these ongoing enforcement, education, and monitoring efforts. This would ensure that resources are consistently available for inspections, public safety operations, and we wouldn't have to rely on temporary funding, overtime staffing, or those things. Finally, review of use classifications is proposed, including clarifying aspects of live entertainment and potentially redefining and looking at principal uses and accessory uses. Again, this is a large undertaking and represents a significant change to some of the current zoning ordinances and processes and procedures with the county. However, it may allow, and again, this is something that we're going to be working on, it may allow for more precise regulation of venues that operate primarily as entertainment spaces versus restaurants, nightlife, and things like that. Finally, as a part of this is enhancing sort of the support infrastructure that goes along with that, trash management programs and things like that to mitigate community impacts like litter and noise that we see across the county. Those long-term actions and partnerships, again, careful legal review, stakeholder engagement that we're going to be framing out, and possibly state-level coordination in the next legislative session. But we think that they build on some of the actions that we've taken over the last few years and the strong foundation therein to create a strengthened process countywide, not just focused on specific neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there, so that concludes the staff's full presentation, is that right?
That does.
Okay. In an effort to economize, I do not have lots of questions. I'm also going to resist those who may live near Clarendon taking full responsibility for this area. What I will say is there are a few residents who are probably watching with detail, and for them, having engaged with them, though less probably recently than Vice Chair Coffey, this is burningly important, and we want to be respectful of that, and I also want to be respectful of timing of where we are. I do not have additional questions, but that is not to say that the engagement from those residents is not important to us, and I think that's probably true for all of us. Are there any additional comments that colleagues have? Keep in mind, we need not prove through talking that we actually care about this issue, because I think those residents and all our residents like us, think we do a good job, and they love action just as much as words. And so with that, I'm open. Go ahead, Ms. Cunningham.
I would just highlight from the survey results that we just went through, the hardest feedback was around enforcement of our codes and ordinances. And so I just deeply appreciate, I know it's hard, and I know that we don't always get the support from Virginia ABC and others that we might wish for, or the authority in some cases. So I just want to lift up how important this is to the community and how grateful I am that we're taking it very seriously, and that with proper legal review, we're also taking seriously that we need to move carefully as well as swiftly. So excited about this, and we'll be looking for more about what resources we need to make sure are there, including the time of day resources that we've identified in the past. But it's a great step, great progress, and look forward to more.
Thank you. And I think that actually hits the perfect note to summarize all our thoughts, because you need to hear from us that we're ready to walk with you on the long-term costs and the long-term work, and you don't need to hear everything else from us. That is the perfect frame. We will now turn to closed session. So colleagues, we're ready for close. There's a few bases for close. I'll make the motion. We'll need a second, and then we'll vote. We won't have to certify. I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1, 7, and 8 for the following purposes: discussion regarding the performance of a board appointee and consultation with and legal advice from the county attorney regarding 1, compliance and enforcement options available to the county to address housing quality standards at affordable housing properties in Arlington. 2, the county's ability to enforce certain loitering ordinances and alternative legal options to address loitering issues in the county. 3, the county's legal authority and options to comment on and participate in review of a pending federal project that may impact the county's transportation network, emergency response, airspace, and certain infrastructure and historic preservation efforts. 4, the county's legal authority to address blighted property and public nuisance issues at a specific property in the county, including as part of a pending special exception site plan amendment. 5, the county's obligations under the memorandum of understanding between the police department and the community oversight board generally, and as it relates to an active criminal investigation and the board's oversight thereof, criminal investigative records rules and confidentiality restrictions as applied to an active criminal investigation, collective bargaining implications from any changes to the memorandum of understanding, the legal risk to the county and police department and its personnel of disclosing or withholding particular categories of records during an active criminal investigation, and the county's potential civil liability as it relates to ensuring a proper administrative investigation following an active criminal investigation. And 6, the county's legal authority regarding its personnel and off-duty events and collective bargaining agreements regarding the same, and consultation and legal advice from the county attorney pertaining to 1 matter that may result in probable litigation and 1 matter in active litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0. Colleagues, there is food this way, but we are doing closed session in the manager's office. So what I suggest is we, if it's okay with everybody, we start at 5:40 in the manager's conference room. Any objections? Or okay, let's do it. Thank you. We're recessed.
England, Croatia 3-2 for those who pay attention.
vote on our closed session, which we were just in for a number of reasons enumerated. I will make a motion, and then we will need a second, and then we will go, there'll be a roll call vote of each member of the board. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Mr. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Certainly. Mr. DeFranti?
Yes.
Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mr. Spain Sr.?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Thank you. That brings us to our regular hearing items for the evening, and we will start. Mr. Clerk, if you could call the first item, please.
Of course. Just a moment, please. Our first item up this evening, item number 37, is the local historic district designation request for the Nellie Custis Elementary School, Melwood, located at 750 23rd Street South.
Thank you. Mr. Kushner, it's to you, Mr. Manager, for the staff presentation.
Sure. Thank you, Chair DeFerranti. I'm going to turn it over to Lauren Ferris, who's joined by Michael Durak, and we have joining us this evening, Samia Bird.
Good evening.
Thank you,
My
Ms.
name
Ferris.
is Lauren Ferris. I'm the supervisor of the Arlington County Historic Preservation Program, which conducted the local historic district study for the Nellie Custis Elementary School property. And we have a presentation for everybody this evening. We'll be pulling up the slides shortly. So the objective of this item is to follow the requirements in the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance, Section 11.3.4.A.8, where the county board needs to consider the recommendation by the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, which I will reference from here as the HALRB throughout the rest of the evening, to designate the Nellie Custis Elementary School property located at 750 23rd Street South, RPC number 3603915, as a local historic district. Projected on the screen is the site location of the Nellie Custis Elementary School within the Aurora Highlands neighborhood. Here you can see an aerial image of the property where I've identified the entire property boundary in red and the building's various additions. The yellow outline is the 1924 section, the blue is the 1931 section, the green is the 1962 addition, and the purple is both the 1962 and 1995 addition. So the next following slides cover the existing conditions of the property. So here are the conditions of the setting and existing landscape. Here is the front of the building, and from left to right, being the 1924 and 1931 section, the 1962 and 1995 entrance addition, and the 1962 side rear addition. Here is the east, also the side elevation showing the 1931 section and the 1962 rear addition. The south elevation, which is the rear, that shows the 1962 rear addition at the first story, and you can see the 1924 and 1931 sections of the building at the second story. Here's another vantage point of the 1962 rear addition, and the west side elevation showing the 1962 addition. So continuing on the existing conditions, the architectural details of the building that exist include its two-story form, horizontal massing, its brick veneer and 5-course American bond, the flat roof, the lower and upper limestone belt courses, and the protruding brick belt course at the raised basement level. The alterations include the 1962 rear and west addition, the 1995 front elevation addition to create the new entrance and the gabled skylights, the replacement of all the windows and exterior doors, the use of modern brick infill to accommodate smaller replacement windows, the removal of the 1924 central main entrance, and interior changes. So here's the timeline of the project. Between April 2024 and June 2026, the Nellie Custis Schools underwent several review milestones, with the LHD designation application being filed in April 2024, the County Board's acceptance of the Melwood GLEP study in May 2024. The HLRB requested the Historic Preservation Program staff to study the property for the LHD designation in June 2024. The County Board approved the site plan in February 2025. The HLRB had their public hearing in March 2026, making the recommendation to the county board to designate the property as a local historic district. April 2026, the county board adopted an initiating resolution. May 2026, the county board adopted the resolution to authorize the advertisement. And then June, this month, 2026, Planning Commission made the recommendation to the county board to deny the local historic district designation. So the Historic Preservation Program manages the local historic district process for the county by following steps identified in the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance, specifically Section 11.3.4, for the establishment of historic districts. The process has multiple steps, as you can see on this slide. So the following are the 11 criteria for a property to be eligible as a local historic district. Section 11.3.4.A.6 states that a property has to have at least 2 of the criteria to be recommended for designation. The criteria that will be highlighted mostly this evening is criteria A. The property is listed or is eligible for inclusion in the National Register of Historic Places. And criteria K, the property is suitable for preservation or restoration. So next, I would like to talk about our findings from our study. The Historic Preservation Program, also known as HPP, we conducted our study of the Nellie Custis Elementary School property, and details of those findings are in the designation report. The following are highlights of the history overview. So the Nellie Custis School was constructed in 1924 and was designed in the Colonial Revival architectural style, which was a popular style from the 1890s to the 1950s, and typically was the dominant architectural style for many civic and institutional buildings. The school originally served white students in the Jefferson Magisterial District. The Aurora Highlands neighborhood fell within the Jefferson Magisterial District and had Mount Vernon and Hume schools for white children and Scott and Jefferson schools for black children. The school was likely designed by the architectural firm Upman and Adams. The building was expanded in 1931 with 4 additional classrooms, and again in 1962 with major west and rear additions as the county responded to population growth. Although Arlington began desegregating in schools in 1959, Nellie Custis was among the last elementary schools to integrate in 1971 and 1972. By the late 1960s and 1970s, declining enrollment led the school board to consider consolidation despite continued property expansions and building improvements. Community effort to preserve the school through a joint use library proposal was ultimately unsuccessful. On December 6, 1978, the Arlington County School Board voted to close the Nellie Custis School, transferring students to Abingdon Elementary. In 1979, the County School Board approved transferring the Nellie Custis School property to the county, which subsequently conveyed it to the Shelter Occupational Center of Northern Virginia. I'll reference that as SOC. The county exchanged the property for a property in Ballston, a use permit, a $350,000 in federal community development block grant funds for renovations, which SOC supplemented with their own $200,000 in contributions. The county retained a 0.8-acre landscape buffer, now Nellie Custis Park. And then between 1980 and 1983, SOC renovated the building, including constructing an entrance addition, and used the facility for nearly 40 years as an employment and training center for people with disabilities before rebranding as Linden Resources and later merging with Melwood Horticultural Training Center. So the Historic Preservation staff presented their findings to the HALRB on March 18, 2026, to assess whether the property met at least 2 of the 11 designation criteria in the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance. Staff defined the Nellie Custis School period of significance as 1924 to 1978, and that it was eligible under Criterion A as a contributing resource to the Aurora Highlands National Register of Historic Places Historic District. HPP staff concluded that the building did not meet the threshold to meet at least 2 of the 11 Arlington County Zoning Ordinance designation criteria and did not recommend it for designation. HPP staff reviewed the 11 designation criteria and used the Secretary of Interior aspects of integrity to help guide and support its analysis. Applying this framework helps ensure the evaluation is consistent and aligns with accepted professional practices. Using this framework, HPP staff determined that the building retains integrity of location, setting, and feeling, but lacks integrity of association, design, materials, and workmanship. So in addition to the Historic Preservation Program staff study findings, the HLRB listened to the property owner, public testimony, and reviewed over 80 public comments. After extensive discussion, the HLRB passed a motion stating that the Nellie Custis School met 2 of the 11 designation criteria as necessary to send an LHD recommendation to the county board. The vote was 7 yes, 4 no, and 1 abstention. The HLRB recommended that the property met criteria A as a contributing resource to the Aurora Highlands National Register of Historic Places Historic District, and K for the property being suitable for preservation or restoration. Further, the HLRB made the period of significance to 1924-1931 and included that future design guidelines protect those specific sections of the building. The Planning Commission then heard the item at its June 1st, 2026 public hearing. After hearing from staff, public speakers, commissions, such as the Commission on Aging and the HALRB, the Council for Melwood and Wesley Housing, and extensive discussion, the Planning Commission passed a motion recommending that the County Board deny the proposed LHD designation request for the Nellie Custis Elementary School / Melwood, as the property does not meet at least 2 of the 11 designation criteria as outlined in Section 11.3.4 of the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance. The motion carried 9 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. So staff would like to provide a response. Historic preservation staff disagrees with the HLRB's proposed 1924 and 1931 period of significance and the use of criterion K. HPP staff evaluated the property as it exists today and recommended a broader period to reflect its full historical evolution. The 1924-1931 timeframe implies the building's altered state retains sufficient integrity, which staff does not support due to extensive alterations. Additionally, the speculative nature of restoration does not represent a reliable preservation strategy. Although the ordinance allows designation based on meeting 2 criteria, moving forward without property owner consent calls for a higher level of justification than the minimum standard alone provides. While regulatory authority can enforce preservation, outcomes are stronger when balanced with property rights. Accordingly, staff recommends considering designation without owner consent only when a property satisfies multiple, preferably most, of the 11 criteria. Lastly, an LHD designation would undermine the extensive engagement process for both the GLUP study that was accepted by the County Board in 2024 and the County Board approved site plan in 2025. So I'll just quickly highlight the public engagement. HPP staff followed all the outreach procedures as outlined in the zoning ordinance, section 11.3.4. We continuously consulted with the property owner and involved them with public hearings. We communicated with the community member that submitted the LHD designation request concerning questions about the process and our study findings, opportunities to participate in public hearings, and the general timeline of the project. Community input was received during the June 2024 and March 2026 HLRB public hearings. And lastly, public notice requirements were followed as identified in the zoning ordinance, section 15.7.7. An important thing to note is equity. HPP staff utilized an equity lens throughout the LHD designation process and study. Community members were able to provide their feedback and/or participate in the 5 public hearings before this public hearing. Concerning the equity lens, the Historic and Cultural Resources Plan that was adopted in 2023 makes recommendations to preserve and interpret on inclusive histories, which HPP staff did when considering the period of significance and identifying unrepresented histories. Concerning process with the equity lens, HPP staff continued to advocate for adhering to our standard LHD policy of processing LHD requests in the order received to ensure a fair and equitable process for all applicants. And lastly, depending on the outcome of this hearing, if the site plan project were to move forward, the county identifies affordable housing, education and workforce development, accessible and inclusive design, and transportation improvements as equity principles being met. With all this being said, the county manager recommendation for this item is to deny the proposed local historic district designation request for the Nellie Custis Elementary School, as the property does not meet at least 2 of the 11 designation criteria as outlined in section 11.3.4 of the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance. Thank you, and this concludes staff's presentation. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris. Very much appreciate your presentation. We'll now turn to the applicant for the historic designation, which I believe is the applicants and other stakeholders on this item. We'll hear first from Stacy Meyer. Ms. Meyer.
I need a second for technology here.
Okay.
Can you help me? So I need to share my screen. Yep. So you can click this button. Window. And then do that one. And then share. Thank you. Yep. All right. And there you go. Okay. So do you see my screen?
I think Mr. Kushner has to activate that somehow. There it is.
Okay.
It is over to you, Ms. Meyer.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Hi, good evening. I'm Stacy Meyer. I am president of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association and was the applicant for the local historic district. With me is Rachel Hicks, who was past president when this application was submitted. Thank you for letting us present. Want to talk about what's going on in our neighborhood. We live in 22202 over in Aurora Highlands is over by National Airport and the Pentagon, and there has been a lot of demolition over the years in our area, which is why there is no historic material there. Some of these are really notable. Queen City was demoed for the Pentagon. There's a lot of cool brick warehouses that were over by Crystal City. They're gone. There was a water park at the Luna Park. It's now the water sewage treatment plant. And the Roach Estate was on the promontory that overlooks 395, and that was demolished. We have very, very little material left. And it wasn't just in the 60s. Recently, there's been tons of demolition going on. Here's an example of the Fabry Lothrop Estate, which was a lot of people were very upset about, that got demolished in 2021. Staff and Planning Commission recommended demolition over HLRB's vote in favor of designation here. This is what we're trying to prevent. Historic places matter. They still matter. And what really matters is being able to have a choice in the future whether that future generations can see and experience these buildings. If this is demolished now, that choice will be gone for future generations. So the idea of trying to have authenticity, that people can experience something in the place that it existed, when it existed, and how it existed, you can't replace that. And so this is why historic preservation is something we really need to take seriously and think about, because we're not making a choice just for today, we're making a choice for the future of the world here. People everywhere choose preservation and adaptive reuse over demolition, except here in Arlington. And this is from the National Park Service. Demolition should be the last resort when you're looking at a historic building. And we should take every opportunity to adaptively reuse these buildings. And so let's talk about the zoning criteria. As it's on the National Register, that's not in dispute, as Lauren said. It also meets, per the HLRB, the criteria for being suitable for restoration, and we'll get into that. But as part of their discussion, the HLRB also cited two other criteria. It has historical educational value to the development of the county because it's a school that it just naturally fits that criteria. And it's the work of notable architects Upman and Adams. Notably, these four criteria were also the same criteria that staff used when they did the Wilson School report back in 2009 and recommended a local historic district for that school at the time. They're very similar schools, Wilson School and Nellie Custis. So it's undisputed that it's on the National Register. And as part of being on the National Register, it is evaluated at the time of the National Register registry to be a contributing building. So some buildings were not contributing to the register. That included the commercial buildings across the street, not contributing, don't have historic integrity. But Nellie Custis did have historic integrity, and that's why it's considered a contributing building. It's just the definition. It's a school. And as a school, that is naturally part of the historic value to the county. That was right out of the Wilson School report from 2009. As a school, it has historic association with the development of the county. What we learned as part of reviewing all of this is that if you line up all of these schools that are still standing, Hume and Maury are the two oldest schools, and they are local historic districts. Jefferson and Nellie Custis and Robert E. Lee, they are not the local historic districts, and those are the third, fourth, and fifth schools that in age. So Nellie Custis is the fourth oldest. But interestingly, it is the first school that was built after Alexandria County became Arlington County in 1920. Alexandria, the area was a suburb of Alexandria, and it pivoted to become Arlington in 1920 because it was becoming a suburb of Washington, D.C. with all of the bridges and the streetcars and everything. And so they changed the name to Arlington to fit with Washington and named the school Nellie Custis because that's George Washington's granddaughter, and to fit it together. So that's pretty historic right there. And so it's of historic value to the county. It's the work of a notable architect, and this was provided by the HPP report, this clip from the newspaper that's advertising bids for the building of the school. Today, when you name the architect who did the plans for the building of a school, that's called the architect of record, and that's pretty much an official thing. That's about as official as it gets. The fact that they put Upman and Adams here in this advertisement had to be completely clear that they were the architects of this building. There should be no other dispute. It's in their advertisement for bidding the project. So they were notable architects. I don't think that there's any dispute about that. And one thing that was interesting that we looked at was, unlike the Wilson School report, the Nellie Custis report doesn't have the school board minutes or receipts in it. So that was odd. It would be hopeful that maybe they can go back. It wasn't in the bibliography or anything, but that might provide more evidence of Upman and Adams in addition to this official advertisement for bids. It's suitable for restoration. So architects that look at this, Adriana Torres is the architect that's on the Planning Commission. She's new, or relatively new. Said, I don't understand. It's suitable. This should have been adaptively reused. I spoke to her afterwards, and she mentioned on the call that Paola Amodeo, the other architect, agrees with her, but she wasn't at the meeting. 10 of the 12 HALRB members thought that it was suitable for restoration, even if they didn't vote for the LHD, including all 4 past chairs. And there's going to be some speakers and people have written in that also agree that this should be suitable for restoration. Here's a picture of the Wilson School and of Nellie Custis. Wilson School was deemed suitable for restoration, and Nellie Custis is not deemed suitable for restoration. And they're in very similar condition, and I would argue that Nellie Custis is in better condition. Hard to get pictures of Nellie Custis because all of the landscaping in front of it, so we did a sketch to show the form that's still there. The form has always, even with the 1962 and 1995 editions, the form reads. They did those editions sensitively so that the form can read. The windows are done in the existing masonry openings, and that's about as sensitive as it gets, without being completely preserved. So here's some details when an architect looks at these things. In the bottom left-hand corner, you can see the brick that turns the corner on the sides and the limestone sill. That's the original opening. The darker red brick that's there was just filled in, but that can all come out very easily and come back to its original condition. You can see the form in the upper left of the original building. It's the way they did this addition. They left the 2-story building there, and they just tacked on with a 1-story addition. And they were sensitive in that they just tacked on and there's a caulk joint there right at the addition. It can come off and just be repaired. It's pretty textbook. I'm gonna skip this. Some of the other speakers will be talking about some of the other examples of restoration, but I'll just say that it's very common condition to have to replace windows, doors, and canopies in historic buildings. And these buildings also, these school buildings also suit themselves well in their floor plate because they have a lot of windows for apartments. So adaptive reuse is feasible. There's not a private property issue here. And the reason why there's not a private property issue is because before the county board approved the upzoning last year, there was no way this property would ever have been able to be developed. So when Melwood bought the project or merged into the project, there was no ability to develop. So the only private property issue came out was when there was approval that allowed development on the site. It's not possible without taxpayer money. And now there's, there's federal, there's state government money, and now there's $11 million. And this project won't be able to be done without county money. So when there's taxpayer money involved, we hope that the county board should come up with a solution that works for everyone. It's completely feasible, and it's not too late. Everybody does adaptive reuse. The cost of it is my experience, is a wash. It's not cheaper. It's not more expensive. There's pluses and minuses. It works out as a wash, and I've done this evaluation in the past. And Virginia rewards and supports historic preservation, as does the federal government. It's eco-friendly. There's saves trees. It's not too late. We can still revise these plans. And we should do that because this building will be here for a really long time. It's critical that we get it right now. And some of the things, and some other people will get into this later, but it's in the site plan conditions, there weren't some of the things that were advertised or stated about this project early on didn't seem to come to fruition in the site plan conditions. We only saw in the site plan that there's only 4 units being marketed to the disabled for 60 days, which was odd. And in their LIHTC application, there's only the standard 30% AMI units. There are only the standard number of them, which is 12. So it looks like a regular affordable housing project that's disabled forward with the voluntary items that they've done, but the requirements are not. So we had the proposal, the footprint from Melwood is on the left. We're familiar with that. It's too big for the site. It blocks Calvary's bell tower. It impacts a residential neighborhood. All what happens on the right-hand side in this drawing is just the existing footprint of Nellie Custis School and the green space in front of it. Just by doing that, you provide some of the tapering to the street corner that is something that the comp plan talks about a lot. Calvary Bell Tower will be more visible. There'll be more mature landscaping, open space, and eco by keeping the school there. So we'd like to roll up our sleeves and find a way to make it work. You said you would look at this LHD on the historic merits, and if you're true to that commitment, you must find in favor of the LHD. It meets it meets the 2 criteria. It meets 2 more, and people who know what they're doing agree. And we have a lot of people that are sensitive and supporting of historic preservation. We have 12 civic associations in Arlington that have come together to request that you save this school. 270 on a change.org petition, lots of letters, and so we think this is a no-brainer textbook case for adaptive reuse and historic preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Next, we'll go to Ms. Pushkar, who represents the other part of the stakeholders involved, and that would be Melwood and the property owner. Go ahead, Ms. Pushkar.
Good evening, Chairman DeFerranti and members of the County Board. For the record, my name is Kathy Puskar with Walsh Colucci, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Melwood and Wesley Housing. Seems like I've been here a lot on behalf of Melwood and Wesley Housing. We're here tonight to discuss whether you should adopt the HLRB's recommendation to designate a portion of the property as a local historic district. We respectfully submit that you should not. As a preliminary matter, my client does not support the nomination, and it should not be imposed on them without their consent. But equally important, the zoning ordinance criteria for establishment of a historic district have not been met. Our historic consultant provided a thorough study to Arlington County and concluded that the criteria have not been met. Arlington County Historic Preservation staff conducted their own research and analysis and concluded that the criteria have not been met. Your Planning Commission held a robust hearing on the nomination and also found that the criteria have not been met. However, with 2 split votes and a recommendation based on a limited period of significance from 1924 to 1931, the HLRB supported the nomination. So we need to discuss how reasonable minds can disagree. Next, here are the 2 criteria that the HLRB identified. As to the first, while the building, along with 623 other buildings in the neighborhood, is a contributing resource to the Aurora Highlands National Register Historic District, individually listed buildings have a much higher bar, which this building cannot meet due to the lack of architectural integrity based on significant additions and alterations over time. As to the second criteria, this historic school has little physical integrity with those multiple additions and alterations to the building that once existed in 1931. As such, it is not suitable for preservation or restoration. Next. This slide shows the 2 additions in 1962 and 1995, which have obscured the east and south elevations of the building. The HLRB took a vote on this property as it sits today and found that this building does not meet the criteria for designation. Next. The HLRB then decided to reduce the period of significance to 1924 to 1931, a building that no longer exists in its original form, and voted by a split vote that it did meet the 2 criteria shown on the previous slide. This is what that building looked like in 1931. And here's the building as it exists today. When you compare the building in existence in 1931 to the building in existence today, as our professional consultant and your professional staff have done, the differences are obvious. Although, as Ms. Myers said, not easy to see in a photo given the significant mature landscaping around the site. But as you can see, there are only 2 contributing elevations that remain, and both of those elevations lack integrity. Both of these elevations have lost their historic windows, and the window openings have been altered in size, and window openings have been added on South Grant Street. If you could go back again. The historic landscape has been significantly altered, and the central path to the building entrance was removed. Now, if we're looking more closely at the main facade, we can go to the next. It no longer reads as a facade, as the entire entrance was removed, including the stone surround, metal and glass canopy, landing, doors and transom light. Windows were put in its place, and the entrance to the building was moved to the west and is clearly expressed as such. The historic signage was also removed, further eroding its association with Arlington County Public Schools. The only remaining historic fabric on this building is a stone water table and belt course and some brick. Now, looking at the timeline, I don't need to tell you all that we've been at this a long time because you've been on this journey with us. But there's been much made about an email to Virginia Housing and massing diagrams that were developed in 2023 and sent to Virginia Housing in 2024. So I think the timeline's helpful, not only to explain what that email represented, but how my clients took this process seriously, participated deliberately, and with an open mind as to what might be possible. During the GLUP study, David Johnson on January 8th sent an email that stated that the anticipated 4 to 5 story building structure will either involve keeping the existing building facade and incorporating new build-out components for the residential and commercial space, or tearing down the existing improvement and replacing it with the new structures. Both of these options are shown in the attached plans. Historic considerations and community feedback will ultimately drive the direction of the development team. So my clients did not come into this process saying we're going to demolish this building. They came into this process saying We need to participate in the Arlington process, in that GLUP study, and should we be successful in that GLUP study, move forward to a 4.1 site plan that takes into account the history of this building, as well as input from staff, the citizens, and other stakeholders. As you can see at the time, that GLUP study process was ongoing. Once the draft report was released and my client had the ability to review its content, they felt comfortable that they would be able to move forward with a 4.1 site plan application and brought their historic consultant, Traceries, on board in April of 2024. Traceries then did a thorough review of the history and analysis of the site and determined that the facade had been significantly compromised and was not worthy of preservation. Next. In fact, the adopted GLUP study principles emphasized other county neighborhood priorities and did not include historic preservation as one of those priorities. Now, it did include a recommendation about historic preservation. Next, that GLUP study said that the historic facade of the original 1923 design and/or portion of the building should be considered for retention or interpretation in situ, or, if necessary, relocated or interpreted closer to the sidewalk should a more urban edge be supported on the eastern side of the property during site plan discussions. So even during that GLUP study process, there was an understanding that it might not be possible to save that facade based on the history and other considerations. So, based on the consultant's conclusions, if we could go to the next, and based on other priorities such as an inclusive building design, a footprint that would allow for 105 units, flexibility for family-sized units, pushing the building away from the park as the neighborhood requested, maximizing parking below grade as the neighborhood requested, that led us to an interpretation of the facade. And as you can see, during the online engagement, we had a fairly abstract reference back to that 1931 facade. But as we went through the process, as in SPR's, we got feedback from the online engagement, SPRC number 1. We had a design that more accurately reflected the existing building, but did not go all the way according to some of the members of the community and others. So if you look at the next slide, you will see that between SPRC number 1 and SPRC number 2, we ended up with a design that more closely resembles the original facade than the facade that exists on site today. Next. My client has approached this project in good faith, has engaged in what seems to be a never-ending community process, incorporated feedback, and obtained your approval in February of 2025 to move this groundbreaking project forward. There have been no changes in circumstances since that date to lead you to do anything different tonight. We do not agree that these two criteria are met, and we would also posit that based on the zoning ordinance language, even if those two criteria were met, it is still within your authority to not recommend this property for designation. There are many, many more pressing, important criteria and priorities that the county board has that will be supported by this project moving forward. And so I would ask you, in closing, with my last slide, to please deny the HALRB recommendation and allow this project to move forward with no further delay.
Thank you, Ms. Puskar. Our next speaker will turn to advisory groups. And I believe we have our Planning Commission in addition to our HALRB here. And so we'll turn first to our Planning Commission and then to HALRB. Mr. Lantelmi, are you here to speak on behalf of the Planning Commission?
Thank you. Yes, good evening, Chair DeFerranti and members of the board. For the record, I'm Jim Lantelmi, and I am representing the Planning Commission for this matter tonight. The Planning Commission held its public hearing for the Millwood Local Historic District request on June 1st. The issue before us was whether the former Nellie Custis School building should be designated a local historic district. The staff recommended against it because they determined it meets only one of the criteria necessary to establish an LHD. The Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board voted 7 to 4 to 1 that they believe 2 of the 11 criteria for such designation are met, and thus it should be designated as an LHD. After consideration of this, the PC voted to support the staff's finding with a vote of 9 to 1 to 1 abstention, and to recommend denial of an LHD designation. Our consideration was limited. We were solely hearing the status of the proposed LHD and were not reevaluating the approved project design, the site plan, or the importance of affordable housing at this site. This was just the latest public hearing where the Planning Commission considered this site. We had special glove study meetings, SBRC meetings, Planning Commission meetings, all before the county board meeting a year ago winter where the site plan was approved. At all of these meetings, the historic characterization of the building was extensively discussed. We closely questioned Arlington staff, historic preservation staff, the applicant and the applicant's architects about the project and how it should look and what was possible. The owner does not support the designation, and it's highly atypical to make an LHD designation without the owner's support. We also heard and considered the concerns raised by the neighborhood. They raised the historic integrity of the building, but our consensus was that it is uncertain at best, and in that, in any event, the property owner would not restore the building to its former look. Many changes to the structure over time, including removal of the original entrance and the window patterns, had occurred, and that thus did not meet the criteria either for the property identified as criteria F, the property identified as the work of a master builder, architect, or a landscape architect, or K, that the building is suitable for restoration. There were concerns raised by the neighborhood about the mature trees that would not be preserved, but that was not a factor for an LHD determination. During our discussion, we explored the timeline problem, and we questioned why it took so long from when the LHD was filed, application was filed, until now for the Planning Commission and County Board to receive recommendations. There was an explicit understanding of the significance and the desirability of the proposed new Melwood building to provide on-site services and independent housing for those with disabilities and affordable housing. The Planning Commission consensus was we had no desire to backtrack on an already approved site plan, but we definitely agreed that the process improvements are very much needed. As mentioned, there are some planning commissions that lamented the time lag between the SBRC process and the LHD review, which, had everything occurred at once, they believe would have prevented, would have allowed a potential resolution that would have met Melwood's goals and preserved some of the original site. But most of all, the Planning Commission sees a process problem here as much as anything else. The current process does not serve any applicant, any affected neighborhoods, the county as a whole, and the potential tenants of an unbuilt project. We need to have some sort of process that pairs up the site plan review committee process along with the local historic designation review, rather than the current process where LHD occurs on its own timeline and has a very rigid queue. We also addressed the misconception that as a community that historic preservation is a barrier to housing. That is not an accurate message and should not be perpetuated. We recognize that this is a matter of importance for the local Aurora Highlands community, but it's also important to Arlington as a whole. Given the public comments we had at every step of our way, there are strong feelings in both directions. Unfortunately, the process and some of the substantial delays to the LHD consideration resulted in mutual feelings of mistrust on both sides. Making process improvements must be part of addressing and repairing that mistrust. To summarize, the Planning Commission voted 9 to 1 to 1 to recommend denial of a local historic district designation for the Nellie Custis School building. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lantelmi. Next, we'll turn to our HALRB. Is Ms. Myers here? virtually or in person?
I'm here virtually.
Great. It's over to you, Ms. Myers.
Thank you. And can we bring up the two photos I sent over?
Clerk, do you have them, Mr. Davis? Yeah.
I can double check.
Okay.
Yes, I do have those. I'll pull those up for you.
You want to share one or both as you are able?
Yeah, just if you can share both at the same time, that's great. Otherwise, the first one first, and then we can move on to the second.
Okay, we'll see if we got the first one shared correctly when we have a chance. Is this the first?
Yes.
Okay. To you, Ms.
All right.
Myers.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, members of the county board and members of the public that are here today. My name is Katie Myers, and I am the chair of the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board. And I am here tonight on behalf of the HLRB to explain why we recommended that the 1924 and 1931 portions of the Nellie Custis School be designated a local historic district, and to respectfully ask that you support that designation. First, why does the historic school qualify? After extensive review, public testimony, and deliberation, the HLRB voted to recommend designation because we found that the historic school meets two of the criteria established in the Arlington County zoning ordinance. It is a contributing resource within the National Register of Historic Places, Aurora Highlands Historic District, and two, it is suitable for preservation and restoration. You'll see the 1924 and the 1931 portion here in the yellow and blue, so quite a small portion actually. The historic school is a colonial revival building, and it's located in the heart of Aurora Highlands, serving as a defining feature of the neighborhood for over a century. It was constructed in 1924 and expanded in 1931. The school reflects Arlington's rapid growth during the early 20th century. It was the first school built after we officially became Arlington County. It was expanded to accommodate increasing enrollment. It was one of Arlington's last schools to integrate in 1972, and it was ultimately closed in 1978 after enrollment declined. And can you move on to the next slide, please? The original portions of the building retain many of the defining characteristics that make colonial revival architecture so enduring. A formal symmetrical composition, brick veneer construction, limestone detailing and protruding brick belt courses, and a strong traditional presence that reflects the ideals of public education in the early 20th century. Its scale, materials, and architectural character continue to define Aurora Highlands and connect today's residents to Arlington's educational history. A key factor in our recommendation was the viability of adaptive reuse. The HLRB heard considerable discussion about whether preservation and redevelopment could coexist, and we believe they can. The 1924 and 1931 portions of the school building could be retained while removing the later additions without compromising the historic school, restoring the original central entrance, replacing current windows and doors with more historically appropriate ones, and constructing substantial new additions to the south and west sides. The existing brick veneer construction remains structurally sound and could continue serving Arlington for generations, unlike many materials used in new construction today. The property owner has asserted that preservation and adaptive reuse are not financially feasible, but has presented no evidence supporting that conclusion. By contrast, the Aurora Highlands Civic Association submitted a detailed survey of the building's suitability for preservation and restoration, and architects on the HLRB and the Planning Commission, along with other Arlington citizens who are architects and construction professionals, have all concluded that adaptive reuse remains a viable option. Many members of the public expressed disappointment that the county never seriously advocated for adaptive reuse here, especially since the developer, as they stated, had considered a renovation and expansion scenario as one of two options in 2024. So next, I would like to address the several arguments that are raised against designation that were considered by the HLRB, including those raised by Historic Preservation Program staff. First, many reference the HPP staff's conclusion that the historic school lacks sufficient historic or architectural integrity based on National Park Service guidelines. The Arlington County zoning ordinance establishes 11 separate criteria for designation. The National Park Service concepts of integrity may be relevant to some of those criteria and could be a good framework for some of those criteria, but they are not an overarching test that controls all 11. The question of whether the building meets the NPS integrity definition is not dispositive here because the HLRB's recommendation rests on criteria A and K. The historic school is already recognized as a contributing resource within a National Register historic district and remains suitable for preservation and restoration. Those are equally valid and important reasons for designation under the ordinance. We respectfully ask the county board to evaluate this nomination under the criteria established in the Arlington County zoning ordinance, rather than applying an additional threshold requirement that does not appear in the ordinance. Second, some have pointed out that the building's absent from the historic resources inventory. However, schools were not evaluated during the first phase of that inventory process. No school buildings, churches, or other civic buildings were studied. The historic school was not excluded because it was evaluated and found unworthy of preservation. It simply was never studied. Similarly, the fact that this nomination occurred after the building came under threat of demolition should not be interpreted as evidence that it lacks historical significance. The building is already recognized as a contributing resource within a National Register historic district, so many people did already consider it an historic resource. And many residents reasonably assumed the century-old building of this significance would remain standing or was already protected because of the National Register status. Although many in this room understand that the National Register is just honorific and local designation provides the protection from demolition, many people confuse the two. Finally, some have argued that the lack of property owner support should determine the outcome here. However, neither the ordinance nor Arlington's preservation history makes owner consent the deciding factor. In fact, the ordinance only requires notice to property owners. Including an owner notice provision, but not an owner consent provision, shows a deliberate policy choice when the historic preservation ordinance was drafted. As with all zoning and land use matters, the county board must retain the ability to make decisions for the broader public good without developer veto power. Although we have not been able to conduct an exhaustive review of every local historic district, both the Maywood Historic District and the Buckingham Historic District were designated despite significant property owner opposition. Buckingham is particularly instructive. Today, the historic district not only protects historic buildings, but also helps protect existing affordable housing. The original 30-year affordability restrictions are expiring, but the protections provided by the historic district remain. Throughout Arlington's history, historic preservation has often been used to protect community character and affordable housing, not undermine it. As was the case with Maywood and Buckingham, there are times when the county must make a difficult decision to protect an important public resource. Even if the property owner has an approved site plan that doesn't contemplate preservation and the property owner doesn't support designation. In closing, the question before you tonight is not whether change should occur on this site. The question is whether Arlington should permanently lose a significant historic resource that remains suitable for preservation and restoration, or whether change can occur in a way that retains that resource while still providing housing and meeting community goals. Although historic preservation is often pitted against housing and density goals, the HLRB and HPP staff regularly work to achieve both. Recent examples include the Barcraft Garden Apartments, where preservation and additional density are being pursued together, and the Reevesland Farmhouse, which is being preserved and rehabilitated into a shared living home for individuals with disabilities. We would welcome the opportunity to do the same with this project. The county board appointed the members of the HLRB and entrusted us with the responsibility of making recommendations regarding local historic district designation. We took that responsibility seriously, and we concluded that the historic school satisfies the criteria established in the Arlington County zoning ordinance and recommended it for designation. Demolition is permanent. Preservation and adaptive reuse still remain an option right now. We ask the county board to designate the 1924 and 1931 portions of Benelli Custis School as a local historic district. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Thank you, Ms. Myers. We will continue. We didn't quite do applause in the other case, so we'll continue with our discussion. We'll now hear from you, our public speakers, all of them. We'll call all who have signed up. So we've got 2 speakers at a time. To help us keep things moving, please be ready to speak when your name is called. Also, as you've heard me say a few times before, if you agree with someone, there are 2 ways in which you can let everybody know you agree with them that will still keep us here, not until midnight, but perhaps till 11:30. So I just ask This is the sign language for applause, and you can also stand whenever you agree with someone who is speaking. So I'd ask you to do those two things. Mr. Kushner, we have a speaker up front who may be the first speaker. Would you call the first two speakers, please?
Certainly. Our first speaker is Ms. Pamela Van Hine, followed by Ben DeVonzo.
Seems like you are correct. Ms. Van Hine, go ahead.
You can hear me, okay. Hi, Board Chair, board members, and staff, thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for all your hard work. I'm Pamela Van Hine, a 41-year resident of Aurora Highlands and a pedestrian advocate. These are my personal comments against the HALRB HD designation for the Nellie Custis School and for my continuing strong support of the Melwood project. The HALRB voted to designate LHD status to the Nellie Custis School, but applied LHD status to only the 1924 and 1931 sections of the building. The request for LHD designation should apply to the entire span built from 1924 through 76, not just its oldest sections. Even the oldest sections, as described in detail in the staff report, have had significant modifications, including the removal of the original grand entrance to the 24 building. Second, I strongly agree with and quote staff's conclusions that only Criterion A is a contributing resource within the Aurora Highlands NHRP, but that in contrast, if the Nellie Custis School were evaluated as a standalone property, HPP staff believes that its extensive alterations have compromised its architectural integrity to a degree that would render it ineligible for individual listings in the NRHP. Although the Nellie Custis School building remains an element of the Aurora Highlands neighborhood and Arlington's broader heritage, it does not retain sufficient architectural integrity of association, design, materials, and workmanship related to its period of historic significance. Finally, I want to reiterate my strong support for the Melwood project, which has gone through a thorough Arlington County That's great. I hope that the Melwood project can finally move forward now that the Planning Commission has voted to reject the LHD status recommended by the HLRB. I hope that you, County Board members, will now also reject this recommendation and reiterate your support for the Melwood project. This opportunity to provide additional convenient, accessible, affordable housing, especially to those with neurologic disabilities, should not be missed. Let's get this done. Thank you. 7 seconds to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Hine. Our next speaker, I believe, is virtual.
Yes, next speaker is Ben DeVonzo, followed by Ms. Eva Loser.
Mr. DeVonzo. Are you there? We can come back if he is not.
Not seeing him online, we can circle back to him. I will move on then to Ms. Eva Loser, followed by Ms. Allison Tribble.
It's actually Loser.
Loser.
I know it looks otherwise, but.
Ms. Loser,
for the record.
Good evening, and thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate all the consideration that you're giving. I am a resident in Aurora Highlands. I've owned a home there since 2009, when the Navy moved me from Tampa back up to the DC area, and I decided to settle in Arlington and not the district. I am very conscious of the community that Melwood serves. I'm on the board of directors of CRI, Community Residences Incorporated, that provides, it's a large nonprofit in Northern Virginia, providing services, mental health services, and services to those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So I'm very grateful for the work that Melwood does and provides to the community and to this particular minority within the community. However, as a resident, I live 3 blocks away. I'm a dog walker. I am out multiple times a day walking. And I can tell you that over the past 17 years that I've lived in the area, I have seen the skyline dramatically change with all of the demolition and construction that has gone on in the area. Here we have an opportunity to adaptively reuse and historically designate a building. And once it's demolished, as a number of speakers have said tonight, once it's demolished, it's gone forever. But here we have an opportunity to both have historic designation, retain the character of the neighborhood, and also be able to provide, it doesn't mean that Melwood can't reuse the property, it's just not the entire property. So what I ask for your consideration to vote in favor of the historic designation and allow for adaptive reuse. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Loser. Sorry, I'm getting there.
Ms. Loser, for the record. Our next speaker is Ms. Allison Tribble, followed by Margot Greenlee.
Ms. Tribble.
Good evening. My husband and I are homeowners in the Aurora Highlands,
And if Melwood builds housing there, the people who live there will be my next door neighbors, and the children that might live there will grow up playing with my children. I fully support repurposing Nellie Custis for affordable housing, and I was raised by someone with a severe disability. This is important to me to get right. I didn't originally understand why Melwood wasn't pursuing adaptive reuse of Nellie Custis, or at the very least keeping the Christmas tree where our community does its tree lighting every year. That seemed like a no-brainer to me. Adaptive reuse, like other cities are doing, would allow us to build housing while preserving a historic building and the surrounding garden. Today, I am more educated on the business decisions behind the push for over 100 units. This push for density is what's coming at the expense of those of us that live here. My neighbors are completely on board with putting affordable housing there. It's not the first affordable housing in our neighborhood. The issue is the plan to demolish the entire property. It's not too late for Melwood to put forward an adaptive reuse plan with fewer units that respects the architecture and the nature and the community traditions of our neighborhood and becomes part of our community rather than sticking out like a sore thumb. I ask you, our local leaders, to listen to the hundreds of us who have written you letters about protecting Nellie Custis for several years, who've made a life in the Aurora Highlands in South Arlington. Please respect the recommendation of your HALRB to grant historic status to the original Nellie Custis building. They spent so much time on this, and they are recommending this for good reason. And then let's build this affordable housing in a way that protects our history and integrates it successfully into the fabric of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tribble. Next speaker
is Margot Greenlee, followed by Diane Hazard.
Ms. Greenlee.
Good evening. My name is Margot Greenlee. I am the very proud executive director of Our Stomping Ground, an Arlington-based nonprofit that helps adults with developmental disabilities access affordable housing and build meaningful connections in community. For those who have low vision or blindness, I'm a white woman with freckles and light brown hair. I'm wearing a cream-colored jacket over a black top, along with blue and green beaded necklace and a blue rooster pin that belonged to my grandmother. When I was getting ready earlier tonight, I thought I should bring her with me. As our nation celebrates 250th anniversary of its independence, I invite everyone in the room to think for just a moment about one person who would be proud that you are here tonight, participating in the democratic process. For me, it's my grandmother. More than 75% of adults with developmental disabilities live with family members, largely because affordable housing options remain so limited. The Melwood Wesley Housing Development provides deeply affordable, accessible homes for people who need them the most and will put Arlington on the map as a leader in inclusive housing. On behalf of the nearly 1,000 people OSG serves across Northern Virginia, I ask the County Board to accept the recommendation of its historic preservation staff and that this building not be designated as local historic district. Tonight, you have the opportunity to make history by turning Arlington's values into homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Hazard.
Diane Hazard, correct, followed by Ms. Ann Olmschneider.
Good evening. I'm Diane Hazard, representing Voice. For more than 17 years, Voice has heard from residents with deep concerns about not being able to afford a home in the Arlington that they love. Voice asks you to reject the proposed local historic designation for the Melwood building and allow the project you approved more than a year ago to finally move forward and help meet the needs of some of our most vulnerable neighbors. Your own staff concluded there's no justification for historic designation. In addition, the property owner does not want it. There is no compelling reason countywide in historic preservation here. In fact, the historic designation will memorialize a school that was built to serve white students only, at a time when county and community leaders were committed to ensuring people of color could not live in or go to school with white residents. In marked contrast, the residents of the new building envisioned by Melwood will reflect Arlington's current wonderful diversity of races, nationalities, incomes, and abilities. In the end, the decision is about the kind of community we want. The belief in an open, welcoming community is foundational for every faith tradition in voice. Arlington has centered this belief in the board's vision of, and I'm quoting, a diverse and inclusive world-class urban community where people unite to form a caring, learning, participating, sustainable community in which each person is important. The Melwood Project moves Arlington towards that vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hazard. Next speaker.
Is Ms. Ann Olmschneider, followed by Mr. Peter Yee.
Ms. Olmschneider.
Good evening. My name is Ann Olmschneider. I've lived in Arlington since 1976, and I am encouraging the board to reject historic designation for the Melwood site. Arlington's need for affordable housing is more important than recognition of a historic footnote. The opportunity to add 105 committed affordable units on 23rd Street is too important to pass up. The plan has the added benefit of including units set aside for people with disabilities. I have observed many families who face daunting challenge of finding homes for adult members with disabilities. Parents who are able to care for children at home when they are young worry about what will happen when they themselves are gone. Two of my friends had a son who was born with severe disabilities. They supported his care and development through childhood with the support of excellent school and community services. When he became an adult, they were able to place him in a small group home in an Arlington neighborhood. The group home faced strong opposition from neighbors when it was proposed, but eventually it became an accepted part of the neighborhood. 6 residents have a place to call home where they are safe and supported. Approving the Melwood plan will bring Arlington a step closer to realizing its vision. 30 more people with disabilities can find safe homes by renting the units set aside for them. And they will be close to the wonderful services Melwood can provide.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Olmschneider.
And our next speaker is Mr. Peter Yee, followed by Ms. Chloe Burbach.
Mr. Yee.
Good evening. My name is Peter Yee, and I'm a 39-year-old man with a disability. 2 years ago, I moved into the Cadence on the Wesley property so I can be closer to work and my fiancée, Chloe, and also be part of our stomping ground community. The building is really neat, and the OSG programming has been pretty helpful and fun. I've met a lot of my neighbors and made new friends. It really feels like home, and I think more people should have the opportunity to live in a community like mine. I would encourage everyone to support the new Melwood property in Crystal City. Wesley properties are gorgeous, and I am excited that there could be more OSG programming for our friends there. Affordable and inclusive housing has changed my life. I feel lucky to be part of OSG, and I know my family is grateful to know that I am thriving in my own community. We need more places like my home at the Cadence, and I hope you will continue to support more affordable and exclusive properties like Melwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yee. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ms. Chloe Burbach, followed by Mr. Andrew Hay.
Ms. Burbach.
Hello, my name is Chloe Burlock, and I moved to the Cadence, a Wesley OSG property 5 years ago. I can't tell you how much my life has changed in that short time. I am now employed at Fort Myers after working at George Washington University. I'm going to marry in November, and I have a full interest in life. I understand that some people are worried about the new building on 23rd Street, but you shouldn't be. It would be beautiful there. Still be a lot of green space that you can enjoy, and I promise you really going to like your new neighbors. We need deeply affordable, accessible homes for the people who needs them the most. I feel lucky to live in Arlington, where inclusive housing is priority. I'm asking the county board to reject the historical destination so Arlington can move forward with a community that reflects our values of inclusive, fairness, and opportunity. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Burbach. Our next speaker
is Mr. Andrew Hay, followed by Ms. Larissa Kotz.
Mr. Hay.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Andrew Hay. I have autism and I am a disability advocate. I'm 26 years old. I have lived at Queens Court in Roslyn, an affordable and inclusive community, for almost 6 years. Oh, and I also help the building as well. Individuals with disabilities like me are a benefit to the community. I volunteer at my True Ground apartment building and with AFAC. I stay busy with the OSG community, and I am a good neighbor with many friends in the building. I almost know like 90% of it when I first moved in. Housing through Melwood would be an exciting opportunity for many families and people with disabilities in Arlington. I hope that it won't take long for the neighborhood to actually welcome us finally, because we want to be there. The inclusive and the affordable housing is also needed in Arlington. That's been needed for like a long time. Arlington needs more housing like people. Arlington housing for people with disabilities like me really want to move to Arlington because it's very nice down here compared to other places that I actually have been looking at. I hope the board will continue to support creative solutions like this project. Thank you, and make it happen.
Thank you, Mr. Hay. Next speaker
is Ms. Larissa Kotz, followed by Ms. Scriven. Scriven, pardon.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Arlington County Board. My name is Larissa Kotz, and I'm the president and CEO of Melwood. Melwood has been part of this community for more than 40 years, and our vision has always been and always will continue to be about creating a world where people with disabilities are fully included. We understand that the former Nellie Custis School building has meaning for many people in Arlington. It's been a place where generations of children learned, grew, and created memories. But when we talk about history, we also have to ask what history, what neighborhood authenticity and educational ideals are we preserving, and what future are we creating? The building we are discussing today operated as a school at a time when most Black children in Arlington were denied equal access to public education because of segregation. During that time period, most children with disabilities were completely excluded from community life. They were sent away to institutions and denied the opportunity to learn, to work, and to live amongst their neighbors. State-run institutions expanded significantly in the 1920s and the 1930s, housing hundreds of thousands of individuals under the guise of providing peace and tranquility for neighborhoods. Facilities grew into massive self-contained entities that were completely isolated from the outside world. Our community has spent decades moving beyond these exclusions. This is what makes the future we are proposing so meaningful. The Melwood Wesley Housing Partnership is not simply replacing an old building. We are creating something historic. It's a new model for what inclusion can look like. This will be a community where people with and without disabilities live together, where affordability and accessibility go hand in hand, where people with disabilities can live with greater independence, dignity, and connection. This is a legacy that's worth creating. It would be a loss to stop this project in order to preserve a chapter of history that reflects a time when too many people were left out. We can recognize the stories connected to this building while also developing a community that reflects Arlington's values today. We respectfully ask the County Board to reject the historic designation recommendation and allow this project to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Katz. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Ms. Scriven, followed by Sharon Park.
Good evening, Chair DeFerrante and members of the County Board. My name is Malika Scriven, Vice President of Planning Development at the National Landing Business Improvement District. And on behalf of the Crystal City, Pentagon City, and Potomac Yard business community, I'm happy to respectfully On behalf of the bid, oppose the request to designate the Nellie Custis Elementary School Melwood property as a local historic district. First, we recognize the site does not satisfy the minimum criteria required for historic district designation and agree with the county's historic preservation recommendation for denial based on the site's inability to meet at least 2 of the 11 designation criteria. Second, and equally important, we ask the county board to consider the broader public interest at stake. Housing affordability is a basic human right, and it is our interest to ensure that everyone have access to safe, stable, and affordable housing in Arlington County. And this development, as approved by the county board in February 2025, offers over 100 committed affordable housing units and ground floor institutional space for our residents that need it the most. The approved Melwood redevelopment project represents a rare and significant opportunity to provide deeply affordable, accessible housing for members of our community who are also faced with disabilities. In fact, this project would deliver the first housing of its kind in our community, serving a population that has historically been underserved and overlooked. Arlington's values are also embodied in this development: inclusivity, accessibility, equity, and opportunity, all of which directly advances the county's vision of being a diverse and inclusive community. Affordable and accessible housing opportunities such as this are increasingly difficult to deliver. When they do emerge, they deserve our support. This project is not only about housing, it's about creating a community where people with disabilities can live independently and dignity in a resource-rich environment. Thank you.
Ms. Scriven.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Park, followed by Ms. Julie Farnham.
Ms. Park.
Yes, my name is Sharon Park, and Arlington has lost too many buildings in poorly designed proposals, and if the current rate of demolition continues, there really will be very few or no early Arlington buildings left. As a resident of Arlington and as an architect with over 40 years of experience renovating historic buildings, many for adaptive use, please reconsider the design submitted for the expanded Melrose property and list the building as historic. There is clearly a reasonable opportunity to save the first 2 historic eras of the building located at the corner of 23rd and Grant, which can enhance the sense of community in this historic area. Keeping at least these elements of the building retains the scale of the neighborhood and makes a good home for the supportive services for the Melrose residents. Retaining the corner building in its location may be more cost-effective, more sustainable, and less material in the landfill, and perhaps more identifiable as comfortable spaces for the residents. As an architect with extensive experience, for 25 years I worked and subsequently managed the Federal Historic Tax Credit Program. And I have reviewed hundreds of properties similar in scale to the Nellie Custis. In terms of psychological benefits and many of the others, having a traditional scale and layout may give some calm familiarity both to the residents and to the neighbors. For local designation, please consider this, keeping the building in its place. Please find a way to reuse this important building in Arlington County while still providing an appropriate density in the new portion for the Melwood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Park. I should have said this. You had 13 seconds left. There's a beep that happens at 30 seconds. So if you're speaking, do not get disconcerted. You still have 30 seconds.
I did get very disconcerted.
And I apologize for not setting that out earlier. But you don't have to make up 11 seconds worth of stuff, but you get your 11 seconds if you want.
Thank you. Well, I do think there's enough integrity to save the building, and I support the plans that have been developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Park.
Our next speaker joining us virtually is Ms. Julie Farnham, followed by Doug Muller.
Ms. Farnham.
My name is Julie Farnham. I live very close to the Melwood site. I want to take this opportunity to highlight for the record how the board's handling of this Melwood development is demonstrative of the board's poor communication and lack of willingness to seek common ground with the community and why you should support this historic designation. There are 3 points I want to make. First, this development was sold to the community as housing for people with disabilities. In fact, at the county board recess meeting on May 21st, 2024, that was noted 53 times. That is a noble effort, but in reality, very few of these housing units will be designated for people with disabilities. And that fact makes people in the community feel misled, and that erodes the trust the community has in the board. Second, Oak Ridge Elementary is one of the most crowded schools in Arlington, yet once again, the county has failed to look at development projects holistically and how they'll impact things like schools, the power grid, roads, etc. You build and build and build, particularly in South Arlington, with little regard for the residents who are already living here. That might not be your intention, but as someone who lives here, I can tell you with certainty that is the perception of many. Also, the intersection of 23rd Street South and Army Navy Drive is incredibly unsafe. I personally have witnessed 9 accidents at that intersection over an 18-month period, and now you're going to put more traffic on that street without a plan for making the road safer. My last point is that I believe the community would have supported a 3-story building or adaptive reuse of the building rather than the 5 stories that was approved. We could have had a net gain of new additional affordable housing and received the support of the neighborhood, but this board hasn't taken that approach. This creates distrust and resentment and more cynicism towards our elected officials when we don't seek common ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Farnham. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Doug Muller, followed by Meg Tessio.
Mr. Muller.
Yes. Good evening. Full disclosure, I'm actually a resident of the City of Falls Church. City of Falls Church is very small. We need to rely on our good neighbors, our partners in our Fairfax and Arlington in order to handle large issues like wealth inequality and the lack of affordable housing. And in part, this is also...
Here, there's a, you can lift the microphone, or you can lift or pull down the podium if you like, but.
Very well.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. And I'm focused on the affordable housing issue. It's a problem that throughout the region, throughout the country. The wealth inequality is undermining people's support for our country, our democracy, and we need to be able to handle that. The issue about support for people with disabilities in housing is also important to me. For years, I visited a cafe where they deliberately made an effort to create opportunities for people like that to participate fully in our society, having a job, having a way to contribute. You could see the impact it had on them, their families, and their networks. And in fact, everybody who was supporting that effort as a customer or a visitor took something away from that because they saw as a society we were deliberately creating space and opportunity for these people. The question of the historical, I'm a history buff, I enjoyed reading the report. You need to, as a board, weigh the broader impact of the different options you have before you. The decision you make today shows what kind of society we're going to have, and that's what kind of world we're going to have and leave to our children. The issue of affordable, I would say, look at that issue, make your best decision with the information before you, and come up with a decision that you're proud of afterwards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And we let folks from Falls Church speak too.
Ready. Our next speaker is Meg Tessio, followed by Rick Hodges.
Ms. Tessio.
Good evening. I'm Meg Tessio. I'm retired assistant superintendent for Arlington Public Schools and a retired special education teacher. Nellie Custis Elementary, like other elementary schools at the time, offered limited services for students with disabilities, and especially those with significant disabilities were not offered support or services in the building, but were often sent elsewhere to schools at a greater distance, away from home, out of the community, and away from the area where they lived. A wide range of services and accessibility issues were not fully addressed by APS until after this school closed down in 1978. This is the history we would be preserving by reviving the limitations and non-welcoming environment for individuals with disabilities that previously existed at Nellie Custis and other neighborhood schools. Actually, my son-in-law attended Nellie Custis until 1978, and he shared with me that there was one small class of students with disabilities that nobody ever saw. Is this a history we want to proudly preserve? The Historic Preservation Program determined this building does not retain enough architectural integrity to convey its historic significance. I would suggest we add moral integrity to the list of qualifications to consider. Moral integrity defined as the right thing to do, to provide affordable units for individuals previously excluded in the history of Nellie Custis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeSillo. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Rick Hodges, followed by Elisno Tribble.
Mr. Hodges.
Hi, my name is Rick Hodges. My adult daughter Audrey has Down syndrome and lives in supportive housing in Arlington. We're lucky we found a place for her here in the county where she was born, but others will follow, and the housing options for them are small. I appreciate historic preservation, but consider this: each generation deserves to have a chance to make new history. Not long ago, people like Audrey would have no choice but to be sent to state institutions far from their homes, even as children. Virginia didn't complete its plan to close its institutions and move to community-based housing for adults with disabilities until 6 years ago. We are finally embracing people with disabilities as people who deserve to live in their communities and live a life like yours and yours and yours and mine and everyone in this room. Now it's up to us to welcome them. I look forward to a time when people look at the Melwood project and remember the history that we are making right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Allison Tribble, followed by Ms. Tarcy Dunlop.
I think I wound up on there twice. I went already.
That's okay, Ms. Tribble. I was wondering if your daughter or someone was going to come rolling into the room. But thank you.
In which case, we will move on to Ms. Tarcy Dunlop, followed by Mr. Scott Donaldson.
Ms. Dunlop.
Good evening, County Board members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here tonight. First, I want to make it clear that although I serve in the capacity of president for the Crystal City Civic Association, the association has no stated position on this matter. I am here in my individual and private capacity as an Arlingtonian resident and a 15-year renter in the Pentagon and Crystal City area. Like many here, I have witnessed a lot of neighborhood growth and change. Arlington is a wonderful community and a very desirable place to live. I'm proud to call it home, but these attributes bring certain challenges. As a nonprofit employee and now single renter, I dread each year's lease renewal. It's almost unfathomable that I will be able to become a homeowner. But I'm showing up, advocating for people in future generations, hoping that they too can reside here in the future. I consider myself one of the lucky ones. I'm a strong proponent of affordable housing and greater equity, a commitment that is written into the principles of Arlington County's draft comprehensive plan in several places. I can appreciate how unique this opportunity is for a facility to have an owner that wants to develop affordable housing, deeply affordable, with up to a third available for people with disabilities. HPPP does not recommend the property for an LHD stat designation. The HALRB chair noted that they would not consider owner opposition or the current plan as part of their deliberations. If this designation goes through, the approved affordable housing site plan is likely void and redevelopment increasingly difficult. Where will the resources and investment come to follow through on building preservation and restoration? The process for reviews and approvals needs improvement. It's time for this property to have a new and important purpose this century, providing opportunity and care for vulnerable residents who will benefit from the access Melwood wants to deliver. I personally oppose the historical designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlop. Next speaker
is Mr. Scott Donaldson, followed by Jason Schwartz.
Mr. Donaldson.
I guess max this thing out.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I think there's some real misconceptions here that the designating this historic district somehow means that there's going to be no affordable housing or housing for those with disabilities. And that is totally totally a farce here. No one argues the importance of that affordable housing, but why? Please tell me why our history has to be destroyed in the process. It doesn't make no sense. Both preservation and rework can be done. Okay, what's wrong with adaptive reuse, folks? Please tell me. Anybody going to look up and look at me? Please? Okay. The building is super solid, and as a building contractor, I can say that with some authority. Okay, adaptive reuse in the building of this building for affordable housing is attainable and certainly is more environmental friendly and in line with the climate action plan recently adopted and you guys have all supported. Okay, the HALRB has carefully reviewed the property and its history, as you heard again tonight, and agree with many local organizations and civic associations, as designated here, that the historic district should be approved. Please just listen to the HALRB and the community and approve Nellie Custis Historic District. Please, let's just all work together and find some common ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Donaldson. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Jason Schwartz, followed by Peter Brones.
Mr. Schwartz.
And I have your slide.
Oh, I think your mic is off.
Good evening. My name is Jason Schwartz, and I just want to talk about three things. Number one, this is an absolutely fantastic project, and it's going to provide extremely dignified housing, very inclusive design, quiet, super amazing, and the location is absolutely fantastic. This is a prime time location. Most apartments, especially committed affordable apartments, are located next to highways and major arterial roads. Very loud, lots of traffic. This is going to be in a place that is going to offer unmatched livability. So the new residents, this is going to be amazing. The second thing is, this is not historic. The professionals in the room have said it's not. The third thing, you can see the timeline. We have a major process issue. This is taking way too long to come to fruition. We're a type A county. This is not type A. This is, I don't know if it's B or C. This is, we're during tier 1, tier 2. No, we need to be tier A tier, okay, process. But this is real costs. Think about inflation. Imagine if we had gotten this approved, within like a year or two. We're paying with this in 2023, 2024, whatever dollars. Now we're going to be paying with who knows how much it's going to cost now with inflation. So I just really want to emphasize that if we really want to bring in more housing, we need to reform our process, that we can do something and get it done on time. Historic preservation is a major barrier to housing. There are other barriers, but historic preservation, this is proof. Look at this process. This is a broken process, but we can fix it, because I believe that Arlington can be a great county, inclusive to everyone, to come here and have a really dignified, amazing life. I want to welcome more residents, and I can't wait to see more projects like this. This needs to be plug and play. We need to go, and this is a great project. Look forward to seeing it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Next speaker.
Just a moment, please. Is Peter Brones, followed by Mr. Richard Woodruff.
Thank you to the board for the opportunity to publicly support this critical project. My family and I live a short walk from Melwood. We frequent Nellie Custis Park and enjoy the Melwood holiday celebrations. We followed this project for years and are eager to see it made real. The Nellie Custis legacy doesn't live in its oft-modified walls and windows. It's not the tired flooring, drab walls, and exposed mechanical equipment. The historic value of the site is its legacy of constant adaptation to the evolving needs of the surrounding community. Nellie Custis adapted in 1931, 1962, 1979, 1995, and 2017. Now we need it to adapt again. This time to address spiraling housing costs, a labor market disrupted by AI and war, and a tax base weakened by remote work and federal whimsy. The proposed redevelopment directly addresses these needs. It would be foolish to compromise that affirmative vision for the sake of the site's compromised physical structure. I appreciate the important questions this process has asked about our community's history. I'm glad the Melwood design incorporates references to the old structure. I enjoyed the county's thorough analysis of the site. I wish adaptive reuse could work here like it's working down the street in Crystal City. but I'm still perplexed at why we're having this conversation still. This process started in late 2021. We're pushing 5 years of debate with no physical progress on site. The board approved the plan last February, but here we are again. The planning process should have considered historical issues thoroughly enough to obviate this process. I respectfully ask the board to reform our planning processes to ensure that the historic questions are addressed sufficiently during the regular planning effort. If a major analysis is required to make a decision, let's prioritize that work and complete it in a timely manner. If a historic review is not needed, let's assert that and move forward. Please do not burden our community with a compromised redevelopment. Oppose the Nellie Custis School LHD designation.
Thank you, Mr. Bronis.
Our next speaker is Mr. Richard Woodruff, followed by Ms. Jennifer Williams.
Mr. Woodruff.
Hey there, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
we can. Go ahead.
So, as many of you know, I've been a member of the HLRB for about 15 years. I'm not speaking tonight in behalf of the board. I'm here as a 2-minute citizen in support of the Aurora Highlands neighborhood. And, you know, this is a community that really cares about the Nellie Custis School. It's a beloved fixture in their neighborhood, has been for 100 years. The community has worked so hard. I've never seen a community work so hard to save a building as they have. And, you know, I think they deserve your support. It's really a shame that the county never considered adaptive reuse of the building. Melwood considered it. They didn't really want to consider it, but they had a contingency plan for adaptive reuse of the building, and they would have possibly put it in place had anybody at the county, you know, really pushed them to protect the building. And, you know, I'll just reiterate what Jim Lintelme said a few minutes ago, representing the policy committee, that this process was flawed from the start, really flawed, because the site plan process moved forward while the historic preservation process was seriously delayed for a year and a half for reasons that are hard to explain, except for perhaps that the staff is so under-resourced that they couldn't get the plan, the study together until it was really too late. And, you know, it's also somewhat telling that the staff study was very heavily informed by the consultant that was hired by Melwood. And, you know, that I believe is quite troubling. And in any event, by the time the HLRB voted, it was pretty much over and too late. And so the question is this an historic building? Of course it is. It's 100 years old. It's on the National Register as a contributing building. It's definitely you know, capable of being
Thank you, Mr. Woodruff.
reused.
Thank you very much.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your comments and your testimony.
Next 2-minute speaker is Ms. Jennifer Williams, and then I understand our previous speaker, Ms. Bendivanzo, may be online.
Ms. Williams.
Good evening, board members. I did send a letter to the board recommending that you support the historical designation, but I just wanted to add a few thoughts tonight. The extraordinary thing about Melwood is that nobody opposes its mission, the entire neighborhood. I've never spoken to anyone who doesn't wholeheartedly endorse its mission. It's an amazing mission. And they could have had resounding neighborhood support. They could have been a shining star of the neighborhood with no opposition. So many speakers have decried the length of this process. I don't think it needed to happen. Just by planning a design in proportion to the neighborhood. It's evident by looking at the neighborhood. Many of you have architectural background. You can see what fits in the neighborhood. Instead, Melwood chose a maximalist design, which is going to make the surrounding neighborhood essentially a service area for them, for their overflow. I don't see how it cannot. So I mostly feel sad that this contention had to happen. I don't think it needed to. But since it has, I would urge the board to approve the HALRB recommendation because I would love to preserve the historic building. It won't prevent Melwood from executing on their incredible mission. Sadly, demolishing that building will not by itself solve the affordable housing problem in Arlington by modifying that corner of the project. I really feel that preservation is our best chance to allow both Melwood's amazing mission and the neighborhood to both thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Next, let's see. Should we go back to Mr. Devanzo for his virtual testimony as our last, I think, 2-minute speaker?
Yes, and I do see Mr. Devanzo on the line.
Mr. Devanzo.
Hi there. Thank you. Apologize for missing my speaking slot due to bedtime. When I became an officer of the Rhode Island Civic Association several years ago, someone gave me this walking tour of the Aurora Hills neighborhood. It includes the Hume School, includes several Sears homes. We're quite a historic neighborhood for other kind of historic buildings. The Melwood School is not on that walking tour. In the several years, I've lived here, almost 20 years in Arlington, most of it in this neighborhood. I had never heard of the Nellie Custis School being referred to as historic up until the Melwood proposed making it into affordable housing. And I want to make it clear that I'm speaking for myself in this testimony rather than any official role I hold in advising the county. And I want to make it clear that this seems to be a debate not over whether or not to preserve a building that I had never heard of and no one had referred to in my presence as historic up until now. It's whether or not we want a affordable housing apartment building in the Aurora Highlands neighborhood. And there's been proposals, right? Can it be adaptive reused? And of course, imagine anyone proposing that would know that that results in significantly fewer units. We face a choice, right? Do we keep a old building that has lost most of its architectural value, that no longer is used and by all rights by its owners, or they do not want to keep it? Or do we allow more people to live in our neighborhood? Do we accept that there will be change? And do we make our neighborhood, which has very, very expensive homes in it, also welcome to those who are unable to buy those homes? And I personally think our values as Arlingtonians is that we should allow change and that we should welcome discomfort and that we should accept that sometimes we do need to lose things that we've appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devanzo.
A moment while we reset for our 3-minute speakers, beginning with Mr. Jeffrey Williams.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Williams, and I have lived in Arlington since 1963. I support Melwood's proposal to replace the Nellie Custis School building for housing for adults with disabilities and residents with lower incomes. Having seen Arlington change over many decades, I do not believe nostalgia for the past should prevent our community from addressing present and future needs. I agree with HPP's conclusion that the Nellie Custis School lacks architectural integrity needed to qualify as historically significant, and note that staff do not recommend local historic district designation. At the March 18 HALRB meeting, the chair said the board would exclude from their deliberations that the property owner opposed LHD nomination and also the approved affordable housing site plan. The HALRB recommendation designating the 1924 and 31 portions of the building as local historic district would create major uncertainty for the approved Melwood affordable housing site plan. It will block the approved site plan from moving forward. It will require HALRB to develop design guidelines before any changes could proceed. It leaves unresolved how non-historic portions of the site could be developed. Yet important questions remain unanswered. Who would pay to restore and preserve the 1924-31 building under design guidelines that have not yet been written? Does the county intend to acquire the property and fund that work? The county must take into account the factors that the HALRB excluded from its deliberations. If the local historic district is approved, the current site plan would be invalidated. The approved Melwood project will provide accessible, affordable housing and supportive services for people with disabilities in direct alignment with Arlington's stated goals. Melwood should also be commended for echoing the school's original entrance in the new 23rd Street facade. That approach preserves the spirit of the building while thoughtfully reinterpreting the altered features in the contemporary design. Please do not approve the local historic district nomination for the Nellie Custis School. Instead, allow the Melwood project to move forward and help advance our shared vision of a neighborhood where everyone is welcome and able to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Next speaker
is John Musso, followed by Susan English.
Good evening, members of the County Board. John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Arlington Chamber, I wish to respectfully ask each of you to deny the proposed local historic designation before you for the Melwood property. This proposed designation, if adopted, would go against county precedent, determinations by your professional historic preservation staff, and negatively impact the future of Melwood's already approved development project. A local historic designation should not be sought without the agreement of a property owner, and Melwood has not consented to the imposition of such a designation. We respectfully urge the County Board to honor this longstanding precedent. In addition, the property has undergone substantial modification over 4 decades of private use, and staff, as mentioned, have previously determined that it does not meet the requisite level of architectural integrity typically required for a local historic district designation. The Chamber believes that the County Board should give significant weight to this professional determination. As you all know, of course, last year this very board approved Melwood's redevelopment of this property into a new space for its workforce development programs, and 105 units of committed affordable housing, with a number of units designated, as mentioned by previous speakers, with a priority preference for people with disabilities. Enacting a local historic designation at this stage, more than 1 year after initial zoning approval, without owner consent or consideration of the impact on redevelopment, would risk compromising a project that the County Board has already approved. Additionally, such an action could set a negative precedent for future projects on sites that could be subject to historic designation. It would create uncertainty in the development approval process, potentially discouraging future investment and undermining confidence in the finality and predictability of Arlington County land use decisions. The County Board has already recognized both the considerable value of Melwood's redevelopment plan and also Melwood's valuable services to Arlington as a whole. This is very much the type of project we want to see in Arlington's community. Therefore, we respectfully ask that the County Board adhere to longstanding precedent, as well as staff recommendations, as well as your own vote previously, and vote against this local historic designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musso. Our next speaker
is Susan English, followed by Audrey Clement.
Ms. English.
Good evening and thank you. We bought our fixer-upper bungalow in 1982, 8 blocks from Melwood. The Pentagon City Metro was an escalator in a gravel parking lot. Arlington Ridge Road was 4 lanes south of 23rd Street, and Gunston Junior High was closed. Over those 43 years, I've seen our community grow and change in many positive ways, and mostly adapt, though not always include. I've been a guest of Melwood, often to vote. My husband served 10 years there as an elections officer. I appreciate the County Historic Preservation staff's thorough report on Melwood, as well as the Arlington Historical Society's deep knowledge of neighborhood history, both official and unofficial. Based on the staff report, not only does the current building not meet the qualifications for historic designation, which its owner never desired nor requested, but clearly it would require many millions of dollars to dismantle 64 years of major alterations and additions to return it to a theoretical original form, at which point it would be unusable by its owner or anyone else. To honor the original building, the owner's proposal has thoughtfully referenced proportions and details of the original building entrance. Since 2019, our community has had an official equity lens, which also shaped my thinking about the owner's long-planned and board-approved redevelopment. Who benefits? The new residents who could live close to metro, bus, and jobs, those workers and families who support us, and those who enrich our community life. Who is burdened? Future residents who will have waited 8 years commuting from distant places before they could find homes with training here. Who is missing? All those who were forced to relocate away from here because they could not wait. How do we know? Melwood and Wesley have records and deep knowledge. The county has years of data. What could we do? The answer is clear. We can grow beyond nostalgia for the past. We can strongly support a solid, heartfelt proposal to provide homes and job skills here in our community. Help us make our neighborhood a place where everyone is welcome and able to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. English. Next speaker, virtually, I believe, Ms. Clement.
Clement, followed by Rika Aguilar. Rika.
Welcome, members of the board. I'm Audrey Clement, independent candidate for county board. I recently received an e-blast from former Alexandria Mayor Allison Silverberg entitled Trump and the Weeping Willows, denouncing him for chopping down the trees that grace the Kennedy Center terrace overlooking the Potomac River. In it, she described how dignitaries from all over the world had sent gifts to the Kennedy Center in tribute to the fallen president. The weeping willows soared above all other tributes, not only for their aesthetic value, but as symbols of the nation's inconsolable grief. Yet now, at the whim of a vindictive president, they're gone. Nevertheless, the Kennedy Center still stands, and the trees on the terrace will someday be replaced. Not so the many historic properties demolished on this side of the Potomac. Sadly, Arlington never saw an historic property it didn't want to demolish, just as it never saw a park it didn't want to pave over. In 2017, it tore down the Wilson School, one of the two remaining historic school buildings constructed by prominent 19th century architect Charles M. Robinson, to shoehorn a fire station, more parking, and more mixed-use development into an already congested neighborhood. The result is anything but aesthetic. In 2021, the county permitted demolition of the Civil War-era Rouse estate and its replacement with a stable of cookie-cutter McMansions on Wilson Boulevard. This abomination was followed shortly thereafter by raising the Victorian-era Fellows Graff Memory House on Washington Boulevard for more cookie-cutter McMansions. To suppose that the Nellie Custis School could somehow survive the demolition derby on this side of the Potomac is strictly delusional. Yet, in a 2024 letter to HALRB, Stacy Meyer, president of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, described, quote, Nellie Custis School as a notable central element anchoring the historic Aurora Highlands neighborhood. And there is much to learn about this building, its history, and role in the development of Arlington, end of quote. As a career historic preservation architect, I believe that Stacy's opinion carries weight. Although denial of the public's right to preserve its heritage holds sway on both sides of the Potomac, there's a revolt brewing in the hustings. The people of Gettysburg, who successfully opposed demolition of Confederate monuments on Seminary Ridge, didn't want their heritage destroyed in the name of woke. Someday, Arlington will oppose destruction of its own heritage in the name of so-called affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clement. Next speaker
is Ms. Rika Aguilar, followed by Kamala McAfee.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? My name is Rika Aguilar. I'm here tonight speaking as oh, there's a little echo. I think Audrey may need to mute.
Yeah.
All right. I'm here speaking tonight as the homeowner who lives directly across the street from Nellie Custis School at 647 23rd Street South. I want to begin by acknowledging something that's been lost in this conversation. The people speaking in support tonight of historic designation are not opposed to affordable housing or disability services. We recognize and respect the work Melwood has done for decades to support people with disability in our community. I'm a woman of color and the child of immigrants, yet throughout this process, many of us who've raised concerns have been dismissed as wealthy homeowners protecting privilege. That narrative is unfair and it erases people like me. The question before you is not whether Arlington should provide affordable housing and services to people with disabilities. The question is whether Arlington can pursue those goals while also preserving one of its oldest schools, respecting the surrounding neighborhood, and listening to the residents who will live with the consequences of this decision every day. Because my home sits directly across from this site, I will experience its impacts every day. I will live with the increased light, the loss of openness, the added congestion and noise on 23rd Street, and the challenge of accessing my driveway on a road that already backs up during peak hours. We all recognize that neighborhoods evolve, but this represents a significant change to the experience of living on this block. You will cast your votes and move on to the next agenda item. I will live with the consequence of this decision for years to come. And it's why I hope that you will give particular weight to the voice of the residents who live closest to this project and who have the most at stake. What's been most difficult for many of us is not disagreement, it's the feeling that our participation no longer matters. For years, residents attended meetings, served on committees, testified at hearings, and wrote letters because we believed community engagement meant something. We proposed alternatives and compromises that would preserve Nellie Custis while reducing impact on neighbors, yet none were incorporated, none were even acknowledged. At some point, residents began to ask themselves a difficult question. If years of engagement, testimony, and compromise cannot influence the outcome, what exactly is the purpose of asking the public to participate? You were elected to represent all of Arlington, not only those who agree with you, but also those who disagree with you, including the residents who trusted that if they engaged respectfully and in good faith, their voices would matter. Nellie Custis is not just an old building, it's one of Arlington's oldest surviving schools. Preserving it does not require us to abandon affordable housing or disability services. The county is being asked to contribute millions of dollars in public funding towards this project, and that investment gives you leverage, and I would argue the responsibility to insist upon a better outcome. This is not an all or nothing choice, it's thoughtful planning. Tonight is about more than one building. It's about whether Arlington's public process is meaningful, whether compromise is possible, and whether residents who engage in good faith can trust that their elected officials are listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayala.
And our next speaker is Camilla McAfee, followed by Ms. Michelle Winters.
Ms. McAfee.
Hi, good evening, Chair DeFerrante and members of the County Board. My name is Camilla McAfee. I'm the President and CEO of Wesley Housing. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. For more than 50 years, Wesley Housing has built, preserved, and operated high-quality, affordable housing across this region, including here in Arlington since the early 1980s. But our mission has been more than just about building homes. We aim to build up lives by creating stable, inclusive communities connected to opportunity. And it's that shared commitment to access and opportunity that's brought Wesley and Melwood together. I deeply admire Melwood's stewardship and vision to offer their private property to help address Arlington's affordable housing crisis while expanding opportunity for people who too often face barriers to both housing and independence. As a reminder, though, it's not just a housing proposal. As we've explained, it's a disability-forward, mixed-use community that's going to offer modern program space for Melwood, along with 105 new service-enriched affordable homes in a transit-accessible, high-opportunity neighborhood. Our universal design standard and operating guidance far exceeds the code requirements and even our state financing expectations. The approved project is the result of a robust process that included extensive input from neighbors, stakeholders, and county staff. And we're proud of the final design, which evolved significantly throughout the process in response to that feedback and guidance that we received. But that process took over 3 years with this nomination, and this nomination has taken over 4. And that extended timeline has real consequences. The development now bears the burden of substantial carrying cost and increased financing risk due to rising construction cost, higher cost of capital, and changes in financing policies by funders over time. But we remain committed to our mission and our partnership with Melwood to build this innovative, groundbreaking, inclusive community in Arlington County. And hopefully with your vote tonight, we can move forward to finally realize our shared vision. While we respect the intent behind historic preservation, the facts in this case do not support historic designation. Multiple experts, including the county's own historic preservation program staff, have concluded that the building does not retain sufficient architectural integrity. The HLRB vote itself was split after extensive deliberation. At this stage, designation would not result in preservation. It would undermine those years of planning and reliance on the county's zoning processes, disregard the property owner's intent, and place a meaningful community-serving economic development opportunity at risk. And for these reasons, I respectfully ask that the county board reject the proposed local historic district designation and allow this project to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McAfee. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Ms. Michelle Winters, followed by Adam Theo.
Ms. Winters.
Hello, everybody. I'm Michelle Winters. I'm here representing the Northern Virginia Affordable Housing Alliance's Arlington Leadership Group to request that you deny the local historic district designation for this property. It's true that Melwood, as the property owner, does not want this local historic district designation. It's true that granting this request would have an inequitable impact on the disability community and the affordable housing in this part of Arlington. And it's true that if adopted, an historic designation of this building would make the project financially and logistically infeasible, effectively preventing the redevelopment altogether. But the biggest reason you need to deny is that this request does not even meet the standards for a local historic district in your own ordinance. The building's designation as a contributing resource to the Aurora Highlands Historic District is only due to the context of the overall neighborhood, not the significance of any one specific building. When evaluated on its own merits, the integrity of the existing Melwood building is compromised to such a degree that it would render it ineligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places or as a local Arlington County Historic District. The county's own historic preservation staff did in-depth research, the extensive report that you've been hearing about and have in front of you this evening. County staff concluded that the Melwood property and building itself are not suitable for such a designation. An independent historic preservation analysis said the same thing. In the last 80 years, this property has never been nominated for specific preservation or any historic designation, even within the larger historical context of the neighborhood, until, of course, 2024, when the Melwood proposal began. The Melwood proposal has already been fully vetted in over 20 community meetings to include the input and values of the community. The design, as you've heard and seen, includes many features to reflect the original structure and entrance, which no longer exist on the site today. The county board approved the Melwood redevelopment proposal in 2025. Wesley Housing recently won $11 million in the FY27 NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability, and loan funds to help finance this development project. U.S. Senators Kane and Warner were able to set aside $500,000 designated for this redevelopment in last year's federal budget. Arlington County wants and needs more affordable housing, especially the many 30% AMI units that will be included in the new building. Melwood should be allowed to modernize its own facilities to meet the client's housing needs, and County Board should follow the ordinance by denying this request as staff has recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by Bernie Byrne.
Mr. Theo.
Hello, hello. So early this year, I was able to do a study abroad thing through GMU in London. 2 weeks, it was awesome. It's basically a compressed 2-week course on a walking tour of London. And as you'll see, one of these trips, in addition to visiting St. Paul's Cathedral and visiting the Tower of London and Tower Bridge, was visiting a little part of the old Roman wall that still exists around London. This old Roman wall, built 1,800 years ago, and it is a historic wall. Next slide, please. This here is the side of the Nellie Custis building. Built, the oldest part of it, about 100 years ago, a little under, using regular bricks. The architecture is colonial revival, which admittedly is very common. You can probably throw a stone and hit some examples right around here. And it is not a historic wall. But I do actually want to thank Ms. Myers for their presentation earlier. It was a great piece of fiction and made-up stories, even more than all 5 seasons of Stranger Things. In fact, who needs Netflix when you got that? Set aside Netflix and chill, even. Hey, honey, you want to sit down to a romantic evening and watch some NIMBYs oppose affordable housing by weaponizing historic preservation? I got that Chardonnay you like. Yep, that'll work. Mr. Kushner, next slide, please. It's not unique architecture. It's not unique materials. The architects were at best notable, not masters. And it's definitely not a historic district. It's just a couple of walls. There's really no need to be doing all this. All of this has been a waste of time. We need affordable housing, desperately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Theo. Next speaker.
Pardon me, our next speaker is Bernie Byrne, followed by Ms. Yvette Wilder.
Mr. Byrne.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Yes. The county's, you've heard some of this before, but the county's advertised name for this local historic district, LHD, is Nellie, spelled N-E-L-L-Y, Custis Elementary School. However, the advertisement misspells the first word of that name. The 7 following historic documents end that word with IE. A 1930 photograph of the school, a 1936 Sanborn Fire Insurance map, a 1940 Arlington County street map, a 1942 Franklin Survey Company map, a 1971 Arlington School Board document entitled Architectural Report on the Aurora Hills Neighborhood Library, Nellie Custis Elementary School Consolidation Study, a 1999 article that the Arlington Historical Society published in the Arlington Historical Magazine, the Arlington Historical Society's current webpage on the Hume School. All of them spell it with IE. The county manager's recommendation for this item states, for the LHD designation report, the HPP utilizes spelling N-E-L-L-Y found in modern day and official reports. This is not a valid justification for spelling the word in that manner. Actually, the manager probably knows. Statements in modern day reports often do not reflect information in historical documents. In this instance, several documents published after the county named Nellie Custis Park and the first word in the school's name with a Y, whereas all earlier documents ended with IE. The HLIB found that the central section of the former Nellie Custis School meets 2 criteria. The first is, A, the property is listed or is eligible for inclusion in the National Register of Historic Places. The county's manager recommendation states that this section is not eligible under A because it lacks integrity. This is not correct. A National Register bulletin states that the basic integrity test of whether a historical contemporary would recognize the property as it exists today. This is not true because all of the exterior alterations to the central section are minor. None impairs recognition. Staff did not know this. Designation of the property as an LHD does not require owner consent. In 1990, the county board designated the Travis Family Cemetery as an LHD despite the opposition of a developer who owned it. LHD designation does not prevent an owner from ever demolishing this property. The owner of this particular building can do this after, the owner can do this, the owner of this particular building can do this after unsuccessfully offering to sell the property to a preservation after a year has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
Please therefore vote to designate the central section of the former building
Thank
as
you,
an
Mr.
LHD.
Byrne.
Spell the first word as
Thank you,
Nellie
Mr. Byrne.
with Y. Thank
You'll
you.
have to conclude, and we will.
I did.
We'll keep going. We'll respond to all comments at the end and certainly hear your specific concern.
And our next speaker is Ms. Yvette Wilder, followed by Tom Dickinson.
Good evening, Chair and Board. Thank you for this meeting. And I just want to say that I am for the housing. I respect Melwood and their drive to preserve the historical, but I think, or the history. But the real question is, what's more important, really, Melwood? Is it a human life or a brick building? Me personally, I was a prominent architect as well, and my life was impacted, and I am impaired, and I could no longer work. That means I couldn't afford to live at a certain level. However, my niece who lived in Arlington said, hey, you get disability. Why don't you come on out here to Arlington? I always had Virginia resident and status and stuff. And I stayed with a friend for a while, and I was given a housing grant. Sometimes people are impacted, and it affects lives. I think what's more important are lives. To keep, I'm not going to say that that people want to be selfish and preserve a building. You want to preserve her, Nellie, whatever, whomever. I think she may have had an impact on you. Ask them to give her a plaque and put on the building. I think it's a little deeper. I mean, in Arlington, you guys are doing a fabulous job. I'm not one to vote, but I think, for you guys doing the housing and, your roads and just your whole development, it's just a wonderful thing. And I hope the two can come together, but let the building be erected, tear it down and keep it moving. Have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilder. Next speaker
is Tom Dickinson, followed by Rachel Hicks.
Good evening.
I'll just editorialize by saying it's getting late. Hopefully we can keep two things in mind. Speak your truth and maybe give room around the edges for other people to have different opinions. And I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying in general, if we can make it home, this has been a civics lesson on both sides for a long time. That's my 15 seconds of editorializing. It's not picking anyone out in particular. It's just, let's speak your truth and give grace to other people too. Next speaker.
This is Tom Dickinson. Can you hear me?
Okay. We'll come, that looks like Mr. Dickinson.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? My mic is unmuted.
We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Could you turn up the volume a little bit, or?
Test, 1, 2, 3, 4, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can hear you, but very faintly. We would be happy to move on to the next speaker and come back to you while you diagnose.
We'll come back to you, Tom. We'll come back to you, Mr. Dickinson. But for now, Mr. Kushner will work all that out with the magic. And next on to another speaker, and we'll come back. Don't worry.
And our next speaker is Rachel Hicks, followed by Alexander Chakrin.
Ms. Hicks. Thank you.
Good evening, chair, members of the board. My name is Rachel Hicks, and I'm here on behalf of myself officially, but I previously was president of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association through much of this process, and I draw upon the feedback I received as president as part of my comments. There are many points that have been made today, and I think that there's a lot of rehashing that's been done. That's happening because people don't feel heard. I appreciate your time. I think it's important to go back to 2020 when Melwood first approached the Aurora Highlands Civic Association about this project. Their original plan, when they were not partnered with Wesley Housing, was to preserve the building. They presented a plan where the building would be preserved and the units would be put on top of the building. This was again reiterated by COO Scott Gibson in 2021. Walsh Colucci did not represent them at this time, so perhaps Ms. Puskar was unaware. Flash forward, and Wesley Housing joins as a partner. This is another reason why the process took so long. Melwood had multiple developers. Wesley Housing also submitted a plan with Melwood that anticipated historic preservation, as Ms. Piscar, excuse me, I think I'm pronouncing her name wrong, as Kathy submitted. There was always consideration that this was a historic building. This came up at the GLUP hearing. There was no reliance that this was the final decision. At that hearing, it was discussed that the historic preservation process would need to continue. Melwood could have chosen to wait. It did not. It moved forward knowing the risk. The 11 key points that the code provides that must be met, 2 of the 11 must be met, have been met. I believe those have been discussed at length. I believe the integrity of the building stands intact, and I think that those have been covered by many other speakers, so I'll move on. I do want to point out that Melwood operated at this space, which its president now brings into question the moral integrity of. Melwood was fine operating in a building that previously housed a segregated school. How powerful that we can reframe this message that all citizens are welcome there now. Every public engagement this county has conducted has been 2-to-1 against this project. This is a both and solution. You can have historic preservation, meet the needs of the community, and have historical housing. The county priorities of tree preservation considered in the GLUP would be met by this. Affordable housing is readily available. There are currently 140 units available at Crystal House 2 blocks away, and our stomping ground has already committed to providing services there in Crystal House 3, which is being built, which will have another 300 units. Neurodiversity is important and already welcomed in our community. The fiscal responsibility of this community must also be respected. A heritage of giving created this land, which was given by free from the Morris family to the county. We encourage Melwood to give their excess 11 million profits from the last 4 years to this project rather than taking the county.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alexander Chakran, followed by Jacqueline Snelling.
Mr. Chakran, are you there virtually?
Yep.
I do not see him in the Teams meeting, but I'm wondering if Mr. Dickinson, if your audio issues are working, I can still see you.
We're going to back to Mr. Dickinson. Are you there?
Can you hear me? Test, I can hear you and see you loud and clear.
It's still very, very, very quiet on our end. I'll suggest, why don't we continue moving on the speaker list, and we'll come back to you.
All right, we'll come back. Ms. Snelling, Ms. Jackie Snelling.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to ask you to vote to preserve and adaptively reuse the Nellie Custis Elementary School building. I agree, as other speakers have, that Melwood housing and services are important and needed. But I also strongly believe that they can be provided through an alternate design that preserves our history and our sense of place in Arlington. This building is an important and irreplaceable historic place whose loss would diminish Arlington's architectural and cultural heritage, and more importantly, our sense of home. You are in a position to help guide Arlington to move forward, to build the new services we need in a thoughtful way that considers and respects our historical context and our sense of place.
Hello?
The Nellie Custis School presents an opportunity to demonstrate that you can do both and that thoughtful development can go hand in hand. Please vote to preserve and repurpose this historic building.
That's fine. That would be great. Yeah, okay. I just unplugged the headset, so I'm on just using the laptop now.
Thank you.
I can't hear who's talking in the back.
I think, Ms. Snelling, you had concluded, is that right? Or do you have more?
I give my time back.
Given that it's 9:30, I think we all can have some appreciation for that. I think also the clerk was trying to resolve some of the other issues. Who's next on our speaker list, Mr. Kushner?
I believe we may have resolved our technical issues with Mr. Dickinson, so if we could try it without the headset, we'll give that one more go.
Mr. Dickinson, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
You are loud and clear. Go ahead, Mr. Dickinson.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. DiFerranti. I appreciate your time and effort and your technical assistance. I just returned 2 days ago from a 17-day trip to Europe. Specifically, I went to Munich, Germany, Salzburg, Austria, and Florence, Italy. And I chose these sites, these particular cities, because I wanted to see firsthand, up close myself, examples of real history and historic preservation, what had been done in Europe. I visited churches, academic institutions, civic and government buildings, museums, galleries, all of which, over their 500, 600, or 700-year existence, have been threatened with demolition at some time or another, some many times. Many of these buildings, in fact, were damaged and destroyed during World War I and or World War II, but they were almost all rebuilt. But when they were threatened by demolition, and I asked questions every place I went, when they were threatened by demolition 200 years ago, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, someone, people with vision and with authority, stepped forward with courage and stopped the destruction. Thus, today, we have these amazing, powerful sites, structures of reference, history, and community from the past that continue to educate and amaze and teach. Arlington has so little of this to look back on, to learn from, about our past, about our present, and about where we're going in the future. That's why I urge all of you to step forward with courage and with vision to save and to repurpose the Nellie Custis School and abide by the decision of the HALRB, which approved the local historic district designation back on March 18th. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dickinson. Next speaker.
Mr. Chair, I believe we do now have Alexander Chakrin on the line with us.
Mr. Chakrin, are you there?
Yes. Hopefully my audio is working. Good evening.
We can hear you, but you're pretty faint. Like, I'm going to need better hearing to really hear you.
The same issue, Mr. Chakrin. If you want to try unplugging your headset, if you're speaking into a headset.
Is this any better?
It is better. Can you keep moving towards the microphone and speak loudly as possible, and we will hear you out. We've got 3 minutes for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, County Board. I'm Alexander Chakrin. I'm both a local renter and a member of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, and I speak for myself. I both am in favor of the HALRB recommendation for the National Historic District for Nellie Custis School, but I am generally in favor of this project. I don't necessarily believe that housing affordability and historic preservation are in opposition to each other with this project, and I think a historic review should have been done much earlier in the process. Look, there's a housing crisis, and across the country, municipalities need to do a better job for private and public developers to build. Cities and counties need to build more and smaller, largely with fewer parking minimums. And I think all the speakers who spoke earlier understand the essential need to support people with disabilities and helping them find affordable housing. But to me, I really worry that people are projecting large systemic problems and deeper debate onto this 100-year-old building. Problems of density, wealth inequality, class. This isn't a private project. I mean, there's millions of taxpayer dollars being used on this project, and I don't necessarily believe that millions in taxpayer funds should be used to raise a 100-year-old building on the National Register. You look, there's a $500,000 federal grant, $11 million in county funding, additional millions of dollars from the low-income housing tax credit. With all of these public funds going into this project, I think we can add a greater amount of historic preservation to this project as well. And I think the lack of historic architecture in South Arlington, given that, I think we should do what we can to preserve what little is left. We can grow without necessarily destroying what's already there. And again, just because Arlington has a desperate need for affordable housing, we don't necessarily have to start by building an apartment complex on top of the eternal flame. I don't find these goals of affordable housing and historic preservation in conflict with each other. And I think the $500,000 federal grant reserved by Senators Kaine and Warner is a great example. By not having a realistic historic preservation plan, the project is already at enormous risk of losing access to millions in federal dollars in funding when the project goes through the National Historic Preservation Act review at subsequent stages, potentially putting the county at risk for footing the bill for a greater percentage of the bill for this project. This project is dependent on these federal funds, but by continuing to delay historical preservation efforts and restoration review, the county is potentially delaying an inevitable process where the developer will have to agree to a memorandum of understanding that incorporates increased historic preservation. Look, at the end of the day, the developer really needs to sharpen their pencils and find a way to develop these 100 units without demolishing the most historic elements of the structure. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakrin. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Rob Douglas, followed by Georgia Hazel.
Mr. Douglas.
Hi there. My name is Rob Douglas. I've been a local resident here in Arlington for over 30 years, a local builder here for over 20 years. And I'd like to agree with both Ms. Katie Myers and Ms. Stacy Myers and all of those who have spoken to urge you to approve the historic district designation. Nellie Custis is a prominent and historically significant landmark in Aurora Highlands. It's been recognized for its architectural, educational, and social importance. This school's been a central anchor to Aurora Highlands, and the residents have shown strong opposition to its demolition. You've heard from preservation advocates and those who recommend adaptive reuse and that it's consistent with Arlington's urban planning principles and that its loss would undermine neighborhood character. Why doesn't Arlington seem to care about its history? Why aren't we taking our historic structures seriously and saving them? For the past 20 years, as I said, I've been a builder and I've done most of my work in Old Town Alexandria. And I'd like to point your attention to these slides up here. And they are a perfect example of adaptive reuse. And I'll tell you a little bit about the project. This is the former site of the Town Motel. For 60 years, it was a low-budget motel in the north end of Old Town. And 802 North Washington Street, which is the townhouse that you see there, was attached to the hotel and served as its, basically the property started there, and they built this wing on it in the 50s or 60s. But that house itself was left abandoned for over 50 years. So the owner of the motel decided they wanted to knock down the 1960s structure, and that was an abandoned structure. They didn't think they'd have any trouble knocking it all down. But when it came time to tear down the terrible motel, you know what the Board of Architectural Review did in Old Town? They required the motel owners to lift that building up if they wanted to build under it and preserve that structure, adaptively reuse it, and build a 5-story hotel around it. Exactly what we're talking about here. Before the building could be built, you can see tons of site planning, tons of lifting up of the house, but they did it, and they have saved that piece of history forever. And that's the difference between the the HALRB here and the HALRB here and the Board of Architectural Review in Old Town. If one of them recommends that we save a structure, that's the end of it. We don't have the county board veto it. It doesn't happen with the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I urge you to save the building.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Georgia Hazel, followed by Ozil Denny Lopez.
Ms. Hazel.
Hi, good evening, board members and everybody who came out tonight. Sorry. So even though I'm one of the younger speakers here tonight, I've lived in Aurora Highlands for a really long time, about like 25 years. I grew up here. And I'm here tonight in support of the local historic district for Nellie Custis School. Since the beginning of this year, the Civic Association has been tracking letters sent to you from 12 organizations across Arlington in support of the local historic district. 270 people signed a change.org petition supporting the local historic district. The Civic Association received around 60 letters, mostly from people in Aurora Highlands, but also all across Arlington in support, and then 3 who opposed. There is an overwhelming support for preservation. Most people these days are doing double duty in some way, and since it is summer, they are needed at home and could not be here tonight. However, their voices should be counted. Via the letters they sent, they might not be here with us tonight, but their letters of support were received from the following organizations: the Arlington Civic Federation, Arlington Tree Connection, Aurora Highlands Civic Association, Bellevue Forest, Glen Carlin Civic Association, the HALRB, Lee Overley Civic Association, Lewis A. Pappas Trust, Lion Park Civic Association, Lion Village Civic Association, Save Historic Arlington, and the Shirlington Civic Association. And from the following, the individuals from Aurora Highlands: Carl Allen, Rekha Alor, Nan Booth, Clem Castallo, Dr. Serena Chu, Allison Cusack, Sean Dolly, Rob Douglas, Richard Gerdes, Nick Jacoby, Bob Gobes, Peter Jakov, Alla Kodakivska, Mary Jo Kittle, Dave Knorr, Art Lander, Eva Lauser, Margaret McDonald, Sergei Mikhonikov, Tom Murray, Carl O'Neill, Louise Ott, Corinne Petit, Robert Petit, Joan Quinn, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Reed, Ted Sachs, Christopher Jones, Isaac Summers, Brent Spence, Peter Shapiro, Deanna Shapiro, Ellen Stroud, Nancy Swain, Allison and Miles Tribble, Ben Watts, Jennifer Williams, Eleanor Wilson, Cindy Lips, and all across Arlington, a few more. I am here simply to remind you to consider the views of the people who took the time and effort to reach out to you and say that as you make this decision this evening, and request the support of the preservation of Nellie Custis School. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Hazel. Next speaker
is Azel Denny Lopez, followed by our 5-minute speakers, beginning with Ms. Natalie Roy.
Ms. Denny Lopez.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Azel Denny Lopez, and I stand here today not only as a lifelong Arlington-born disabled Virginian, but as someone who has lived the realities that many families in our communities are now facing right now. We are here because we all care about the same thing: the well-being of our children, our families, and the future of Arlington. And that future depends on whether we choose fear or whether we choose compassion, stability, and solutions. Allowing affordable housing with mental health supports the Melwood site, not just as housing decision. It is a public health decision. It is a child well-being decision, and it is a community strength decision. We all know the truth, that affordable housing with built-in mental health supports is not a risk, but a remedy. It creates stability, it reduces crisis, and it strengthens families. And it gives children the foundation they need to grow, learn, and thrive. This project would allow educators, counselors, and community partners to work together in a way that actually reflects that what families need. It would ensure that parents have access to support before the crisis, not after. It would keep families rooted in the neighborhoods where their children attend school. We cannot say we care about children's mental health and then block the very solutions that protect it. We cannot say we value community and then deny families the chance to remain part of it. We cannot say we want safer, stronger neighborhoods while rejecting the infrastructure that makes them possible. Tonight, I'm asking us to lead with courage and move the project forward. and to recognize that housing is a mental health care, housing is education support, and housing is community safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Danny Lopez.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Yes, and if you give me just a moment to set us up for our 5-minute speakers, beginning with Ms. Natalie Roy.
Ms. Roy.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yes. My name is Natalie Roy. I'm a 35-year resident of Lyon Park. I'm also currently the president of the Lyon Park Citizens Association. Our civic association submitted an earlier letter in support of the historic designation to you all on March 17th. And that was basically a letter supporting AHCA's request to save the historic 1924 Nellie Custis School that should be adaptively reused instead of demolished. Like Aurora Highlands, Lyon Park is a historic district, and due to our proximity to Clarendon, and like Aurora Highlands, we are also one of the oldest original streetcar suburb neighborhoods in Arlington. People who choose to live in historic places like Aurora Highlands and Lyon Park do so because we value our history, which means, among other things, protecting our shrinking older housing and building stock as well. These older structures are windows into our past and are quickly disappearing. That is why we in Lyon Park support AHCA's efforts to preserve the historic school in their neighborhood. As you heard earlier, the two oldest schools, Hume and Maury, are protected historic districts. But Jefferson, which is now Hoffman Boston, Arlington's historically African-American school, and the third oldest school in the county, and Nellie Custis, the very first school to be built after Alexandria County became Arlington County, and its fourth oldest school, remain unprotected. Now Nellie Custis is under threat of demolition. Without protection, will Jefferson be next? What about the Lee Arts Center in North Arlington? The county board must put aside political considerations and do the right thing and follow the HALRB's recommendation to preserve the school. The HALRB, comprised of experts in the county, exists to advise the county board on historic preservation matters. It's not a board in name only. It has a real purpose. Listen to your own experts. As with EHO, as with the River House, here at Melwood, in special GLUP after special GLUP, the county board has disregarded every policy in the comp plan that calls for balancing development in favor of density at any cost, bypassing and manipulating processes, killing trees, removing open space and parking, encouraging congestion, blocking views, and demolishing historic buildings. The list is long. The truth is that this proposed demolition of Nellie Custis School is just the latest in the long-term pattern of spot zoning and pandering to special developer interests. And as a result, the trust with the public has been broken, and your promises mean nothing. And so there's a question here. What really is the long-term plan for this site? As approved, Melwood will get paid for the land up front, can convert the entire building to market-rate apartments in 30 years, and refinance the tax credit equity after 15 years. Melwood would then have traded the site worth $4 million when they arrived in 2018 for 105 market-rate apartments worth more than $80 million, gotten mostly by taxpayer funding, and they will have done it by using you, the county board, to approve demolition of this historic resource, and by using you to label this site as a revitalization zone when it's not, by using you to disregard the deed restriction for school use only, and by using you to disregard the people who you were elected to represent and who will be most impacted by this project, and by using you to divert AHIF funds here without any real competition. $80 million is an incredible return for a $4 million investment. And with that kind of money at stake, it is just good business to hire a well-connected lawyer to fight the local community in every way possible, including a marketing campaign that claimed they would set aside 30% of its units for the disabled and 30% for the lowest income group. When the final paperwork, and this is really important, included only 4 units marketed to the disabled for 60 days and only 12 units in the 30% income range. Smoke and mirrors and $80 million. In a time when teardowns are routine and densification is the growing trend in the county, it's critical to take a pause before you, the county board, that you should make a decision, you should not make a decision to wipe away more of Arlington's history and character for this poorly designed, oversized project. This should really be a no-brainer decision for you. We urge you to do the right thing and vote yes to support the local historic district application for the Nellie Custis School. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Roy. Our next speaker
is Ms. Jean Henseroth, followed by our final speaker, Mr. Nicholas Giacobbe.
Ms. Henseroth.
Hi, good evening. My name's Jean Henseroth, and I'm here, I'm president, of Leeway Overley Civic Association. I'm representing Leeway Overley and our executive committee. And we support Aurora Highlands Civic Association's application for LHD designation for the Nellie Custis School property. It's my understanding that the purpose of the meeting tonight is for the board to decide on the historical designation for this property, not the use of the property. I'm just going to make that comment because there's so much discussion. I also believe that both the historical preservation and the building of the project can go hand in hand. They're not mutually exclusive. A lot of what I'm going to say now, you've heard already, but each property and project should be addressed objectively with consideration to the specific attributes of that property, residents, any neighborhood criteria, the Arlington Comprehensive Plan, and the Civic Association's Conservation Plan. Stacy Meyer, former president of Aurora Highlands, is an architect, and she presented the HALRB with a comprehensive letter dated March 17th at the March 18th meeting, excuse me, my allergies, in which she defended the LHD designation. The building must meet 2 of 11 designation criteria to qualify. And attachment D of her letter clearly identifies more than that. After a rigorous debate, the experts on the HALRB also concurred that the building met requisite criteria for designation and recommended that the board designate the LHD. I want to concur that the building meets at least 2 of these criteria. The property embodies distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style valuable for the study of a period, type, or method of construction, and the property is identified as the work of a master builder, architect, or landscape architect. The architect, Percy Crowley Adams, was a highly regarded architect in the DC area after moving here in 1897. He specialized in designing schools, banks, courthouses, residences, apartment buildings, movie theaters, commercial, manufacturing facilities, office buildings, and automobile showrooms. He specialized and was known for his neoclassical revival and classical revival styles. Contemporary sources reported that Upman and Adams, his primary firm, were best known for their design of many area school buildings. And after that 1920 creation of Arlington at that time consolidated 3 school districts, 3 school systems into one, and built 11 new schools, including 6 elementary schools. And Upman and Adams completed commissions for at least 6 of those schools in Arlington in the 1920s, including Robert E. Lee Elementary School, which became the Lee Community Center, and the original Washington Lee High School. The Nellie Custis School looks very much like what was Robert E. Lee Center, or LAC Studios. I'm going to just make a quick note. The historical aspects of this property also represent the time period, and should not be considered in designating this historic or not historic. The architectural style has been discussed tonight. The Nellie Custis School embodies distinguishing characteristics of classical revival style. A lot of that has been discussed. And I appreciate that ADA compliant affordable housing, what it brings to Arlington. I also appreciate and support saving historically significant buildings. Arlington does not do this well. It does affordable housing well. There is a compromise here: save the Nellie Custis School building, the core, and build affordable housing next to it on the site. The school building is an excellent candidate for adaptive reuse. In closing, I am strongly motivated to support saving the Lee or the Nellie Custis School, because as you all know, I've been working for 4 years to try to save what was the Lee Community Center. And I'm excited because the county is not planning to demolish it at this time. It's the right thing to do, but it took several years in understanding possible future uses to get to this point. We should also do the same to save the Nellie Custis School for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hensroth. Next speaker.
Our next and final speaker is Nicholas Giacobbe.
Speaker.
Mr. Giacobbe.
Sure. Before Mr. Kushner starts the clock, I want to make a quick note. I was really hoping for a civil discussion tonight, and I really didn't appreciate the name calling of the applicant. We as Arlingtonians can disagree without being disagreeable. I just want to put that out there before I get started. Thanks, Mason. I'm Nick Giacobbe. I'm an officer of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, and I'm representing the association tonight. For the record, AHCA voted to support the LHD application. We've also voted to support a smaller housing project in this site, and we'll welcome our new neighbors. I hope that a significant number of units really are occupied by people with disabilities, in spite of the very low requirement that is set aside in the current site plan. I want to start by urging you not to do the usual nose count of how many people spoke for and how many people spoke against. As my friend Georgia noted, there have been many letters written to you as well as a petition on change.org. Sadly, as we have encouraged people to get involved, I have to admit that one of the questions that we keep hearing is, why bother? The fix is in on this project. But I really believe differently. So what is the question at hand? Let me take a moment to crystallize the issue for you, especially since I get to be the last speaker tonight. The staff report focuses on several areas that, as I understand the process, are not relevant for the decision before you. It's worth noting that the significant change in tone and approach from the very positive report on the Wilson School to this project, and I encourage you to read the side-by-side analysis that was prepared for you. The report on Nellie Custis focuses on the fact that you have already approved a site plan that calls for demolition of this school. Unfortunately, but in reality, that's irrelevant. Second, the staff focuses on the opinion of the property owner. Sadly, the property owner is in favor of demolition and has been from the very start, despite initial conversations with the neighborhood to the contrary. But in reality, that's also not relevant in your deliberations tonight. Third, the staff report spends an inordinate amount of time focusing on window openings and what is referred to as the historic integrity of the building. Again, it's a very interesting intellectual exercise that HALRB points out simply muddies the water, as anyone can see the building is in great shape for restoration. Finally, there's a lot of chatter about the historic resources inventory. Once again, irrelevant to your discussion tonight. Since there's no process for evaluating schools, the real focus of the HRI was on three things: commercial buildings, garden apartments, shopping centers. So what matters? Let me point you to section 11.3.4 of the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance, which charges the HLRB with evaluating a local historic district against 11 criteria, A through K, and then preparing a report for you, the county board. For a property to qualify, it must meet at least two of the criteria. HALRB debated the factors extensively, as we heard from Chair Meyer, and the majority of those that supported the designation argued that the property could legitimately qualify for 4 or more of the 11 criteria. In the end, a consensus emerged around 2 factors, and HALRB supported the designation. I want you to remember, the HALRB members are your counselors, duly appointed by the county board as experts. I encourage you to review their work, their recommendations, question their deliberations, their conclusions, and how they adjudicated each of the 11 criteria. They're the experts you asked to do the job for you. And that's the work before you this evening. In sum, I encourage you to find a way to do the right thing in this case and support the local historic district application. We need those quickly vanishing, tangible, physical touch points with our past that Nellie Custis offers to us. How else can we grow as a community without recognizing where we came from? And we need to recognize everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And there has been a lot of ugly. So that's one of the reasons why we're celebrating this year, and we're celebrating 250 years of democracy. As we've seen tonight, democracy is messy, but I hope that you will be able to deliberate this and we'll be able to come up with a solution that works for everyone. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Giacobbe. The 41 seconds are deeply appreciated. The conversation is now with the board. Colleagues and those enduring and still with us, I propose to organize our conversation by a couple of categories that are by no means magic. They're just categories that I have tried to put together. I've emailed on this to give at least a heads up, and I now want to sort of name them for our all the community who was here. The first is, and I do appreciate pulling that down so everybody can see. And if we need to pull it down further, we can do that. The first category I describe is the overall statute, which is the relevant 11 categories, but there is a preamble to it, which I would at least like to also share. I pulled out HRI as a piece of things. Seems like the period of designation could be relevant, and criteria K. I don't have magic. There's also criteria F and B. Those are focused on the historic decision. So many of you tried to discuss both the historic decision as well as the underlying uses and the questions involved. We're really here on the historic issue, and while I don't claim that it's the broader issues are irrelevant, I do think it's fair that we should try and focus most on the historic designation question, which is before us. So I'll talk a little bit about it. I actually have not prepared. Mr. Kushner, someone, if we could pull up the zoning code section. There is a preamble to the zoning code section, which I find quite relevant, and I just think it's a useful frame. Doesn't define the decision that we would make, but the zoning code shares both the 11 items, but it also says at the preamble, it says, and I'd like to just eventually show this if you're able to look. It's Michael's pulling it up? Okay. So it just, and I'll say what it shares. It says, the review board or for properties owned or ground leased by APS, the county board shall not recommend designation unless it finds that at least 2 of the criteria below have been met. The review board or for properties owned or ground leased by APS, the county board retains the authority to not recommend designation even if the property does meet at least 2 of the following criteria, which leads to the conclusion we are not compelled to find a historic designation. What I think everybody has argued in favor of historic designation is said that it's the right thing to do. We should find historic designation. But there were a couple of comments and part of the presentation, I think, that said we don't have any choice. And that's not what the statute says. And then we should just be aware of that and then go, I think, to the further analysis. And that's my framing, because I don't think really many people talked about that sentence, which says, even if we were to find 2, that doesn't mean we must in this case. And so I don't want to be too heavy-handed. If others have comments in this area, I suspect, not seeing red lights, we'll just go on to the next category. Go ahead, Ms. Coffey.
I'll just, I think, beat the dead horse a little bit. For our HP staff, I just want to be clear that even if an application met all 11 criteria under our ordinance, we would not be required to adopt or accept or approve the historic designation, even if it did meet all 11.
Don't know how, there we go. That's correct. Even if you had a majority, it met all of them, you do not have to. You have the decision of if it should be designated or not.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and so that's just an overall sense. HRI, I guess, is the next category, and colleagues, I'll open it. I want to was rereading the staff report and just thinking it through. my own perspective is that there's plenty of debate over HRI. I don't particularly feel compelled to not say that HRI seems within reason to me to reach, but I'm curious as to, if I was reading the sort of pages 6 and 7 of the staff report, your conclusion that and it may be in the presentation, and my apologies, but your conclusion on HRI to staff is that we are meeting that, or is that incorrect?
So the Historic Resources Inventory, the HRI, is an inventory that Arlington County uses to rank historic properties that are garden-style apartments, shopping centers, and commercial buildings. And seeing that the Nellie Custis Elementary School Melwood property is none of those, it wouldn't be considered for the scope, and the Historic Resources Inventory was adopted in 2011.
Thank you. I think that colleagues will know we've had conversations about this in briefings, and I'll just reflect that even though those two categories are not there, and we'll have future additional conversation about that, my analysis at least did not hinge on that question of that criteria, or has not to this point. So anything else on the HRI? Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HRI had and according to the testimony of the chair of the HRI, Ms. Myers, Katie Myers, and to the letter that HRI sent us, they make a lot of, they discuss the term suitable for restoration, or, so how do we need to understand this term? Because, in common language, suitable is basically mostly, I mean, if the building still stands, could be suitable for a lot of things, but what does it mean here?
So that's a great question. And with LHD designation requests that have come before previous county boards, that has been a question also. The HLRB also during their March public hearing was debating what does that mean? What does suitable mean? Even down to the definition of what is preservation versus restoration. And because that's not clearly defined in the zoning ordinance, it is open for interpretation. And it could be whatever we would want it to be.
So if I may follow up, Mr. Chair, I remember the Lorthrop Rouse discussion. So there was a narrative. So this happened here, and the people, and there was a whole historic narrative that was coming in a package, anchored on to the physical property. And therefore, there was kind of the expectation that this would be suitable for preservation. Was that, at any rate, a point here?
Can you clarify your question?
Yes.
Please?
For example, was there a narrative, a story that says, well, the principal of the school or the students of the school, or this happened in this era of the 1930s and ongoing, or this happened at the interminable. More than a decade that the school was segregated while the rest of Arlington was desegregated. So is there and so therefore in social commemoration of that, it appears to be suitable for restoration, if not desirable for restoration, or is it only typically a kind of a gray term that is only technical?
So I would say that with at least also with the discussion that happened with the HLRB at their March public hearing, a lot of the conversation concerning is it suitable for restoration or preservation was more centered around the what is there and what is left, and also what is possible. I've seen remnants of historic wood windows that are looking like pieces of wood that then get restored to a completely intact window. It is completely possible if the skill is there and also the budget is there. So I think that seeing that there are elements that the HLRB could see are still existing, and also knowing, as some of the testimony has shown, that you can restore a building. It can be done, but the fact of, is it suitable enough? Again, because it is not clearly defined on what that means. That was one of those things that, at least with the historic preservation staff, we just did not see that it was a criteria that could be met.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris. That's helpful. I tend to understand the term as basically synonymous here to feasible, just feasible.
If I could add something to that. When staff is analyzing that specific criteria, we are looking at the 7 aspects of integrity, which are in the Secretary of Interior standards, and that is the standard set for all historic preservation professionals nationally. So that's how we determine whether or not something is suitable for preservation.
Thank you. That's good framing background.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. This is, we've already moved into the next category, which is category K, but we're linked.
Well, I want to go back a little bit to HRI because I think it kind of also talks a little bit about Mr. Carantona said and what you just stated. So when we think about the architectural integrity, I guess I'm just curious, and it's important to note, how much must remain in a building to continue conveying its, historical significance? Is there a threshold? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So usually when we look at a building, as my colleague, Mr. Ack, pointed out, we would definitely take a look at the 7 aspects of integrity. Right. Again, this is a methodology. This is not a substitute for what is in the zoning ordinance whatsoever, but it's a way for us to use a standard that we are trained in. And the fact that we would want to definitely take a look at how much materials is there, is much of the design still there, is the workmanship still being represented, and if we feel that that is not there, then that would be an indicator to us if a building has that architectural integrity or not, if that is intact. Getting down to also other things, such as when we're looking at a building, typically if we see that there have been changes to the windows, changes to the doors, if window openings have been adjusted, enlarged, or reduced, if there are new windows that have appeared that weren't probably there in the original plans, if there are windows that have been bricked up, those types of things are things we're looking at, especially also, are there any significant architectural details that are missing? With a building like a school, like Nellie Custis, there probably were elements that were more of a significant part of the design. And when looking at those historic photographs that I had in the presentation, most of the details appear to me to be around that central entrance, which would make sense. That would have been kind of the main element that would have brought you in, brought the students in, and seeing that that is also gone really made it feel like all we could see that was left is the building form, some of the building materials. But when you start to chip away those elements like windows, doors, and design integrity, that is something that we should definitely take into consideration about what is still there.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. So further, we have HRI and the full work there, but we also, it's linked to criteria K in some ways in both the letter from HALRB as well as the staff report. Ms. Cunningham.
I'd like to come back to HRI at the end, but I think since we're on to criteria K, we heard a lot today and in the conversations with HLRB and Planning Commission and in the hundreds and hundreds of letters that we've received from community members and experts about historic integrity. How does that fit? And I guess actually this is a question for HLRB if we have Do we still have Katie online, or did she actually have to?
Ms. Myers is
here.
with us, yes.
Okay, great. Let me actually turn this to you. And I was continuing with staff, and they may need to jump in to clarify as well. But like, we've heard a lot about, quote, historic integrity. How does that fit into your charge as HALRB and the 11 criteria?
Right. So we found that framework was relevant in a few of the criteria, especially the criteria that mention like architectural integrity. Let me see if I can pull up which criteria that might be more relevant to. Sorry. Well, here, let me just look at the statute itself. Yeah, that would be relevant to criteria E. The property embodies distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style. So, you know, if you're looking at that one and you say, oh, it has some of the characteristics of colonial revival style, but maybe it doesn't have enough integrity to really be a good example of that architectural style. So that's one way to interpret that. The same when they were talking about whether it was the work of a master builder or architect. Again, I think it's fair to say maybe, you know, or discuss whether the architectural integrity is there to be a property that is, you know, a good example of that architect. Criteria G, talking about craftsmanship and whether something is architecturally significant. And then criteria F, which specifically states at the end, if something has a high level of historic integrity or architectural significance. So if people want to discuss that architectural or historical integrity definition with the NPS in those criteria, I think that's completely valid. But inserting that definition into every single criteria we have replaces our criteria with that definition. So I read, is it suitable for preservation or restoration as feasible? Not trying to say because it doesn't have a historical integrity, which is covered in other criteria, that it's not suitable for preservation and restoration. I read criteria K definitely as more of a construction and is this building going to withstand the test of time and is structurally sound? That's how I read criteria K, and I don't insert that NPS standard into every single criteria. And I just really disagree with doing that. I think if you do that, we may as well change our criteria.
Got it. So then specific to criteria K, which I think is where, you know, and again, the board still has discretion, that's important, but starting with a common set of facts and conclusions is really helpful. And I think a number of our community members highlighted concerns about, you know, the trust with the community and predictability and just being able to follow the ball. So bear with me while I just try to clarify this one. On criteria K, what I heard pretty resoundingly from HALRB is on that particular item, they both felt in a significant majority that it does meet it. And that historic integrity is not really related to that. But I think when our HPP staff reviewed it, you all came to a different conclusion. So can you help us connect those dots a bit?
Sure. So with looking at criteria K with the property, is it suitable for preservation or restoration? Again, part of the reason why I could not support that criteria, again, is because, one, we can't enforce that in any way. And we have to look at the property in the existing condition that it is. So if this property were to become designated as a local historic district, there is no way that we can force the property owner to bring it back and restore it to a previous time. And that is something to me that is a big challenge with this criteria. And also the fact that we can't really prove exactly how it could be restored back. We could definitely get somewhere within a realm of what we think. The historic photographs is a nice example, a tool that could be used. but I do not feel comfortable as a professional to utilize that. I think that it would be important to have the original architectural plans. I wasn't able to locate those in my study. And I think that that showed to me the challenges to be able to consider restoration for this property. And I also look at restoration where the material exists that then can be restored back. So let's say we had, for example, we had a local historic district that we were going through its designation, and its historic material was underneath modern material. That would be suitable for restoration because you would easily be able to remove that modern material to get to the historic material underneath. That to me is a restoration. That is an action that would be suitable to have happen. Here we have historic windows gone. We have the historic doors gone. We have new modern brick that is involved to make the windows smaller. We have an entire central entrance gone. Those to me tell me that it's not suitable for restoration.
Got it. And I guess I think another related issue that was raised a number of times throughout the process is that, and I think we're going to talk a lot about the process afterwards because it's more than just this particular project. We have had there's some conflicts in the process that use up your time, use up the community's time, and have created additional distrust. But specific to this process and how it applies here, the zoning codes is silent on whether the owner needs to be supportive of the application. I think, in fact, it just has the 3 notice requirements throughout. And so I'm struggling with how the observation that the owner might not be interested in restoring is connected to it's not in a condition to be restored. Can you help me from a legal perspective how that links together, and does that essentially render it a process that's irrelevant if the owner does not ask for it, which is not sort of how I read the code?
And I would have to brief you on that in closed session to fully answer it.
Okay. So we'll just name that as a discomfort that has been raised by the community, and we'll come back to that in a later process.
Yeah, Ms. Cunningham, I just want to stick on the 2 definitions. Your questions really brought out.
Well, it's K.
Yes, but
it's
K
very related to
was
K.
just, Ms. Myers described it as physically is construction possible to get there. And what I heard our staff say under K is, and is in the staff report, is what period to which is it going to be restored? There's some question about that. And so I think that there, from my standpoint, are there lots of suitable to be restored? There could be thousands of buildings in Arlington that are suitable to be restored if the question is, can they be constructed to be restored? For me, that's a different test than is there historic, like a speaker said, the eternal flame, we shouldn't pave over it. Well, that's an example that ain't the same as this. And the historic house at Lee, which both senators want to rename, and I'm with them, but that's a different building than this building, right? There are the Hume schools and the other 2. So I just wanted to try to tease out that there are different interpretations of what this, and who knows what they should be, but your questions really brought forward to my mind that we don't have an easy way to interpret that text at detail. But for me, I'm attracted to the staff on page 567 that talks about K, and I read the HALRB analysis, and I hear that the integrity in those 7 standards shouldn't be the standard. What I don't hear is a rebuttal to what staff has said ultimately. But you may have a different opinion.
Yeah, so I think we can tag it for a later conversation, but I think it is our obligation as the county board and the representing our community to give clear direction to our commissions who generously invest their time and expertise. I think this process has elevated that it hasn't been clear, and so I would hope that we as a board would grapple with that and make it more clear going forward.
Sure.
Final question on criteria K. the last time we had a school that was put forward for historic review, I was working on the Stratford school, and we were all knee-deep in all the historic stuff and spending lots of time with the historical team. But the Wilson School was also being considered, and we were actually meeting in the Wilson School before it was determined. In that case, my memory is HLRB and staff agreed that it met the two criteria, even though the owner was not interested in moving forward with designation. Can you help me understand the difference between the two? It also had sort of similar condition of a lot of appendages that would need to be removed to get back to the core history. It was a little bit older, but not wildly older. Can you share a little bit of how we should think about those two different reports that are both come to different conclusions and have a much different level of depth of analysis?
Sure. So from what I know about the Wilson School LHD designations is that there was a designation brought up in 2009, and then there was a designation that was brought up in 2015. Those two reports had different recommendations to its eligibility. But I think a key thing to note is that no building is the same. The Wilson School was a different building than the Nellie Custis School. The level of integrity are different with those two schools. They were also being applied to a different version, a much older version of the zoning ordinance. They also had different authors. They also had different county boards that looked at those. At least with the 2009 LHD designation, that did not pass to get moved forward, meaning that it didn't go past, actually, my recollection is a little bit different on it, but what I have in my notes is that it failed to move forward in 2009, but then in 2015, when it was back up for LHD designation, that went all the way through to the end process. And when staff ended up making their recommendation was to deny for the 2015. So there's a lot of differences with the Wilson School situation, and that can't really be compared to Nellie Custis. Wilson School was owned by Arlington County. Nellie Custis is owned by a private organization. Has two different types of architects. It has, again, different levels of integrity. So you can't really compare those. And we also, when we look at local historic district designations, we aren't comparing them to what other schools were considered and why. We're looking at it just with completely new view and perspective.
Okay. I'll pass for the moment.
Sure. Ms. Cunningham, thank you. And Ms. Coffey, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think, the restoration question is such an interesting one because it does seem to me that under the standard of could it be restored, nearly all buildings, the Pantheon could be restored with sufficient resources to invest into it. And so I don't think that is sufficient criteria to move forward. I'm also wondering, you got into it, I think, a little bit in a different answer, but if restoration to the original state of the building in order to represent the historic architecture it at one time did represent, how many and which elements of the building would need to be addressed in order to restore that integrity?
Sure, and I'm going to ask the help of my colleague, Ms. Durack, if she would go back to the slides. And specifically, it is the slide 11 on architectural details so that we can see it up on the screen, because I have identified what are the elements that are still existing at the building and what are some of the changes that have happened. And again, kind of what I had mentioned before, the windows have all been replaced. There are new window openings that weren't there originally. There are windows that have been closed up. There is the central entrance that is gone. We also have the brick infill accommodating smaller window replacements, and we also have the additions, the 1962 edition and the 1995 edition. Those are all alterations that have occurred. And so if you were to essentially do a restoration, you would, especially if you're going back to a 1924, 1931 time period, those additions would need to go away. The entrance and those gable skylights would need to go away. The windows would need to be confirmed, the window types, and those would need to probably be customly made. Finding contractors to do that can also be timely. Also determining how much of the brick and fill needs to be removed, and then those window openings restored, as well as a complete reconstruction of the entrance. Because again, trying to understand what that looked like, we don't really have the best vantage points, at least especially in those historic photographs. If we have those architectural plans, that would be helpful. But again, that is something that would require restoration back to a time period. But I do want to reiterate, that is something we cannot force a property owner to do. There are many local historic districts that we have in Arlington County that probably were designated way in the 1980s, maybe even as early as the 1970s. And some of those have stayed exactly the same. They have not been restored back to previous times. Things haven't been demolished to be able to take off insensitive additions. That is something that we can't force them to do.
Got it. I think that's really helpful to answer my question on, at least on this category.
And you may have covered this, or we may have covered this already in the presentation, but I just want to tease it out because sometimes it's worth. The reason we can't require that is that Virginia code does not allow us ultimately to require that. Is that the case? Or maybe it's for the attorney, but there is a process. But ultimately, my understanding of that process is that we do not have the legal authority to force a certain restoration. But you can illuminate me if I'm misspeaking.
Not to my knowledge.
I don't know either, no.
Okay, all right. So I'm just, that process I think is relevant. The only other thing that I would think could be useful that we haven't elucidated on K, it seems helpful, is the purple and yellow and green diagram. If we can go back to that, that'd be helpful.
That's slide 4. You're welcome.
Sorry, I thought I had it written down once, but.
I think Lauren has memorized the entire presentation at this
Yes,
point.
a little bit.
So what I read of your report, I'm trying to, again, align just, and this will be last detail I'll probably go into for a while, is your report is sort of saying that the suitable would be interpreted as essentially the yellow and the blue only. Those sections only would be what you would need to restore to if you were to read slide K as suitable. Is that correct?
I believe that's the HLRB's interpretation.
Got it.
My report does not support that. My report supports the building as it is now with the period significance of 1924 to 1978.
Got it. So that reading of time-bound to criteria K seems different from what I heard from Ms. Myers, and I want to give Ms. Myers an opportunity. Is it correct that your interpretation would be physically can the building be reconstructed is what constitutes suitable? Is that right?
Well, I think, yes. I mean, I think that was discussed at the HLRB meeting. But I think I listed what we think makes it suitable for preservation and restoration. And that was retaining the 1924 and 31 portions of the school building while removing the latter additions, which many people pointed out are basically just tacked on there. So a lot of people said, yes, that's very easy to take them off. Yeah. Restoring the original central entrance, replacing current windows and doors, which we do, by the way, all the time we allow. That is like one of our biggest jobs is talking about windows and doors at the HLRB. We allow replacement of those all the time with historically appropriate ones. So to suggest that because they don't have the right windows and doors, it doesn't have the integrity of a building that can be restored is just not true to what we do almost every meeting. And then also, yes, we also talked about adaptive reuse and how it was a very suitable building to preserve those 1924 and 31 portions. Now, I agree, like, you can almost restore anything if you just say it's feasible. But this was more than that. This was a brick building that is still structurally sound that can very easily be preserved and restored. So this wasn't just people saying, like, you know, oh, you can restore anything. This was people saying that this is a great candidate for preservation and restoration. It has a lot of great qualities going for it. So please don't minimize the definition I said was feasible, that it could be anything, because this really was a great candidate for preservation and restoration. And that's why we decided the way we did.
Got it. So some gradation between what's physically capable of being constructed for restoration and this specific property, which you're arguing has more characteristics that make it more eligible, good for restoration, is a more nuanced understanding of the two arguments that are before us. At least that's my understanding. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I think I would just perhaps follow up on that, because one of the things you said was the structural soundness of the building, and I guess I would wonder, what did HALRB do or review in order to establish that the building itself is structurally sound?
I think just the fact that it's actually being used right now is a pretty good idea that it's still structurally sound. You know, this is not a building that is falling down. You know, they are using it right now. So I think, you know, that is the argument in and of itself. I think no one has raised the, you know, argument that it's falling down, it's no longer useful, it doesn't have a useful life. It is this brick veneer construction that would last for generations.
But you did not directly review anything that would establish the structural soundness.
We did not. I do believe Aurora Highlands Civic Association survey did go into a little bit more detail about that.
Great, thank you.
Great. So I see Ms. Cunningham. We'll stay on this one. Go ahead.
Okay, where to go? So HLRB is charged with evaluating whether a project meets at least two criteria, recommending to us whether to consider it for designation, and typically at least some guidance on the design guidelines. Could you share, Ms. Myers, a little bit about how far you got on talking about design guidelines? Because I think a little bit of what I'm hearing in the conversation here is in the absence of guidelines, which might say things like, you know, it's really important to put the canopy back, or it's important to save some of the brick and some of the stone, but you know, it needs to be 80%, or the windows need to be historically consistent, but it doesn't need to be the same wood that was used in 1924 precisely, that kind of thing. Did you all have conversations about that? And I guess if you were to say, like, you know, the index card of design guidelines you would wish for, what might that be, or is that too hard to answer?
Yeah, we did not really get to that point, and we are allowed to not get to that point to kind of keep the ball moving. You know, if we had tried to do guidelines and then submit this, we'd be, you know, another 6 months. So the code specifically kind of referenced that you can recommend designation without the design guidelines. If in doing the design guidelines, it might, you know, you might lose the building, which is why we move forward without them. So, but just going back to my personal suggestions were to take off the later additions, restore the original central entrance, and then replacing the current windows and doors with historically appropriate ones. I think, you know, we talked about this and compared it kind of to if you were restoring a historic home and someone had tacked on like a really bad addition on the back. but the house itself was still, up for historic designation. Some people wanted to designate the whole house, and then you maybe allow a portion of that house to be torn down in the design guidelines because it doesn't fit the design guidelines. But instead, what we did is just designate the small area. So really here, if the small area was designated, you could still keep the other additions. Like Lauren said, you could not force someone to put the original central entrance on it. The only thing the design guidelines could force someone to do at this point is to keep the brick facade of the 1924 and 1931 additions and the brick belt courses, and that would definitely be a quality that would be listed in the design guidelines. You might be able to put some wording in there about trying to restore windows and doors with more historically appropriate ones, like when replacement is necessary, that kind of thing. So there would be a lot of, a lot to work on in the design guidelines, and hopefully you're working with someone who wants to restore the building, and so you work on that together.
Got it. Thank you. And if I could, I'd like to ask the applicant the same question. If there are, had we gotten to design guidelines, is there a wish list that would have been most important to you that would come out of the process?
Oh, no, we haven't done that. We're at a point now where we would just like to have the building restored and would work with anybody that will help us do that.
Okay, so for you, it's keeping some of the walls. It's keeping the form of the original building at least.
Yeah, what HLRB said, it's the form of the building and restoring it back. To the extent, there's certain design guidelines. That's HLRB. I don't know that we even have something to say about that. If I did, I would.
Great.
Speaking on behalf of the applicant as her co-presenter, I think that something that we discussed as the Aurora Highlands Civic Association was an alternative design presented by Ms. Stacy Meyer, the applicant, and that was voted on by the Aurora Highlands Civic Association in 2023, which included preservation of the exterior, but considered adaptive reuse on the inside. So consistent with the ability for the community to enjoy the historic facade, but allow Melwood or whoever may own it in the future to adjust it internally, as Melwood currently has done, as they currently use the facility and the community currently votes there.
Great, thank you. And then I don't know if staff has anything you would add there that had it gone to that stage, what would be priority?
So I want to clarify a few things with the development of our design guidelines that I think would be really helpful, just as information for everybody. So when we develop design guidelines, we typically will work with the property owners. We collaborate with them on what is our standard practice. Now, when we develop our design guidelines, you'll see that there are a lot of similarities through a lot of them. So we present that to them, they come back and give us any sorts of comments that they may have. When we are developing these, we're looking at the building as is. Not what it could be, not what everyone wants it to be, it's as is. There's no requirement in our design guidelines to restore it back to a certain way. That's not something that we do. It might be a recommendation that we make. For example, one of our recent local historic district designations, the Brennan House, underneath their modern siding is the original siding. One of the things we noted was in the future, we encourage the restoration of that siding, but it isn't a requirement. And really the design guidelines are there to map out change management of a property and what has to come forward for review with the HALRB and what can be reviewed by staff and what doesn't need to be reviewed. And that's typically in-kind replacement. So we have not given much thought, and Lauren can speak to this more clearly, about the design guidelines for this building, but I wanted to make clear what design guidelines are and what our standards are as staff.
That's really helpful. And so really in practical terms, it really just might limit you from destroying something. It wouldn't require you to restore it at any time frame or restore it in a particular way.
That's correct.
Okay. very helpful. And then last in that series is for the owner. I know you had a timeline. You shared a little bit about the twists and turns of the project, and there was a little bit of a theme in there of keeping the possibility of historic adaptive reuse alive throughout. Do you want to say anything more about kind of each of those decision points like that? Because I think what you were trying to communicate, if I heard it correctly, was you were still open to historic preservation or adaptive reuse all the way through at least the SPRC process, but maybe you can say it better.
Yes, no, let me clarify that. I think what I said was we came to the table with an open mind. There were references to this Virginia housing email. Ms. Hicks continues to refer to emails that were sent before any process even started. And I appreciate the compliments by Ms. Hicks and another speaker of my capabilities as an attorney. However, I can't let it sit that I'm unethical or that I'm promoting smoke and mirrors, right? We came to the table with an open mind. Melwood is not a developer. Melwood had a vision, they found a partner. When Wesley Housing, and before Wesley Housing, another affordable housing developer came to the table in the GLUP study, they kept an open mind because they didn't have a historic consultant on board. They weren't at that level of review. And they participated in the general land use plan study to determine how to proceed with the building. As we went through that GLUP process, coming out of that process, and you as a board understand this, I think Chair DeFerranti just said earlier, you could decide that there were 2 criteria that are met, and yet you could still say you're not going to designate it because you guys have multiple competing priorities. And that kind of is my point, which is we don't think the criteria are met, but even if they are met, there are many more competing priorities. So during the GLUP study, it is true, we had different massing models. Here's what happens, if it can be preserved, here's what happens if it isn't. And what happened is, coming out of that GLUP study, there were 5 principles that to our mind were our guidance as to how to redevelop this site. In addition to those principles, there was a recommendation that we look at that 1923 facade to determine, should we save it or should we not? And if we can't save it, can we interpret that facade in another manner? So going into that site plan process, using the priorities over time, there were a number of things that happened during that process. Below grade parking and trying to maximize the amount of parking, that changed the footprint of the building. That would have extended beyond that facade. The community told us to push the building farther away from Nellie Custis Park because they wanted that building to be as far away from the park as possible. That pushed the building forward. The neighborhood told us they want, and staff, I should say, and anybody who participated in those SPRCs, wanted us to taper the building so that there were step backs above the ground floor. That influenced the massing of the building. We also wanted to provide a building that was allowing for a footprint for inclusive design. And there are a lot of things that have been added to this building to make sure that it is inclusive and that it's flexible for family-sized units and that it does address accessibility, not just physical accessibility. So when I talk about people questioning our ethics or that we're talking smoke and mirrors, the units that they're talking about that are ADA units, that are the 4 units they keep coming back to, those are the county's standard 4.1 conditions relative to accessibility from an ADA physical accessibility standpoint. Our application for LIHTC ensures that there will be 11 physical, as a minimum, 11 ADA units. However, 100% of this building is being designed as universal design and pursuing the Kelsey design standards above and beyond what's required. In addition, priority preference is being given for a minimum of 30% of the units for people with disabilities. Once again, not just physical. We are talking about sensory issues. We're talking about all kinds of issues that we are addressing through the design of this building. And the one other thing I want to correct is this idea that somehow we're going to get this building approved and it's going to be market rate. We have submitted a LIHTC application that calls for this building to be an affordable housing building for 50 years. So when we looked at the design of the building and when we looked at the other priorities that the county established, and as we tried to work with the community to make a building that addressed those priorities, but also understood what that building meant to the community, as I showed in the iterations of that site plan process, we changed the design of that facade to more accurately represent what's there today, or that was there in 1931 than is there today. And so when we talk about restoration, and I hear this discussion between feasible, and suitable, suitable, synonyms for suitable, if you look it up, are, is it appropriate, right? Is it fitting? And we would submit to you, when you look at this facade and all of the elements that have been identified, this is not suitable. And if we were to say that it was suitable for restoration, I'm kind of scratching my head as to how we would even begin to figure out how to restore it, because we don't have plans. And all of us keep showing the same two pictures of that front facade. And so I don't know what we would be doing, going old school and getting out, I don't know, like tractors. So we looked at it. Mr. Limitelme was accurate when he said that it was thoroughly discussed, thoroughly considered. Ms. Hicks was correct when she says, we're doing a lot of rehashing tonight, because everyone went eyes wide open into that planning commission hearing and into your county board hearing, understanding that that building could not be preserved and achieve the 105 affordable housing, accessible units with Melwood programming on the ground floor that we have today.
Thank you. And Mr. Lynn, tell me if there's anything that wasn't said. Feel free to jump in, but you don't have to. The microphones are done.
They probably turned off. If you hold the button on the bottom, it'll turn back on.
There you go. I see life.
Very good. Yes, that's exactly right. We covered this at every single meeting, every step of the way. And I do note that of a couple of planning commissioners who were raising additional issues were not present. They joined recently, so they have no history with Millwood and what we all went through in order to reach where we are now. And she's correct. We had a number of iterations where where we listened to what the county, or not the county, what the community was looking for, and there was a lot of questions. Well, if we go up higher, we don't want to go up higher. We don't want it to be too close to the park. It was a constant, it's like the sponge moves like this, and you can only do so many things with it. And this is how it came out. And that's what the Planning Commission voted on back then, to recommend it to the county board, that we feel this is appropriate for us to recommend to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I mean, for my part, I'm close to ready we will have, for everyone's awareness, we will have, there'll be motion put on the table, there'll be discussion, there'll be a substitute motion. This is just what I envision is likely to happen through the process. So this is not the last words for everyone who is there, but I am ready to see if we can put on the table a motion unless there's a burning objective. Go ahead, Mr. Spain.
I just want to have I've been doing a lot of listening here tonight, and one, it is very interesting to sit here before each night. They said, I used to be on the Hill many years ago. You make your best decisions after midnight, right? It's probably not a good time to be making decisions after a long day. But this is not a decision, quite honestly, that I have not given my due diligence to. Many of you will know it was February of 2025. I had just arrived to the board and this was up on the agenda. But I'd followed this project in and of itself for many years. That said, I want to share something with you. My mother, Esther Mae Spain, who's 77 years old, is raising my 33-year-old nephew in Conway, South Carolina, has been raising him since he was 3 years old and his mom left and my brother went to jail. He's severely disabled. And he cannot, there's no facilities, there's no housing for him. And it's not just him, from where I take that lived experience, and I see him every time I go to South Carolina. It's about the number of folks across America and the opportunity here in Arlington for us to be a beacon of hope, and a policy decision, quite honestly, that we made a decision on last year. What we're here tonight is to determine whether or not historical designation is right in this moment based on finite criteria. And we're going to have robust discussion about it, but it is very interesting to watch the dynamic and juxtapose what we're talking about today versus what we were talking about a few years ago, the project in and of itself, how it's changed. People have talked to me about compromise. I've seen a number of compromises made. I've actually gone down and walked the block. I've been to Millwood, right? I believe that we should appreciate characters of our neighborhood, but we should also make room to innovate. Now, tonight is not tonight for me to give everyone a history lesson on Arlington's history, rich history when it comes to housing, because that's a whole nother conversation. But I've heard words tonight from speakers about distrust of the government. No one's listening to the community. We're making this political, allegations of people being unethical. But we talk about we want to work together in unity. You're never going to get anywhere as a community not understanding that we're all going to disagree on something. We're not always going to agree. But this conversation has been going on for 4 to 5 years. And I think I'm going to have some additional things to say here tonight. And to Ms. Meyer, quite honestly, I really appreciate you reaching out to me. It was not performative. I've seen your passion. I've seen your involvement, just like everyone in your community. We can agree to disagree on a lot of things. Doesn't mean I'm not going to listen to you. Doesn't mean I'm not going to come down there and speak with you and others in the community. But we're at a point, my friends, in Arlington whereby doing nothing is not the answer. Kicking the can down the road is not the answer when it comes to housing. When we're talking about more especially persons with disabilities, because at the end of the day, that's what this is about. This building in and of itself, even though there's historical characteristics to it, can be preserved in a way. But think about the communities, the Johnson Hills, the Crystal City, the Queen City, the Green Valley, the Arlington View, that came up tonight, that have been destroyed and nobody stood up for them. That's from Arlington's history. And, look, I hope that, I'm gonna make this motion, but this is not the end of the discussion tonight, no matter what happens. We're gonna have to be able to work together and be one Arlington and remove ourselves from all this division, especially when it comes to housing. Someone talked earlier tonight about the humanity in each other. What I see is us pitting each other against each other for reasons I really can't quite understand. This is not about NIMBY, this is not about YIMBY, this is not about calling people out of their, if they're racist because that's the wrong way to go about it. We shouldn't be putting those lenses on. So, Mr. Chair, I'm gonna, tonight I came here because there was one issue for us to discuss. Actually, it was about the designation. It wasn't about so much zoning or housing or even development. We came here to make a decision about that. And I am not, quite honestly, at the end of the day, suitability for restoration and preservation, I'm concerned I'm really not there. So this motion I'm going to make, and I'm sure there's going to be some substitutes, is that the county board deny the proposed local historic district designation and request for the Nellie Custis Elementary School, Melwood, located at 750 23rd Street South, RPC number 36, tax 039, tax 015, as the property does not meet at least 2 of the 11 designation criteria as outlined in 11.34 of Arlington County zoning ordinance. That is my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
I think maybe you've spoken to your motion, or do you want to say additional pieces?
So look, I have some notes and we're going to continue to have conversation, but I did write up a few things.
Go ahead.
I mentioned earlier about compromise, and this is what I'm noting out. There's been extensive community engagement, which has occurred over multiple years, including the GLUP, which you heard tonight, the process, the site plan review, HLRB hearings, and mind you, folks, I'm the liaison, if anybody want to know, to the HLRB. And I need to say this, Mr. Chair, because there's also this perception that people don't commit.
Room's shutting down.
I told you it's not good for us to be here this late taking on business.
That's my fault. That's my fault.
Mr. I'll wait for.
Not suitable.
Okay. And maybe that's something. Shut up, be quiet, JD. But look, y'all know I love you. HRLRB hearings. It's been with the level of intentionality, and my colleagues notice, like, we have to allow our commissions to do work. And sometimes those commissions are going to come out and do work. And guess what? You know, we as a board may not agree. But guess what? The Planning Commission may agree, or the Housing Commission may be. Staff may agree. I haven't agreed with staff sometime. I haven't agreed. That's just the nature of it. But we have to understand that just because it came out of one commission with approval doesn't mean it's carte blanche approved by the county board, despite them going through a very thorough process to arrive, they being the commissioners, on these said commissions. The approved process here, Mr. Chair, and I got this delivery at the end of the day, this is the overarching of these affordable housing units, is very important, I think, to all of us, especially a person with disabilities. I don't see where, you know, the choice between preservation and progress. It's a decision, quite honestly, about how we are going to balance this very competing public interest. And I just know that after years of public engagement and compromise, this is the right direction, I believe, for us. I'll have more to say in our concluding remarks, but this is just to get the conversation started tonight.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Spain. So what I propose is that we go down the line, and we will get to a substitute motion, but folks say, if you have any succinct pieces to say on this motion, each of us gets one bite at that apple, keep it succinct, and then we'll go to a substitute motion. Okay? Ms. Coffey.
Great, thank you. One, I want to say a thank you to our staff who have worked on this so hard. You all are the ones who sought out and have worked your way into a career focused on historic preservation and historic affairs. And I know that for you all, this work is what means the most to you. You don't go to grad school and pursue a career in this because you dislike historic preservation. And I do think that you all deserve to be uplifted because this has not been an easy path. And I am so deeply appreciative of what you have put into this. Tonight, at all of our public hearings that have happened to this point, and frankly, all of the work that happens behind the scenes. So I just want to start off by saying that. I think that really matters. Ultimately, I think looking at the totality of the record and to Mr. Spain's motion, what are we here tonight to decide on is the historic designation. I really, ultimately on the very narrow question, cannot for myself get to the architectural integrity part of this, and for something to be required to be maintained in its current state, I do think that it would need to reflect the architectural integrity that it's meant to represent. And it's just not compelling to me that we could, in theory, restore a building to a different state, and that's a reason for historic designation. So ultimately, I think that is the decisive factor to me, is I do not see this as meeting two criteria in our historic designation ordinance. I think that there have been a lot of conversations. I think there is a lot of rehashing going on. And, you know, I think one thing that I really do struggle with is the conversations around folks who don't feel listened to and don't feel heard, because that is not by any means what any of us want to be happening. And we don't want to not listen. And I do think, as evidenced by being here still today, we are listening and we are wanting to hear your point of view. But it really kind of catches us in a paradox, right? Because if being heard means we ultimately come to the same conclusion as you, we have 30 some odd people here who will also feel unheard at the end of the day. And I think sometimes when people say that they want to be heard or they don't feel like the board is listening to them, they really mean the board doesn't agree with their conclusion at the end of the day. And given the variety of perspectives that exist in our community, it is impossible for us to listen to every voice if what listening to every voice means is agreeing with them. And so that is a struggle. I don't have a solution to that. I don't have a conclusion to that. But what, for me, guides the work that I do is trying to use my best judgment that, we were all elected here to use to assess the totality of the record, the totality of the evidence, and weigh all of the factors at the end of the day and come to a decision. I do think that it would be unfortunate to knock down this building and never have the architecture or the history reflected, but that is not even what is happening, because we have a site plan that has interpreted the historic facade and is going to bring that architectural history forward into the future of the site. We are going to have that interpretation. We are going to have the ability to recognize what it contributed and what it took away, given that the history of this building is very deeply steeped in racism and segregation. And so I really do think that historic affairs can look different in different applications. It doesn't always have to be the building in sight, never to be touched again. There are evolutions of urban design and urban planning, and I think that this is, what we are looking at in the absence of a historic designation does not fail to recognize the historic contributions of the building. And at the same time, I do think that for me it's important to say out loud that the arguments that adaptive reuse could have or would have been supported by the neighborhood ring a little bit hollow to me, because I was here for the special GLUP study that talked about how much further back and how much height would be required in order to compensate for a smaller building footprint. And the arguments of the neighborhood that we could not possibly have a taller building here and we could not have possibly shifted it more towards the park. And so the trade-offs that are required in order to successfully adaptively reuse this project and successfully have a project that can provide affordable housing are not trade-offs that the community were willing to make. And so the idea that there is a perfect adaptive reuse project out there that could have had the smallest footprint and provided 100 units of affordable housing and been financeable, and it is a burden that is too high. And I went through both the special GLUP and the site plan process, and I heard from the neighbors all of the criticism of how this building is already too much and too tall. And I just really struggled to believe that if we came forward, if the applicant had come forward originally with a site plan that preserved the facade but was 8 or 10 stories tall, that the neighborhood would have accepted that. And so ultimately, we vote on what we have in front of us, and I do not feel that this has met the criteria for historic preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. So I will, it's K that I don't think that we've met. I ultimately their gradations, and appreciate Ms. Myers and also our staff for the staff report on that. That's one thought that I'll make. I'll use just 2 examples of the public testimony, the vast majority of which I thought was civil and very helpful. Vast majority, 1 or so exceptions, really frankly, but Ms. Dunlop and Mr. Ronez. I'm not sure if I got pronunciation for your last name right, sir. But the two of you I found quite compelling. And I thought you synthesized things, Ms. Dunlop, regarding this unique opportunity. And ultimately, a lot of your perspectives is what encapsulates the narrower choice, not the broad choice that's out there. And we'll talk more about that. And then the building has adapted again and again. Let it adapt one more time was something that particularly stood in my mind. Those are a couple of reasons why I am supportive of this, and I'll be succinct on that. I may have additional words. I have two other examples as we consider the next steps, but that's where I am, and I'll pass it along to Mr. Karantonis, and then we'll have Ms. Cunningham. Back to you, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have had the opportunity and the learning experience to engage with the entirety of the Melwood process over years. And I have to say that, you know, when we talk about historic preservation, because this was an underlying conversation for quite a lot of time. I mean, it came up with the application at the last minute, basically, but it was there, and we had conversations about that, like we have always conversations about, you know, what is the preservable, what do we preserve, and why? So one thing that I always thought is that historic preservation has to happen first in the heart. You have to adopt the stories. You have to say what is amazing in your community for you. And, you know, in my neighborhood, we had a similar situation when an old church, the old Arlington Presbyterian Church, which is today Gillian Place, was replaced by a modern building with a interpretation of the old facade of the church. I can tell you that I was among the people who, you know, missed the steeple, who thought that this is an important part of my community. This was my, you know, walking experience every day. However, today I see that I gained something out of that as a person, as a member of my community. When you walk into Gillian Place, which also serves people with disabilities, you encounter a completely new community. This is enormously beneficial. This, to me, shows the amplitude of a generous community. A community that knows that historic preservation is not just brick or the steeple, but it's the community heart that we try to preserve. Inclusion. Everything we do in housing right now has a very big entrance sign that says exclusion. You cannot afford to live here. You cannot afford the rent. You cannot afford. Inclusion we don't do very well. We have to do it under massive investment and leverage of public money, as it was said, sometimes private money, and policy application. Mr. Dickinson, who I respect a ton for his almost half a century of advocacy, he went to Austria and Germany, and he said, oh, they do that. How do they do that? Having lived in these places for many years, I can tell him how they do that. They actually care to pay for that, to invest in that, to make housing never exclusionary. Vienna, the capital of Austria, is the only Western capital in the world that doesn't have a housing problem. Why? Because they say, when we have to preserve something here, we have to compensate on the other side. The only thing that we didn't discuss today is, okay, let's say we want to preserve in its entirety and its full integrity the historic asset. How do we compensate for what we don't get? How do we compensate the owner to begin with? You know, this is not an old story. This is not an old conversation. A few years ago, like 3 or 4, we had here on this dais the discussion about the goals, you know, the update of our historic preservation plan. And I went back, and on page 47, there is somebody cited here in the public engagement part who said, look at the balance of this and think about how we recognize it. We are given lip service to benefits and incentives. When do we really do that? Historic preservation cannot only be a defense game. It has to be an offense game. If we are serious, if every single one who testified today and say, I want historic preservation, so unfortunately I have to convey to you that historic preservation has a very high price, which generous communities have to be able to agree to pay for that. Our community, Virginia as a whole, hasn't yet. So therefore, as Vice Chair Coffey said, we have to work with what we have. And we have to prioritize people first, especially people with enormous vulnerabilities. That is our community with disabilities. And I have to tell you one thing. There are two things that characterize the quality of communities. The first one is how they treat their elderly. The other thing is how they treat the youngest. And the third thing is how they treat the most vulnerable one. And this is exactly what is happening here. I think of this block of the park with the building on it as one of these oases where a person who cannot be in the middle of a metro corridor can walk out of this building, make a round, have a quiet time on this park, return to a place where she or he will be receiving services, will have a meaningful life, a prospect for gainful and meaningful employment. We all know here how immensely difficult this is. And we are prioritizing that. I'm very proud of Arlington prioritizing that. But this happened already when we approved the site plan. This is it. Now we have to see whether there is a salient, really striking reason that says, wait a minute, you forgot to consider the historic reason of preserving this building. And I just don't see that. I just don't see that. I don't hear that. I hear, oh, this is, you know, the epoch, the building, good old architect Upman and Adams, the other architect. I learned something in that. I love the Avalon Theater, and I really appreciate to know now who the architect was and what they did. But I don't see really a strong, unappealable reason to say, yes, this is literally a very strong case for a building, and we have to find other ways to work around that. So on this side of the equation, we have to make compromises, and we have to, express community priorities. That, as Mr. Spain very eloquently said, this doesn't mean that we are not listening and we are not torturing these decisions. We have been doing that for years now. And this is not to make developers richer or to raise more smoke and more mirrors and to betray the trust. No, this is the kind of difficult job that we have here on your behalf to try to balance priorities in a community that wants to be generous and has values. So I really tried to figure out all possible aspects of how we could work on historic preservation. And I'm still very interested to see how the actual project will turn out, because I believe that there are always opportunities there. And there is something to commemorate that is very dark, which is the segregation of Arlington School. To me, it's absolutely cruel even to think about a school, Dorothy Ham, being desegregated in the late 50s, and yet we were here almost in the 70s, and black students would walk down 23rd Street, and knowing that they cannot be in the school, and they had to go to Hoffman-Ballston. This is yesterday. This is not really historic. This is within the limits of perceivable time.
Mr. Carantonis,
So thank you for that, Mr.
concluding remarks or interim
That was concluding
remarks?
remarks for me.
Will we
Getting
be
us-
able to historically
Getting us to
protect the
tomorrow
concluding
remarks? No. Just because we're going to have another pass, and Ms. Cunningham has a piece to say. So to you, Ms. Cunningham.
Okay, thank you. I have one question before I share my comments and then an alternate motion. I think one piece that we did not fully chase down is the question of federal funding in this project and whether that triggers Section 106, I think it is. I am not sure who this is to, maybe to the owner, maybe to our own staff, but what, or you can just do lots for it, but what federal funding opportunities are being considered and what obligations, given that this existing building is on the historic register, what potential additional delays and potential additional processes are required in order to leverage those federal dollars?
So I don't know specifically which funds are being asked by the property owner, so I will leave that to them to be able to answer. However, I do want to point out Section 106. Yeah. Section 106 is a part of the National Historic Preservation Act. It is our federal law that basically says if there's federal funding being used towards a project, Section 106 gets triggered. That is a process to consider ways to minimize any negative impacts to a historic property. Because this is a contributing resource in a National Register Historic District, that would trigger Section 106. Now, that does not mean the project cannot move forward. There is no way to prevent demolition with Section 106. Demolition can still happen when Section 106 is triggered. All it is trying to minimize, and part of the way that how that is minimized is by mitigation. So what happens is there's a study. Is a historic property going to be negatively affected? If it is, this property is going to be demolished, then there needs to be mitigation towards that demolition. And so that is a thing that's really key to understand. It doesn't prevent demolition. It doesn't stop a project.
Okay, so I guess if I'm a federal government that has money that I want to put in certain places, maybe not in Arlington, and you demolish a building that's on the register, can you, do I still give you the money if you've just demolished the building? I don't, haven't gone through this very many times, but I bet Ms. Pusker has.
Button on the bottom, hold it for 3 seconds.
Hold it.
The button on the bottom,
You gotta press
underneath, yep. Gotta
Hold it for
a
3
few minutes.
seconds. There it is.
There's signs of life. That's great.
Sorry about that. I think my watch is also telling me it's time to stand, but
Yes, and it is.
I checked with the client and with our historic consultant. We have not decided fully whether we're going for federal funding. There is a chance that Wesley Housing will apply for a home loan, in which case that Section 106 would be triggered. And I think Ms. Daylitter is saying, yes, we could demolish the building and still get the funding. And that 106 process is about mitigating the impacts? Adverse impacts.
And how much federal funding might be available if we're able to negotiate all that?
It's a maximum of $2 million.
Okay. So I would just share that I think, and someone shared the history of space flight in America and how it aligns to this project. I think that is potentially an additional delay, and I think it is just something that we need to be aware of because we started this process at site plan with a commitment that there would be no public funds needed here. Times change, and times have changed, and I think at this point, there's a placeholder of 11 million in AHIF. If there are other gaps and federal funds are not accessed, that comes back to the county, and that does impact our ability to leverage the limited AHIF funds we have for other projects. So those are real considerations, and I think that for me, that's still I'm not wholly convinced that we have chased down the perfect project, and we never will have a perfect project, but I think there is a trade-off of millions of dollars from federal funds. There's a trade-off of extra time, which will then create additional costs in the project. And there's a question of historic tax credits, which I know one of our other challenging AHIF projects ended up having a gap, and they filled it with those tax credits. So I'll just name that I think these projects are extraordinarily complicated, even when the building form is easier than this one. And I think that I'll tag that for my colleagues again, that our processes need to be nimble and fast enough to make all of those considerations and to best leverage dollars for the best outcomes for our community. And yes, that includes affordable housing, but it also includes thorough and investment in historic preservation over time. So I'll leave that one there. I want to do a top line recap of kind of what I've heard tonight. I know it is late, and I know we all heard a lot of it, but I'll start with the fact that, as Mr. Giacobbe kind of ended us with, that democracy is kind of fragile. And in this room, we spend a lot of time trying to strengthen it. We are in a national landscape that is extraordinarily complicated, and at the same time, we have these national standards of historic preservation that are more robust than Arlington's, and we have a federal government making drastic exceptions to those standards. Thank you. Whether it's the East Wing or it's golf courses or just everything else. And so to me, that emphasizes the importance of truly hearing one another and not mudslinging and name calling. I think the Planning Commission said fence mending. I think when we left site plan, we said, continued compromise. We need to do that, not just because the board says to, but it is what creates our community. It literally weaves the fabric of our community. So I will just, once again, this particular project has given us a lot of opportunities to revisit that. I think we saw a couple of very dramatic examples tonight that I wish had been phrased differently. And I think that is our role, but it is also our role to do better there, to truly make community engagement matter, to feel heard by each other even when we disagree, and to get to really good outcomes if they're not perfect. So I will just lay that one down first, and then I will recap. We have heard from our own HLRB significant concerns throughout this project about our processes and our charge to them being at least unclear and maybe in conflict. And of all the things in this chapter of this project, that is the biggest flag for me. We ask our community members to bring their expertise. We won't always agree with them, that's fine. But when they raise the flag that they asked us to pause, and noting that we were going to create a problem if we moved forward with historic review after site plan, they were right. So listening to that, they have flagged and our staff have flagged that we are drastically under-resourcing our historic preservation team, as amazing as they are and as committed and expert as they are. 2 people is not enough. And this board agreed this budget and last budget to let that stand. And we are experiencing the pain of that, and we need to figure out how to fix that. Our historic resources inventory is drastically incomplete. Staff have identified that, community members have identified that, HLRB has identified that. We have not funded that and prioritized that. And so in some of my later motions, I will try to bring that forward so that we are not here 4 years from now having that same conversation. HLRB also raised that some of the administrative changes that have been happened and proposed are creating burden and haven't been fully vetted. And I think we'll have some conversation about that and making sure we make progress on that. And then the perception, and very much not alleging the reality, but the perception that the input didn't matter, or that the staff had already decided, or that the board had already decided. That's not healthy when that's where we land after 4 hours of this meeting and the 8 billion hours that went in before that. And that should be a wake-up call to us about supporting our HLRB and refining our processes. And then finally, our overall interest and commitment to historic preservation. I think we heard it from a professional builder working in Alexandria all the time. We've heard it from architects working in the district all the time. We're still a pretty young county, and we've not gotten great at this yet. And I would like us to think about how can we get better and what resources are we going to need to do that. Secondly, I've raised concerns throughout the process about our own track record on historic review, but also on each of the processes that we have, whether we as humans are able to do a special GLUP process where we don't think about the end use. We didn't do that very well. Whether at site plan, we have all the information we need to make a decision, or we are pressurized by the LIHTC decision criteria. And then in budget markup, again, raising that we have a problem with staffing and resourcing historic preservation, but not coming up with a plan to fix it. So I think we as a board need to get really serious about making sure that our land use processes are robust and predictable, regardless of who the owners are, regardless of the use, regardless of the community members and what color shirt they're wearing, that we need to do that. And then finally, that we make sure that in those processes and in our interactions, we are truly respecting and leveraging our staff time, our community time, our owners' time, because all of that translates to lost opportunity and, in many cases, higher costs for projects. I will not belabor the community concerns that were raised are similar to some of the HLRB side of that, but I will just land on, we left the site plan process saying, please work a little harder, even though we're going to approve this process. Planning Commission and community members put together a very robust letter in December of 25, I guess it is, 24. I've lost track of the years because it's late. That list is not fully reflected in the site plan, but it should be on the top of the architects and the owners' table, because those are the things that matter to the community. This project's not built yet. There's still improvements that can be made, whether it's landscaping or buffering or light management or loading dock management. All of those things matter. They've been shared. They've been robustly indicated. And I would articulate that on the historic side, there are some of those as well, that even if you don't preserve the full facade, if there's some way to preserve some of the materials, to use it for some of the landscaping, to keep one facade in place so that people can experience it, it just would encourage us to keep being creative on those things and keep building bridges and mending fences, because it will make a better project in the end. So I will stop there, but I would like to at least entertain an alternative motion. Do you want that now?
I think the attorney mentioned it would need to be a substitute motion.
Got it.
But you could make a substitute motion and then we'll each speak to it, and I don't know. There'd be a second, but if you want to go to your substitute motion,
yeah, let's see.
now's the appropriate time.
Find it. Hold on a second. It's getting late. Unless the clerk doesn't have it on the thing, does it? Thank you. Okay. I would like to move that the board defer consideration of the local historic district to no later than the July board meeting, and direct staff to establish design guidelines and work with the developer to see if the design guidelines can be incorporated into the proposed development, and return to the board with a report on that discussion at the July board meeting. And I'll speak to this as this is not intended as a delay. There are not any critical financing decision points in the next 30 days, but this is my attempt to say, if we could get the 3-4 parties together for another conversation. I think there are some voluntary guidelines about materials, about facade, that could improve things. And I think that we are trying to chart a new path of how we're going to refine these processes to get to a better outcome. So even if you're not, like you said, you might say you can't destroy 10% of the materials, or you might say, I don't know. I just think there is a need for a little bit more conversation. I think it does not need to delay the process. It would be essentially voluntary, but I would like us to consider making space for that. It would not be an additional public hearing at all. It would just be a report back from our staff sometime within the next 30 days.
Thank you. So the substitute motion's on the table. We can ask for seconds. In the interest of just being transparent, I will say that I'm not in a space to support that substitute motion because I do not believe that the two speakers that were most powerful, you, Ms. Tribble, and also, I believe that's right. I think I've got that correct. And then also Rika, who left. I think they framed the issue narrowly and well, which is the choice here is between, it's about, and a taller building wouldn't have worked. That was not something that the neighborhood would have supported. An 8-story building would have not worked. But the choice here is between commitment from neighbors who care about these issues and wanted 60 units as opposed to 100. And for me, that is, you care about the issues, but for me, I'm not in that space. 5 stories and 100 units, and the arguments made by the proponents are just powerful. That's not to say that the two of you didn't have great points and that I wasn't listening. I just, in the end, am not persuaded by those points. And I believe that if you look, I think it is fair to say our processes are not perfect, but if you look across the nation about how housing loses, process is where housing goes to die. That's what's happening in Massachusetts and California and all over the country. And I can believe in those and in Virginia. And I can believe in all of the points made and not be throwing shade at your motivations. As to be transparent, Mr. Theo's comments, they weren't my jam tonight. They were not my jam. They were not the right space. But I can believe in all your comments. I think it's time to move forward. That's why I'm not there for a second. And I'm not trying to, I just wanted to be that accountable to all of you who've come to speak and to you. And I'll leave it to other colleagues if you want to speak to this, or if there's a second, but I don't see lights. I just wanted to at least come honest with why I'm not there on additional process at this stage. So not hearing any, that motion, substitute motion fails for lack of a second, unless we can also do a recorded vote, but it's at a second stage without that process. So now there may be additional pieces that you, Ms. Cunningham, or other colleagues wanted to say. We are back to the original motion, which is the staff's recommendation, and I'll open the floor for sort of concluding comments on that motion. There are also, just for transparency, lest you think we're going to get out of here before midnight, there are also process amendments that there will be additional discussion on. But I think we're now at a stage for discussion on the original motion by Mr. Spain with a second by Ms. Coffey. And I'll leave it, your light is on, I'll leave it back to you. Or to Mr.,
Oh, no,
can we go to Mr. Spain and then come back? Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you for your words. I think we can process things ad nauseum to death, right? And with this process, I think as a policymaker, our challenge, and at least my challenge is not only that we continue to learn from our history, but we also, mind you, cannot get trapped in it. We do have a obligation from a historical space to continue telling the Arlington story in many different ways. But we also have an obligation, and I was pulling something up on my phone to make sure I quote this right. We have an obligation to preserve Arlington and not only tell our story, but to ensure Arlington remains a community where people from all incomes and backgrounds can continue. Let me go back for a second. Arlington County vision. We will be a diverse and inclusive world-class urban community with secure, attractive residential and commercial neighborhoods where people unite to form a caring, learning, participating, sustainable community in which each person is important. We got a report today from a community survey that said Arlington was doing halfway good, right, in many regards. But to what you were stating earlier, Ms. Cunningham, and I respect all your thoughts, I'm also not naive to believe, and not saying you're saying that I am, but to believe that this point in time, as it relates to this particular project, is where the buck stops. Because I think what's going on is bigger than Nellie Custis. It is. And this is why if we're looking at affordable housing, I've also heard words talking about folks weaponizing LHD, right, to suit their cause. That's not the way to go about it. We do need to enhance our processes. How LHD works perhaps alongside LRPC early on in the process, or the SPRC process, but we had a lot of this conversation, I recall, February 2025, right here in this room. We're having the same conversation again in large part. And so I would just say that, some folks, we go down these rabbit holes of like whether history matters. It absolutely does. But we got to figure out here for the greater good. And at the end of the day, colleagues and folks of the community, those that have known me long before I came to the board, I'm a big advocate for not just housing, but also equity and inclusion. And you can't just use those two as buzzwords. They mean something. And I think about the neighborhood I live in Butler Holmes Park in Penrose. I would encourage folks to come and visit. Because 40 years ago, it was all black folks. Today, in my little street, how many folks are there? Two families. There's a reason that happened. There's a reason neighborhoods have been gentrified by failed policy decisions and the lack of courage for policymakers to be intentional in ensuring we have our communities that are made up of diverse backgrounds, socioeconomic dynamics. Because some of these same neighborhoods, mind you, are the neighborhoods that people went into, carved out, moved people out, built their homes. Now people say, we can't build anything else there. Is that fair? Is that really fair? And that's not calling anyone bad, but I want people to build wherever they want to in my neighborhood, in many regards, within limitations. But this has been a long process, and it is very exhausting. It is work that we have to do, but we're having conversations tonight about finance, which is really in many cases not germane to what we're supposed to be, the decision we got to make. And I guess we're just going down rabbit holes. So I stand by my motion. I hope the community comes around and works with Melwood, and we remove some of this tension, because it's no good for any of us to have folks in your neighborhood and they feel like they're being treated like second-class citizens. That's not fair to anyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I'm not quite, we will have additional discussion regarding some additional process improvement amendments that I believe Ms. Cunningham wants to bring forward. But on the motion, I'd like to see if we can wrap that up. And then, so Ms. Coffey.
My prior remarks were my concluding remarks, and I'm ready to vote.
Got it. It's 11:44. We love that sort of comment. Mr. Carantonis, your prior remarks okay on this motion?
No further remarks.
Got it. The question is on Mr. Spain's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All those abstaining?
Aye.
So that motion passes 4-0 to 1 abstaining. And so we'll move forward there. We will now turn to, we talked about process several times, and I think it's appropriate to go to you first, Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah, I'd just like to address something that Mr. Spain brought up in terms of the finances. I would like to clarify the relevance of the finances is to the historic designation, because in the consideration of historic, we may be adding an additional delay and potentially additional costs to the public, which I think is important for us to discuss while we're talking about history. All right. Let me see. All right. I think the other piece is we have heard throughout this process, we talked a little bit about historic resource. What's HRI stand for? Historic Resources Inventory. It's not initiative. I was having a hard time with that. As well as some of the concerns that HARB raised. These are not things that are brand new to our staff. I think we recently did an initiating resolution to open up a body of work to think about how can we improve and how can we be more predictable, how can we be more efficient with our staff time as well as our community's time. And so I don't want to belabor it given the late hour. I might ask Ms. Bird if you want to just very succinctly summarize where we are today on the two issues. And then I would have two motions that are primarily about making sure information comes back and that we consider acceleration of one or the other.
On the local historic district zoning study, we are in the process of scoping that. Our next steps would be to procure a consultant to help us with that work. That is our top priority. We've made some adjustments in the HP work plan to prioritize that after the designation process, which you've just concluded. And then after that, we would move to the HRI update, which would not be occurring simultaneous, just given resources, et cetera. So unless there's some shifts in priorities, we are working on both of those in that order. And in addition, I do want to mention the Boston Park work as well as an impact as to why we've prioritized things in that way.
Okay, great. And so I think what I would like to do is to, first of all, thank you, and thank you to staff for juggling all those balls, because there's a lot of them. I'd like to hit the kind of HLRB concerns and the zoning code approach first. So I would move that the board direct the manager to review and report back to the board by November of this year on a work plan to address the concerns raised by HLRB members, specifically around recent administrative changes to application requirements and the potential for creating higher burden on those pursuing historic designation, proposed updates to the historic review process, and that may set a higher bar for when a property owner objects, and then a review of how planning and historic preservation work together to deliver consistent and efficient outcomes for the community.
Okay, that motion has been made, And is there a second?
Mr. Chair, may I, for a second, comment on the motion? The board has given this kind of guidance already. In November 23, we approved this plan. And specifically, it says, assess and improve the local historic district designation process, including the consideration of such improvements of the LHD designation process, including clarifying the eligibility criteria threshold that must be met when property owners do not support designation. Further down, expand and improve the usability of the historic resources inventory, et cetera, et cetera. It is really detailed.
Yes.
The
Does it have
problem
a
is
timeline?
that we don't need a motion to that. The only thing is that we have to sit down with our staff and say when or what is the applicability of that. And Ms. Bird has given us already some clues on how you are working on that. It's not easy stuff. It's a lot. So I just think that we already have the guidance. This is a valid document. I voted on that. I am absolutely supportive of this. So I think this includes, I mean, it has everything in there.
It does, but it does not have a work plan, and it doesn't have potentially the additional resources one might need to get it done in a finite period of time. So I think, given what we have just heard from our own HLRB and various folks across the community and owners of various properties, that I would like us to have a specific timeline where we will talk about that work plan and potentially accelerate it, which would be a resource decision at closeout and/or at next year's budget.
Got it. Thank you. So the question is still, is there a second to the motion? And my question for, my point would be for Ms. Bird, the burning priority for me in this area is Ballston Park, and that's number one. Number two, I don't love making policy. It's fair that you brought this up within the last day or two, but I don't love making policy at this moment in the evening, where I also haven't had a chance to really dig into Ms. Bird's, the plan and the work plan that we have with Ms. Ferris, Ms. Bird. That's just me being perhaps more transparent and honest than I need to be, but that is my reasoning for not wanting to getting into the motion as proposed. I can pass to colleagues if you want a second. That does not mean that I'm not happy to work with you on this. Absolutely happy to do that. I have not, maybe it's my fault for not having done the pre-work.
Yeah, I guess I would just highlight that it's a 2-sentence motion that was shared 14 hours ago. So
it's also determining the work plan for HRI, and I have no idea how that fits with
it's
Ballston
requesting a time frame for communicating to the public the work plan and the resource decisions so that we may not find ourselves in this position again in 6 years.
I am everything you said is fine. I'm not in a space to second it. I'll leave it to colleagues.
I'm not in a space to second it either, because this is really complex stuff. I really remember how much work went into actually making a workable pathway here. And I do think that we need to discuss that further. By the way, on resourcing, this is really a budget question because it has to do with the money that's available for consultancies, and it's also the money that's available for additional staff, et cetera. So that needs to be balanced with other priorities, and we cannot do that from the dice right now.
Right, which is why I'm asking that we set a date in the future. I'm open to what that date is, where we will request that the manager and the staff come back and have that conversation so that we might ensure that we do not stay in this difficult place where we know the process is not working well. But I think I'm alone in those efforts.
There are additional, I'm happy to have subsequent follow-up conversations, but I'm not in a place right now tonight on the dais to take that second. I understand your frustration, and I'm not here to say that it's not a truth that is fair to critique me and all of us, but that's where I am at this moment. Don't see a second on that question, Mr.
No,
Spain.
I just want to make a comment because,
Sure.
Out of collegiality and respect, right? I think, we're in a public space. It's almost midnight, and I will, I received this understanding all of what you're stating, Ms. Cunningham, this email was sent this morning to me at 11:24 a.m. And to be quite honest, like I think what I've learned is that we've heard from Ms. Bird, we've heard from some staff. I get where you want to land, but I think this is something that we need to really meet with staff and come back, not at this late hour, but really digest and do some more analysis on it, because level setting and putting work plans out at this stage without really, in my opinion, the five of us thinking it through is somewhat premature. Not saying it's not valid, but those are just my thoughts. I don't want you to feel that you're not heard, but I do hear you. I'm just not there tonight on this one.
Perhaps that could be an invitation that may be different from the one that I offered, but an invitation to follow up and work this through. But that's where at least I hear the board this evening. So that motion fails for lack of a second. The question now, I believe that concludes our discussion of this item. Mr. Clerk, go ahead.
I had a third motion.
Sure.
I'd also like to move that the board direct the manager to report back to the board by January 2027 on proposed work plan for updating the historic resources inventory and provide options if needed to accelerate that beyond what is currently planned. So I think that the community deserves an update on the historic resources inventory. I would like this board to consider a time frame for that update and a resource plan for that update. I think it's appropriate to have that conversation now and set a time frame so that the manager and staff can work that into their proposals to us. But otherwise, I think we can just wait and see what happens, and maybe someday the 2023 plan will be fully implemented.
Just so I understand it, I'm trying to listen and align it with the email that you sent this morning. For adding public and institutional properties, I don't know if you said that, but I think you intended to, or is it HRI as a whole?
I did, yeah. It's late. Let me read it one more time. You want to read it?
No, I might.
And then I'll second it.
Yeah, no, I just was trying to read it. I am not also in that same space for the same reasons that I articulated on the other item, but I leave it to colleagues. And I think you have an invitation, probably still stands for Mr. Spain and perhaps others of us on this item as well. Go ahead.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Ms. Cunningham, I really appreciate the focus and the motivation for this conversation. I will go back to enumerate the number of goals that this plan has, because HRI update or the work plan to that is one subset of everything that historic preservation needs to be embedded. The idea of our updated historic preservation program was to embed historic preservation in all our planning processes, of which we have a lot going on right now. So it is incumbent upon us here to make sure that we ask the right questions, make hold these processes that are ongoing all the time accountable for delivering on this, on the discussion that we have here. It includes even historic preservation for climate reasons, et cetera, et cetera. Just pinning it down on give me a work plan for the HRI, et cetera, creates the false impression, may create the false impression that this is a kind of a silver bullet and that it resolves. I mean, I fully appreciate the frustration that you feel uncomfortable with how the county deals with historic preservation right now. I feel uncomfortable as well. And a lot of the input in this plan was an expression of how uncomfortable we are with what we have done so far and how we need to improve that. But it's not so easy to do that. And I think that it has to be fluid in our work with staff and with CPHD and with our professional staff here to figure out a pathway on how to be responsive to all the goals. Community engagement, incentives for preservation, huge thing. Partnerships, regulations, technology, information, tool, cultural resource. So this is a long conversation to be making that from the dais, and only because today we had a significant project in front of us.
Right. I guess
I don't want to leave anybody with the impression that something was, fundamentally faulty, and now we are running to fix that. For this decision that we just made,
I think we don't need to belabor it because we're about to turn into pumpkins. But it is my practice when you see things that are not going well that you note it and try to make a plan to fix it. So I think there is absolutely a plan of all the great things that we would like to do around historic preservation. This process, which has been long belabored and involved a number of hours from everyone across the county, has highlighted a list of things that are in that plan that are of concern to HLRB, and I would like to hear that. And so I want us to have that conversation. And the fact that our historic resources inventory is very narrow and that has been a problem. And so great that in 2023 we made that plan, or others made that plan, and agreed that those are the things amongst many thousands that need to be done. I merely am trying to acknowledge the community's experience, the staff's experience, our experience of this process highlights that two of those areas are of particular interest, and that our decisions around budget and de-resourcing our historic preservation team are pushing those out farther and farther. And I think we need to have that conversation and decide whether, as a community, we want to invest in that or not. That is all I was trying to accomplish.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I think I agree that there are necessary changes to this process, and I think that for me, at this moment, as we cross 12 a.m. just now, I think I do not feel equipped to create timelines to which we would hold our staff. They have told us that the work plan includes the LHD process update followed by the HRI update. They have a work plan for that. They have a time horizon for that. They have the resources for moving that forward. And at this time, I'm not saying that there are not future conversations to be had and that we will keep having. I am not comfortable with directing additional timelines or specifics beyond. I am glad that there is a work plan. I'm glad that we have presented that information publicly. And I think anything about changing the specific timing, resourcing, or otherwise of that work plan needs to be had in a different situation, in a different venue than we are in right now.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Mr. Spain.
I just want to note that reference was made a little while ago about expectations, and we need to see things through. If we see a problem, right, Ms. Cunningham, we need to address it. We need to figure out in the future how we're going to mitigate that not happening. And I will tell you, we just went through a robust budget cycle. And let's be quite frank, there was a position, quite honestly, in the Historic Preservation Associate Planner. We cut that position. And, between us here, be honest, I wanted to keep it. But we were caught, but it was tough. So I think in order for us to deliver in a timely manner, we have to really reflect and think about, are we right-sized, and do we have the right number of personnel to do this work diligently, professionally, and in a way that is responsive not only to what HLRB in this case is wanting us to do, but also the community. And I think that's something we should take up as we move forward. But I have the utmost trust and confidence that staff is going to deliver, and we're going to receive continued updates on this work plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I think the venue for the discussion that Ms. Coffey mentioned, as well as Mr. Spain, I'll just reiterate that and move forward, mindful that shared strong truths, and we will see where we pick it up from here. That concludes the discussion without any additional red lights that say time to further discussion. That concludes the discussion on this item. Mr. Kushner, would you call the next item, please? And
Yes.
all of you who are here on this item, you are welcome to stay, but you do not have to. We can live. It's 12:04.
It does legally qualify
Thank
as
you
a
so much for
sleepover at this
enduring
point.
long
Sure.
meeting.
But the question now, Mr. Kushner, is if you could read the next item, please.
Next item, item number 2, pulled from consent, concerns the Arva Motel at 2201 Arlington Boulevard. Two-part item. The first part is the site plan amendment to extend the term of validity of the site plan. Site plan number 469, located at 2201 Arlington Boulevard. Part B concerns the ordinance to amend and reenact an ordinance to vacate a public sanitary sewer easement on lands of Arlington Boulevard.
Thank you, Mr. Kushner.
Et cetera.
To Mr. Schwartz for the brief staff presentation. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Schreiber for a brief verbal presentation.
It still works. Good evening. I'm Aaron Schreiber with the Planning Division. I'm here on behalf of my colleague Peter Schultz. This is a two-part request. One is a site plan amendment to what we call the ARVA site plan. This was initially approved in July of 2023. It also has an associated vacation of a public easement. This site plan was approved in July of 2023 following the culmination of a special GLUB study. This project involves an amendment, or it included an amendment to the general land use plan, a rezoning, as well as a site plan to permit the construction of about 250 residential units and some about 3,000 square feet of ground floor retail space. That site plan has not yet gone to the construction phase, and this amendment was filed to request a 3-year extension. Staff is supportive of this extension of time in order to give them additional space to figure out their development plans. What you'll see in the staff report is we also updated all of the conditions to meet current standards so that when it does go to construction, it will meet our current code requirements. I'd be happy to answer any questions following a presentation by the applicant, and if there are any issues, we'll be happy to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber. It's over to the applicant. Brevity is the soul of wit, Mr. Hirschler. Hirschler Law Firm, Mr. Roberts. It is over to you. No, there's a button underneath, or you can try the other one. Did you, underneath, hold it for a couple of seconds, 3 seconds.
I'm wondering if the battery's.
Thank you, Mr. Kushner. Over to you, Mr. Roberts.
Well, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Matt Roberts with the Hirschler Law Firm on behalf of the applicant. Unfortunately, Mr. Patel had to leave for the evening. Duties at home called him away, but he was here earlier this evening and was hoping to have attended. I did have a presentation. Unfortunately, my phone has reached the end of its useful life for this evening. And so...
Fortunately for you, that means you're brilliant.
Yes, sir. So just very briefly, as Aaron mentioned, we're talking about the ARVA project approved back in July 2023. It's a project that plans to deliver approximately 251 units of multifamily residential housing, as well as approximately 3,000 square feet of retail or retail equivalent space. And based on the Pershing Drive special GLUB study that was approved in 2021, it'll also be delivering a number of community benefits outlined in that document, including 10,000 square feet of on-site public park space, bus stop improvements, off-site micro-mobility hubs, LEED Gold certification, on-site affordable housing, as well as salvage of portions of that building and reimagining of certain portions of the historic structure, such as the sign. And a big portion of that project is improving the Arlington Boulevard Trail. What's in front of you this evening, as Aaron mentioned, are two requests. One is a minor amendment to extend the site plan out by an additional 3 years, as well as the associated vacations of easements that run through the site. The reasoning behind that request is frankly not unique to the project. It has faced in the last couple of years financing challenges that other projects in Arlington and our region have also faced. And it's frankly similar to some of the recent extensions that have been approved for, say, things like Boston Holiday and several others. I do, ahead of the public comment, I do want to take an opportunity to address some of the community concerns that we understand may be raised this evening, because we did have an opportunity to meet with Lyon Park back on May 13th. Frankly, I was there. I thought the meeting went quite well. We really appreciated the opportunity to be there and have the discussion that we had. A couple items that came up that evening that we did discuss, not in great detail, but did have an opportunity to talk about, included the fact that there's a fence up securing the site and around the building. Related to that, the timing of redevelopment for the site. And there were also some questions in and around site maintenance, and I would point out that while site maintenance is regular on the site, as I'll mention in a moment, ownership actually went out the next day, as I mentioned this to him, and had it mowed once again. So we appreciated the opportunity for some of those issues to get raised, and certainly have tried to be responsive. But getting to what I think are going to be some of the comments and discussion we have this evening, some of the concerns raised after that meeting seem to fall into a couple categories, such as, is the site being regularly maintained? And how do we know that? The site is, in fact, being regularly maintained. As I mentioned, it's mowed regularly, approximately every 2 weeks. And so, you know, site photos, if you were to go out there today, you'd see that it's in very good condition. The building itself is also in good structural condition, as ISD actually recently inspected and found. And the building itself is well maintained. And keep in mind, too, this is a building built in 1957, you know, used for many, many years as a hotel, you know, and still in very good structural and otherwise condition. I'd point out to that end as well that our building has never had a zoning or building code violation, at least not since the time, to my knowledge, of the approval back in 2023. And so I point that out to say that there aren't any zoning, building code issues pending or outstanding for the site. Another concern, as I understand we may discuss this evening, is, you know, securing the site and, you know, is it actively monitored? How do we, you know, make sure that this doesn't become a nuisance for the neighborhood? And as I mentioned, there's a security fence that has been up since late 2024 when the hotel closed. And so that is one method for securing the site. Others, there are building cameras in and around the building, as well as some intention by the, I'm sorry, ma'am, as well as some intention by the owner, based on some recent conversations with staff, to add rooftop cameras as well. There are regular personnel visits that occur. So, you know, the applicant's organization has people come visit the site regularly. And I think perhaps somewhat uniquely, we also have individuals who stay on site regularly in the hotel. I won't go into all the reasons of why and into their personal lives, but suffice it to say, these are former employees of NAN's organizations, you know, in various hotel sites, who have fallen on some hard times. And he's given them an opportunity and a place to stay. It's frankly for a mutual benefit. One is they have access to shelter, water, sewer, electricity, place to stay. We get eyes and ears on the ground. And so what I hope comes away from at least those 2 points is that this is not an absentee landowner. The last item that we discussed a little bit at the meeting back in May, and that I understand we may again discuss this evening, is the redevelopment timing. And again, frankly, that's just an issue that is not so easily solved or discussed like the others, because the market conditions are the things that are dictating really the lack of building financing at this point. And again, something that is not unique to this particular project. It's also not a secret that ownership is actively exploring a potential sale of the site. And has been in discussions about that for some time at this juncture. No particular decision's been made one way or the other, but those are the options that he has been exploring, given that financing has been so difficult to come by. I would point out to those 2 pieces of the puzzle, whether it's financing or a sale of the site that ultimately moves the redevelopment forward, the extension tonight is critical to that. The site plan proposal and the approval is the value in the property at this juncture. And so without that project, the ability to get financing or procure a sale would become that much more difficult. Lastly, I would like to just briefly address something I'm sure the board is aware of at this point, and that is an incident that occurred this week on or about June 15th at the property. What occurred was that unauthorized individuals broke into the site and vandalized portions of it. And I want to be clear at the top. Let's be very clear about what this was. It was a crime. It was a crime that was committed against Mr. Patel's ownership and against his property. It's very unfortunate, and we take it extremely seriously. In fact, the individuals that I mentioned earlier who are staying at the hotel and who are eyes and ears on the ground were the ones who contacted ACPD about the incident and contacted them immediately. ACPD responded. And in fact, once we were informed later that day about the incident, ownership and I also stepped in and had immediate discussions and communications with ACPD and Arlington County staff. In fact, ISD went out the following day on the 16th to inspect the site. And I'm very pleased to say that no violations for the building were found. None are pending or to be issued by my understanding. And in fact, based on some discussions with ISD, we will be resecuring a portion of the fence with either additional security chains and or a new section of chain link fence. But we very much appreciated ISD's input on that point. Also, and I very much appreciate Aaron's participation and opportunity to be part of this discussion yesterday afternoon as well. But we did ultimately end up having a discussion with ACPD, ISD, and CPHD planning to discuss those events and how best to proceed. What I would say the takeaway was from that is both ACPD and ISD encouraged us to keep the individuals we have there who stay there regularly and keep them on site for active monitoring. We also discussed the opportunity to add those rooftop cameras I mentioned earlier, and they encouraged us to maintain active communications with ACPD. Right after our meeting, Nan sent Sergeant Hernandez his cell phone. They have had direct communications, and we have other relationships with ACPD from it being a hotel over all these years. And frankly, otherwise, we were encouraged to continue the safety and monitoring aspects that we've been doing at the site all this time. So again, I mention all this to say that this is not an absent landowner. This is someone very invested in his property and what comes out of it. We don't anticipate this is going to be a site that has issues for the county like you've dealt with in the not so recent past. But again, this was a crime committed against the property and one that we responded to immediately. And we will continue to do that. So with that, Mr. Chair, we're very much looking forward to an extension of the application, maintaining the value in this property so that this redevelopment and multifamily project can ultimately proceed as the county approved back in July 2023. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. We're now to public testimony. I think we have one speaker, but we may have two. But I think I have an idea who one of those speakers are. Mr. Kushner, would you please call this first speaker?
Yes, of course, our first speaker speaking for 5 minutes is Ms. Natalie Roy.
Ms. Roy.
Good evening. Sorry.
Just good morning. Yeah. I was going to say, is there an award for speaking in the same meeting?
Is it red?
On both days?
Hello. Can you hear me?
No.
You don't know what it is.
Mason, maybe we can.
I can talk loud enough.
No, but we need it for the.
Yes, I can. I was so tired. I thought I was just speaking first, and that was it. I will. Now you can all hear me. Natalie Roy, 35-year-plus resident of Lime Park, proud resident of Lime Park, and the president of the Lime Park Citizens Association. And I'm going to make this brief as I can. We strongly recommend that the county board consider additional conditions on the ARVA development site before approving a renewal of the property site plan due to its current blighted state. The property has been closed and roped off for approximately 8 months and is at risk for rodent infestation, mold growth, delinquency, and other unauthorized use. We note similar concerns were expressed at the Penn Place development site, which is likewise constrained after a board approval did not move forward. We share the view of Amazon officials who noted in June 2026, it's not ideal to have a big vacant fence site sitting there. Further, LPCA invited the current owner of the site and Mr. Patel to our May monthly meeting, and as you heard, his attorney Matthew Roberts came, and we were very appreciative of that. He explained that they were looking for a new investor group to take over the development and its entitlements. Given that a pending sale is in the works, there's no way for our civic association to be certain of the intended development outlay. We urge the board to make the following points if it intends to approve a 3-year extension of this site plan project. And we voted at our meeting, June 10th, to ask that the board approve extension of this only if, of the site plan, only if the following conditions are met. And it's pretty straightforward. The owner of the property, this is one, performs weekly security checks and reports findings and remediation efforts every 2 months to the LPCA. Right now we were appreciative of the owner sending his attorney to our meeting, but we want more regular updates. 2, the owners of the property address trash, ensure that the property is not being used by squatters, and on a continuous basis, report every 2 months its findings and remediation efforts to LPCA. 3, the owners of the property keep our civic association informed of any sales of the property and engage us directly on its plans so we have a heads up. 4, the owners of the property actively engage and work with the community on the development details of the publicly accessible park area. That's very important to us. We don't have green space on the eastern portion of Lyon Park from Washington Boulevard, and we're very psyched to have something like that. Okay, 5, the board notes that all terms and conditions of the site plan, but particularly the agreed community benefits to include placement of the loading dock, the affordable housing contribution, the publicly accessible park area, as I've already mentioned, the bike path and tree plan remain in place. Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on this development, which is in a very prominent entry point for our neighborhood. We appreciate you considering the views of Lime Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roy. Are there additional speakers, Mr. Kushner?
There are no further speakers.
Conversations now with the board. These conditions, what I'm concerned about is the goals that you've got are good ones, and I think Mr. Roberts is speaking to them, to some of them. I'm concerned about the enforceability of those conditions, and I'm not trying to tread on what you approved as a civic association, but I wonder if maybe staff could speak at all to how we have tried to handle these issues in the past and how we might be able to facilitate better communication that could achieve some of the goals with just me being transparent about how do you enforce these types of conditions. I don't know whether that's Mr. Schreiber or someone's magically going to appear or what's going to happen at 12:21 in the morning.
So in this case, or with all site plan projects, it's a question of vesting. So at what point do the site plan conditions get triggered that require all of the things regarding things with community liaisons and various reports and stuff that we're tracking? Up to that point, the property owner retains their rights, and in this case, what we do is we have existing controls in place through our various codes and ordinances regarding property maintenance and things of that nature. So as Mr. Roberts mentioned, ISD did do an inspection yesterday. They looked at it from a property maintenance perspective. They did not find any violations. They did speak with the owner. We engaged in a meeting yesterday afternoon following the ISD inspection. Again, no violations were found. We coordinated that meeting between the building code official as well as members of his inspection staff. I was in attendance as well as Sergeant Hernandez with the Arlington County Police Department. The point of that was to have a conversation about what is occurring on site and how information could be exchanged in order to ensure that all parties have the proper contact information. So that occurred. But again, I think that our county code, the building code, and the zoning ordinance all speak to various controls, various requirements of property owners. And that's what our zoning enforcement staff does. They enforce our zoning ordinance regarding property maintenance. And then our building code official and his staff, they enforce the building code and other county codes regarding property maintenance, blight, things of that nature. So that will continue, but that can be done outside of the implementation of the site plan while they're waiting on securing financing.
Can I add one thing? Because I think this is more of a question for the county attorney than anybody else, which is that I don't know if all the conditions that the Lion Park Citizens Association passed could be added to the site plan. I think that's a threshold question, but leaving that aside, I think that it would be appropriate for the board to ask Mr. Roberts in this case at what level he was prepared to report, because what Aaron just said is correct. We're going to go out there on a regular basis. But we're not going to be able to answer some of those questions that I think the Citizens Association wants answered.
So let's go back to your question for the county attorney. Is there a way that you can, help clarify to Mr. Schwartz's question?
So there would be enforcement issues, but what I would add on to what Mr. Schreiber said is that our building official has robust authority to deal with issues like this if it reaches certain points and certain findings are made. And we have seen that happen in the recent past to deal with public nuisance issues like this.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful. I guess it's now to Mr. Roberts. Is there anything you wanted to add to the second of Mr. Schwartz's points?
Sure. I think Mr. Schreiber covered, the inspection issues, the trash, and as I mentioned earlier, those activities are ongoing. LPCA has our contact information. I am more than happy to remain a point of contact. Nan has always been open and available for these discussions, and so, as things pop up, we're easy to get a hold of. Couple at the end there that I would just speak to, on behalf of ownership a little bit. One was, tell us when the sale is going to happen and all these things. The sale will become public if it happens. Up until that point, we'll be under confidentiality requirements and unable to, provide more than baseline information about where we're at with those things.
Sure.
Frankly, I'm not involved in the sale at all, so the information I have is, relevant to that extent this evening. Another item that I heard was, work on the park with us. That's in the conditions today. The on-site park conditions effectively require us to fund a public charrette process that will be initiated through the applicant, but ultimately handled by Parks and Planning here with the county. And so that is a public process like we've gone through on other sites before for public parks, West Roslyn being another one of a very similar nature, and that condition is in our site plan conditions today. And then I think the last thing I heard Ms. Roy mention was, keep the community benefits that are in there now. We don't propose to change any of those things, and those are the commitments we made back in July of 2023. They follow on from the special GLUP study, and we think they're entirely relevant to the application and have no intention of requesting that they come off for any reason.
Got it. Thank you. All of those comments make some sense to me. I'm not sure we quite come to a solution that kind of best reaches, but I see, Mr. Spain, did you have your light on intentionally on this item? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, of course, I was not here when this was approved, but being that I ride by there actually on the bike just about a couple days a week, can't help but notice it. There's some questions that have come up about, and I just want to hear from you about loitering perhaps, and even vandalizing, and just I've seen in properties like that go unattended for a while, they can become not only a nuisance, but
sure.
In a very proactive way. What can you tell us about addressing some of the issues that you're hearing from LPCA?
Yeah, unfortunately, I may sound a little bit like a broken record on those issues, but the property is not vacant. So, as I mentioned, we do have folks who are on site regularly due to their, financial conditions and NAN's prior relationship with them. The site is visited regularly by NAN's personnel to make sure that, if issues are there, they're addressed, and the regular mowing occurs, for the outward-facing appearance of the building. I think those are the things that you would expect of somebody who's invested in their property. And I think, to date, Nan has showed, and his organization has showed that commitment and that, enduring sort of set of things that they're going to continue to do. It's their asset. They don't have any intention of walking away from it. The value is in the property, and they, are prepared to sell it should the right buyer come by. It doesn't do them any good to have a derelict building sitting on there that does become blighted or that does become a nuisance. I would respectfully suggest that if the premise is it is currently blighted and is currently a nuisance, that does not appear to be the case.
Duly noted, and I don't want you to sound like a broken record. It's just for the record, you're here, and we need to be hyper aware of the plan that was previously approved, the promises that were made to the community, right? And do our best in whatever way that may mean to uphold that, okay? So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I was sort of trying to figure out what we could do to help on this issue, and without overpromising and enforcement. There's lots of different components. We shouldn't be enforcing the darn building code as board members, but because you don't want your politicians in charge of that, but you do want abusive discretion to sort of, make sure that things are happening. And so, Mr. Spain, you drive by there, so we just volunteered? No, sorry. I've got plenty of things going on. I'm not going to shirk from it. It's not going to be some grand accomplishment, but I do think ultimately I'm kind of looking for one of us to sort of be aligned and not micromanage the building official and not micromanage all of it, but try to sort through things. And I don't know if your light is on because you're going to be that person, Ms. Coffey. I will not shirk from it, but I also don't, it's not for glory. It's 12:25 or 12:30, and I want to try to also find some help for the solution. Go ahead, Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I think for Mr. Schreiber, this is not the only vacant / paused site plan that we have out there. What is typical in terms of our proactive monitoring of those types of sites that we know are kind of just out there and not being utilized?
It varies. It varies from the perspective of, is it an entitled site plan and there's a vacant office building? We have those. We have other approved site plans where they have commenced demolition and they've left the site. And examples would be Penn Place or the Americana Hotel. Each of those are treated differently. Penn Place is vacant. They tore down the hotel. They've erected an 8-foot tall board fence. Americana's open. It's just waiting for construction. They've done some utility work. So it really varies. But again, I would just get back to the comments that we talked about earlier was the role of the building code official as well as the zoning administrator and the way in the codes and ordinances that they enforce. And so there are some routine inspections of certain properties and others are complaint-based. And so each of those kind of gets dealt with differently. But whether it's a vacant building or it's a vacant site, it is awaiting development. That's where we get these development projects coming in and seeking extensions. What we hope to not have are these sites that sit fallow for a long period of time. I think that is as much of a challenge as a vacant building. And so that's why we're proactive in trying to help them move to that implementation stage.
Great. Yeah, we all hope. Last question. What is the property owner's legal responsibility during this non-development time?
I think that's probably best addressed to the county attorney.
Great.
He
Mr.
loves that
County
question, I'm
Attorney.
sure.
What are the legal responsibilities of the property owner during this non-development time?
The same as any other property owner.
Got it. So we've had lots of questions. It's going to be to Mr. Carantonis in a minute. Ultimately, Ms. Roy, I'll be on the hook for either being the person who aligns and doesn't micromanage, but tries to talk appropriately. And, the times I've done this, I have sometimes sort of had hand slapped to say, get out of the details. But either I'll be the person or I'll find one of the five of us to be the person. But you can email me unless Mr. Carantonis steals my thunder on this one. Go ahead, Mr. Carantonis.
No, I don't have a question. I have only a comment, and I can do that in concluding.
Okay, so we got plans. We are concluding. I move that the county, so that is a invitation to email me or follow up. And I move that the county board, it's not going to satisfy on the conditions. I think you know that. But I move that the county board adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report for SBLA 26-00007, which is site plan number 469, to extend the term of validity of site plan 469 for an additional 3 years through June 30th, 2029, subject to all previously approved and amended conditions of the ordinance attached to the staff report. And I also move that we enact the ordinance to amend and reenact the ordinance of vacation attached to the staff report as attachment 1, the amended ordinance to vacate a 5-foot wide easement for public sanitary sewer purposes located on lands of Arlington Boulevard LLC Deed Book 3953, page 803, commonly known as 2201 Arlington Boulevard, Arlington, Virginia, with conditions. In addition, authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, or his designee to execute on behalf of the county board the deed of vacation and any other documents necessary to effectuate the amended ordinance attached to the staff report as attachment 1, subject to the approval of all documents as to form by the county attorney. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. That is not removing, I'm on the hook to engage with you, and that's not a promise that I can fix all things. It's just that I'll listen and try to engage and work with staff and Mr. Roberts on this. Mr. Kushner, are there any other items to come before the board? I believe I have one.
Yes, there is one additional item for you.
It is not one with what I believe to be extended discussion. I move that the county board authorize in a final form approved by the county attorney the settlement of $43,877.07 in the property damage subrogation claim for an incident at 1747 South Glebe Road on January 25th, 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
It is moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 That motion passes 5-0. With that, are there any other items to come before the board, Mr. Kushner?
No further items.
We are recessed.
No, we're adjourned. We are adjourned.
We're adjourned. We're adjourned again.
I know you want to spend more time with us, but.
I can't get it.